Esteban for imparting valuable insight as technical presenter on the topic Why PEE. Nawala, Ma'am Taya.
Ba't nawala siya? Nawala yung ano. Nawala yung naka-flash. Good morning, sir. Nawala yung certificate.
Yes, hello po ma'am. Naririnig po?
Yes, naririnig.
Bali po ma'am, nag-end po ma'am yung meeting po ng VMix po namin ma'am. Wait lang po ma'am, po siya eh.
Okay.
Sorry po ma'am. Sa net din po ata ma'am.
Saan, sir? Saan ka nadala, sir? Sa taas? Na ano, CR?
Once
Si
again,
RUM muna. Ay, tama po ba? Si RUM muna, then si Sir Edgardo.
yes, ma'am. Once again, our speakers, Engineer Robert U. Mabulay and Engineer Edgardo E. Esteban. Let us give them a warm round. Moving on, and before the morning session ends, we will now proceed to our raffle. 3 lucky participants will be receiving the 47th ANC polo shirt, and 2 lucky participants will be receiving PEC 2 softbound. Good luck, everyone. Ma'am, sino magpaparapol dito, ma'am? Kayo na po.
Apo, ako na lang magpa-flash po ng raffle. And then, dapat yung rules natin, mag-raise siya ng hand or mag-chat siya sa chat box na dapat nandiyan siya.
Okay, sige ma'am, sige ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. We shall have our lunch break for 60 minutes. The afternoon session will begin at 1 p.m. This has been your MC, Edison Mojica. Enjoy your lunch. Stay safe and healthy. Good day to all.
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conference. Good day ahead.
So bali ma'am, ganun po ma'am yung flow po nun ma'am.
Meron lang yan.
Ma'am, just in case po ma'am na wala pa po yung isang speaker po, yung susunod pong speaker ma'am, ano pong gagawin po nun ma'am?
Hindi. Ano naman kami ni Rona dyan? Yun naman yung tasking namin ni Rona. Ang magpapasok na ng... Habang nagtatalk yung speaker, ipapasukin na namin yung susunod.
Sige po ma'am.
Ma'am Taya, prepare lang ako, ma'am, ha?
Sige
Okay,
po,
thank you,
sir.
ma'am.
Thank you po. Mga 7:30, magpapasok na tayo. Anong oras ba kayo nagpapasok kahapon? Naka-meeting type na siya.
Hello po.
Okay.
Hindi po kasi nasunod kahapon yung program kasi po bumaba po yung nalito kami ng 1 hour nun. So, bali po, 7:30 maglo-loop na po ako. Tapos
Okay.
magpapapasok na po si Noel.
7:30 magpapapasok na and then loop na kayo nun.
Okay po. Tapos start na po yun.
Okay.
So,
Start tayo ng i-go signal ko si Sir Edison Mojica ng 7:50 or 7:55 para mag-good morning na siya, and then the program, please settle down. The program's about to start in 5 minutes. Then 5 minutes video. Then after nun, start na nun.
okay
Okay.
po, ma'am.
Thank you. Order lang ako ng breakfast.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead.
Hello? Kapag ba nakapasok na yung mga participants, ano na yun, parang hindi na nila ma-unmute yung sarili nila? Hindi,
Hello
kasi
po ma'am, ano po ulit po yun ma'am?
nila parang dinisable nila. Di ba
Ano po?
dinisable niya yung mic ng participant? Hello?
Hello po ma'am, yes po.
Bali, hindi na nila ma-unmute yung sarili nila.
Gawin pong ganun ma'am.
Hindi niya ba ginawang ganon?
Hindi po ma'am, bali yung sa amin po ngayon ma'am, inallow po namin yung participants to unmute themselves po ma'am.
So anytime pwede silang mag-unmute.
Yes po ma'am. Pero pag may mga ganong cases din po, kasi kahapon ma'am, may mga accident po ma'am na na-unmute nila. Kami na lang po ma'am nag-mute po sa kanila ma'am.
Sige. So 1,000 participants yan kaya niyong i-unmute kapag sabay-sabayan?
Yes po ma'am, kasi tag-isa-isa lang din naman po may. Kasi nung kahapon ma'am, na hindi namin inallow sila ma'am na nag-unmute nung nagsalita po si Sir Mapili po. Hindi po siya makapag-open ma'am, kaya nagalit po ma'am sa amin.
Pero pag kino-host ko sila, halimbawa, lahat ng mga kino-co-host ko, di ba nakikita niyo naman yun?
Yes po ma'am, nandito po yung mga
Kahit
co-hosts
ba yung co-host, hindi sila makakapag-unmute?
Makakapag-unmute po ma'am na
Kapag dinisable nyo yung mic, di ba? Halimbawa, dinisable nyo lahat ng mic. Kapag co-host ka na, hindi ka pa rin makakapag-unmute. Dapat,
Pwede po ma'am, pwede ka pong mag-unmute ma'am, yung co-host, pwede po.
yung co-host. Sige, ganun na lang. Lahat ng participants natin, i-disable natin yung mic. And then, lahat ng speaker, i-co-host ko sila para well-informed kayo kung sino yung mga speaker natin.
Yes po ma'am. May ano po ba to ma'am? May pagkatapos po ng isang speaker, question and answer, portion ganun ma'am?
Wala naman. Sa ano pa yon? Dito sa open forum, before lunch.
Sige po ma'am.
Yun yung question and answer natin.
Bali po ma'am, ko na po ma'am. Gagawin ko na po ma'am na hindi makakapag-unmute yung mga mga tawag ko nito? Yung magjo-join po ma'am, gagawin ko na. Opo ma'am.
Hello po, Ma'am Thea. About po sa pagluluping po, mag-chat na lang po ako sa GC.
Sige.
Kung ilang seconds na lang, 4 minutes, para po aware din po si Sir Edison.
Sir Edison. Sige. Thank you.
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker, and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead.
Noel,
Yes po, ma'am.
kapag
Welcome.
open forum
Before we
na,
begin our meeting,
ibalik mo sa,
please be
ano, dapat ma-unmute na nila yung sarili nila kapag open forum na.
Opo. Anong oras po yun, ma'am? Na before lunch po, ma'am?
Ano bang oras ng program na? Check niyo yung program. Mga 11:45.
Yes po, ma'am. 11:45. Tapos, ma'am, yung sa looping po, ma'am, pwede naman po ma'am pagsabayin po ma'am na habang nagpapapasok po, nagpi-play po yung looping.
Pwede naman. Sige.
Yes po, ma'am. Pwede po.
Basta mag-start ulit ng looping ng 7:30.
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Speaker.
welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnect.
Dapat i-rename din yung sarili nila sa pangalan din.
Hello po, Ma'am Thea. Ma'am Thea, hello po, ma'am.
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead. Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead.
morning to everyone here in the Philippines. Magandang umaga po. Good day to our participants all across the world. Today, we mark this date as an event to help us all build our career path for global recognition. Welcome to each and every one of you. The program is about to start in 5 minutes. Thank you.
We, members of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, in recognition of the constant involvement of technology, in uplifting the quality of life, and in accepting a personal obligation and dedication to our profession, its members, and the communities we serve, do hereby pledge and commit ourselves to the highest ethical and professional conduct, and agree to accept responsibility in making sound engineering decisions consistent with the safety, health, and welfare of the public, and to disclose promptly the factors that might endanger lives and the environment. Avoid real or perceived conflict of interest, or disclose existence of such to affected parties. Be honest, objective, impartial and realistic in stating claims or estimates based on available facts. Avoid at all cost graft and corruption in all its forms. Improve the ethical understanding of technology and its appropriate application. Continuously improve practitioners' technical competence. Disclose full pertinent professional and technical limitations. Seek, accept, and offer constructive criticism of technical work, acknowledge and mitigate errors, and give credit where it is due. Equally treat all persons regardless of race, gender, physical condition, age, or national origin. Protect and avoid injury to others' life, property, reputation, or livelihood by false or malicious actions. Observe utmost transparency, responsibility, due diligence and fairness, and accordingly, not manufacture, spread, or disseminate false, incorrect, unverified or misleading information or data against any co-member, or the IAE, its officers, employees and representatives or agents, in any form whatsoever, whether verbally, in writing or published or whether through electronic means or otherwise, especially if such tends to discredit, besmirch the honor or integrity or impute a wrongdoing on the part of a co-member of the IAE, its officers, employees and representatives or agents. Support colleagues and co-workers in their professional and technical development, and assist them in complying with this code of ethics.
I try to find a little time
timely and fully comply and abide with any and all of his obligations to a co-member of the IAE, the IAE itself or any third party. Does not engage in or commit anti-competitive, fraudulent, and deceitful practices in any form, and uphold free and fair competition.
It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this webinar entitled Building Career Path for Global Recognition. This is brought to us by the ASEAN Federation of Engineering Organization AFEO Energy Working Group, ASEAN Engineers Register AER Committee, ASEAN Engineering Inspectorate, the Philippine Technological Council PTC Energy Committee, ASEAN and Asia Pacific Energy Engineer Registry Committee AAPIR, PEE Mentoring Committee, and the IIEE College of Fellow Committee. I will be the Master of Ceremony this morning, Engineer Edison E. Mojica. And to start with, may I request for your kind attention and be one in mind, body, and spirit as we praise and thank our Almighty God for all His graces and blessings through a doxology. This will be followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem and the singing of the IIEE hymn. Thank you.
Dakilang may likha sa kalingat pang-unawa, mangyari ang iyong diwa sa langit at sa lupa.
Yang kay takal lang ng babaya, diyan ko sa ngalipupuduan ko, nadidakim gaya lugay, kimitan yung barog nun. Yalam bago si Balya niya tawag si Danginan. Na pagtanaw-tanawin mo, pagsiring-siringin mo yan yung mga dato binukaw. Mga biyakaw bayan niya mababay maging kudya matapid mga atang. Sansuid luwang nangabat luskod ng binunsali. Yan kay gaong karingat ko yan yung kabayaw ko. Pagpanguyab-kuyaban mo, pagpamayad-payadan mo, ng pinandang pinagalyo, pwedeng dinagansuli. Kahit tagal lang, ikaw yung matigam ka namin, walay pagkaibsan, walay pagkaawasan. Panganam mo sang wangay, patpid mo sang barantak ng pwedeng mo, wangay ng marigang mo. Ayan, kahit tagal lang, naga untong salamat kan mo, ng kaliko ng bibutang mong babawin ng dunya, o yan ka namin paggiginawa. Tagal lang malatso ka namin, inaagis ang anak mo na tamisa, nagapang hangawanan ng kutsang patiwayan.
Allahumma innaka tara anna hadhihi al-qulub qad istama'at ala mahabbatik wattaqat ala hadhihi al-makan imanik wa tawahhadat ala da'awatik فوسك ربيطاتها يا الله وأدم أدها واملأها بنورك الذي لا يخبو واسرح صدورنا بفائد الإيمان بك وجميل توكل عليك واهدنا سبل الوحدة والسلام والصلاح ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار يا الله أنت مستجاب لهذا الدعاء وعليك توكلنا وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين آمين الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر.
Mahabagin naming Ama, Ikaw ang aming sandigan at lakas. Ikaw ang kaligtasan ng aming katawan at kaluluwa. Naway takpan mo po kami ng iyong mapagkalingang kamay upang mayadyak kami sa mga pahirap at karamdaman at sa lahat ng masama, dala ng makabagong mundo. Hinihingi po namin na sana'y ilayo po ninyo ang mahal naming lungsod ng Tagum. Sa mga mapinsalang kalamidad at sakuna, mahal naming Panginoon, Ikaw ang aming proteksyon at gabay. Sa oras ng pasakit at pangamba, bigyan niyo po kami ng sapat na lakas upang aming mapagtagumpayan ang lahat ng pagsubok sa aming buhay sa pangalan ni Jesus. Amen.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. God, our loving Father, Creator of heaven and earth, we thank you for your generosity and kindness, and ask that you hear us in times of needs. Make us worthy of your blessing, and keep us from further want. Help us restore our abundance here on earth, so that we may turn more attention to your divine kingdom. Help us become a blessing to our family and others, to glorify and honor your name. We ask this to our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Iadya niyo kami sa pagmamataas upang maiwaksi ang lupit at dahas. At samahang lumikha ng pamayanan payapa sa kalikasan kabuhayan, kakanyahat paniniwala.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, ewas ang sinananan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyang ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisinig, sa nagatang tutok sa simoy at sa langit ng paglaw, ay hinatang tulang awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nag-iingin, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pang ay di magdidinig. Lumang ang araw ng walhagin pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang hindi kaya na pagkay pag-akin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
We are one in IIE mission and vision, instilling excellence in electrical profession, having a dynamic professional association, making innovative contribution to our nation. Rising to any challenge, involving wars, storms and bolts, BEREE and RME, connecting industries by electric circuits. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us synchronize our hearts to reach greater heights and brighter lights. We serve humanity with the power of electricity, making rigid transmission, grid for reliability, ensuring little power loss and high efficiency. From shifting from one place, the use of all energy. Bind us together, IIB. Bind us forever, IIB. With power cords cannot be broken. Bind us together, IIB. Bind us together, IIB. Bind us forever, IIB. Synchronize our hearts to reach greater heights and brighter light. There's only one institute, no one else can substitute. There's only one IIB.
To give us his opening remarks, to acknowledge our distinguished guest, and to formally open the event, join me in welcoming the chairman of the IIEE AAPIR, ASEAN and Asia Pacific Engineer Registry Committee, Dr. Engineer Florigo C. Barona. Good morning, sir.
Thank you, Edison. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so distinguished guests, I'm looking at we have participants now 792, so very hard to scan. But anyway, I would like to acknowledge the our national president and the national officers of IA, Jojo Padua. And of course, we part of this activity will be the PTC, the Philippine Technological Council, headed by Fred Monsada, and of course with the country manager Romulo Agatep. And for the AFEO, the ASEAN Federation of Engineering Organization, which include the Technical Working Group, Energy Committee, and also the Electrical Inspectorate, headed by Engineer Yao Chao Fung, who also heads the AR, the Commission. And of course, we have here the other committees for the PE committee, headed by Robert Mabulay, and also that's the PE mentoring committee, and we have the IA College of Fellows committee. I think we have here also the member of that, Engineer Adelino Garcia, who is also currently the chairman of the audit committee. And of course, the upper committee, wherein we have members. I see Bong Beringel. I think Robert Mabulay is there also. I just can't see, but I think Larry is here. Sheila, uh, maybe Edgar, Bernardino, Rudes, Rodelin Reyes, Rod Picolera, and the overseer, BPI, Lyndon Baggy. And we also have guests from other countries like Engineer Habibi Rasak. He is actually the alternate country registrar of PII Indonesia, who will be speaking to us later. And all the aspirants that we have for now, we have 806 participants and increasing. Actually, when I look at the registry, there are more than 1,000 who registered in this particular event that we have. And the other officers that we have from the chapters, the regional governors, the national secretariat headed by our former Gov Orlando T. Villapana Jr. And who else? Other dignitaries, which I cannot mention. Sorry, there are so many that we have now. It's increasing, 808 participants already. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Now, I would like to give you idea what will happen today. We have several parts. One is to be presented by the IIEE College of Fellow Committee, wherein they will be discussing about the electrical engineer as entrepreneur and business executive. This is also aligned to our topic today, which is building career path for global recognition. Then the next one, part of this career, is discussing about why become a PE by Robert Mabulay. And then the next part will now go into the ASEAN, the international activities, wherein our head commissioner of the ASEAN Engineering Register will discuss some updates and how engineers in the ASEAN can practice mobility in the ASEAN region. This is actually the goal now for us to be able to practice not only locally but internationally. So we'll be discussing about it. Then we have PTC, who will be discussing about International Professional Engineering Agreement, because we are part of that. And that's basically for the APEC Engineer Registry and the International Professional Engineer Registry. And to discuss also about the updates of PTC, the engineer Fred Monsada, wherein we'll be discussing about the Washington Accord and other updates for us to be qualified for international recognition. And then Habibi Rasak will be discussing about building engineers' career path for global recognition in Indonesia. So we can now compare the career path here in the Philippines with the Indonesia. And then we have the upper updates for those who are applying for AER and also for ACPE and EPIC. And then I'll come up with the EPIC updates. And hopefully with these particular activities from today, this morning up to this afternoon, 5 o'clock, we'll learn a lot and we'll really push through in coming up with global recognition. With that, it's already 823 participants. I would like to welcome everyone on this event. Back to you, MC.
Thank you, sir. Nothing can be more reassuring and heartwarming than the affectionate words of welcome. Thank you very much, Dr. Barona. And And now, to warm our hearts with hopeful words of inspiration, let us all welcome the head of the IIEE National Secretariat, Engineer Orlando T. Villapana Jr. A virtual applause, everyone.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Edison. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Dr. Florigo Sivarona, our chairman of the upper committee, to the PE mentoring committee chairman and vice chairman of the upper committee, Sir Engineer Robert Yumabulay, and can see here, as earlier recognized, Engineer Bong Berengel, Engineer Larry Cruz, Dr. Angel De Vera, Madam Sheila, and Engineer Rudelin, and Sir Edgar, Bernardino from Qatar, of course, P2P, Engineer Rodrigo Pecolera, as well as our one of our speaker for today, Chairman Adelino V. Garcia Jr. And I would like to also recognize the AER committee, the PTC, the Philippine Technological Council, and the PE Mentoring Committee, the IIE College of Fellows, and of course, the upper committee, of which is the host of this event today. And good morning here in the Philippines. Also good morning, but still very early over there in the Middle East. Good evening in the United States and other parts of the world. I've seen here some participants from the United States and the Cayman Island and the UK. Good day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. On behalf of our IIE National President, Engineer Feliciano Jojo Padua III, he is currently in 3 other opening ceremonies right now. So he sent me over here as his emissary. We started the soft opening of our 47th Annual National Convention yesterday. And with this year's theme, again, leadership, rising above adversity, through passion and commitment, leading on the road to recovery. And the event for today, which is the Building Career Path for Global Recognition, well, it is a very timely technical webinar, and I was so amazed to see the program. As you can see, it was condensed into a one-day affair, which we believe this kind of technical webinars, orientations, and workshop, I believe 1 week is not enough to do this. However, it was condensed into one day, just for you, just for everybody. And all of these activities that you are going to plunge in today will be some sort of opener for those who are just new to the program. However, it will already be just a review for the others who are already here and always participating. This kind of career path is really required of us, especially we as frontliners in the electrical practice here in the Philippines as we go globally. So first, we need to undergo recognition. And then afterwards, we are going to participate in any global activity of which Filipinos are always being sought after. So with this, the pride of the Philippines, the Filipino electrical engineers and practitioners, wherever you go, let us contribute not only to our practice, but for the Philippines as well. So with this, I am encouraging everybody and thanking everybody for participating to this event, as well as I would like to encourage those who are able and capable to join us through our face-to-face physical attendance in our annual national convention in our at SMX this coming Friday and Saturday, or participate or visit our exhibit on November 10th, that is Thursday. So we're going to see each one of you there. And again, thank you very much and looking forward to seeing you all once again. Good day and back to you, Edison. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Your inspirational message will remain close to our hearts. Thank you very much, Engineer Villapaña. To discuss the challenges to implement and execute an EPC project during COVID-19 pandemic, requisites to transcend the electrical engineers into an entrepreneur with profit and loss responsibilities. Our first speaker is a professional electrical engineer, a fellow member of the IIEE, Vice Chairman of Specialty Committee and Chairman of the IIEE Audit Committee. He is the Chairman of AB Garcia Power Systems Corporation, Chairman and President of Abdao Hydropower Corporation, President of Biao Hydropower Corporation, Chairman of Alta Vallejo Corporation, and Chairman of Ballesteros Memorial Park Corporation. He has 43 years of successful executive management experience in power and energy generation and utilization businesses, engineering designs and systems integration, project development, execution and management, and power industry and contracts and management. With the topic, the electrical engineer as an entrepreneur and business executive, Engineer Adelino V. Garcia Jr. Good morning, sir.
Hello guys. Edison, tama ba yung background ko?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because from my side, it is baliktad. Anyway, thank you. Well, thank you very much for that very generous introduction. And I am happy to be invited again for the annual events of IIEE. And I believe, Doc Flor, this is the first time about having this sector or section or day for the AAPR. It's a good,
Yes.
it's a good, and the theme is focused on globalization and competency. Very timely for our engineers to be more competitive, hopefully develop a more competitive in the industry of the world, electrical industry of the world. Okay, without, again, my appreciation to the whole Convention Bureau and to the AAPER Secretariat for inviting me here. It's a bit confusion. I did realize na mayroon akong presentation ngayong umaga, but the topic is quite close to my heart. That's why I did it yesterday and was able to complete it yesterday and submit whatever is necessary. Okay, guys, so let's begin. I hope we have time. We're almost done with our first 30, half hour. Let me share. Oops. Okay. For today, we are supposed to be discussing how to transcend or the electrical engineer as an entrepreneur and a business executive. I hope our members will pick up a few things that we're about to discuss. And these are all coming from personal experience, being entrepreneur for the past 30 years and survived the highs and lows of the industry. So I hope to impart a few things. Oops, we're going to move this forward. Ba't ayaw mag-abante? Wow. Ayaw mag-abante. Wait, guys, because all right. It's a bit slow. Okay, the requisites, the topics will be 3 parts. Requisites for the electrical engineer to be entrepreneur. Challenges, of course, there are lots of ways, but I will try to be very short about that and hope to capture most of which. And of course, the last part will be tenets, some guiding principles and philosophies of being an executive, business owner executive. The difference between a business owner and a simple corporate life is a lot. There's a lot of responsibilities that's on your shoulder, being the owner or the entrepreneur, especially cash flow and financial management. The path from an electrical engineer to being an entrepreneur, of course, there's a lot of challenges and requisites. I colored the electrical engineers red because we are electrical engineers. I colored the entrepreneur as blue because I think being entrepreneur is cool. I mean, it's the way I look at it. So going there from hot, cold, and being cool and chill, there has to be a lot of things to be done. The challenges has to be overcome, and you have to have at least some basic things that you have to carry along, develop along. Oh, not responding very well. How can we move this faster? Yun, nandun sa baba. Okay. Okay, the requisites are this. It's, as you can see, it's being moved randomly because there's no, kumbaga sa sine, sa pelikula, walang billing, walang mas importante. All of which are important. Product basics, what is your, ano ibebenta mo? What are you going to sell? What are your business? You need organization, you need your market. Of course, your product has to be synchronized with your market. Resources, ano mga kailangan mo, ano yung mga basic things that you need to prepare for. Regulatory compliance, very important because you need to be able to get your business permit, contractor's license, SSS, and all those things. No? Whether you are a corporate entity or a single proprietorship structure, you need to be able to at least understand what are the regulatory parameters that surrounds your business. Management capability, of course, is very important, but again, is as equally important as the others. And accreditation, of course, you need to be more to be different from your competitors. You have again accreditation. Your product has to be internationally recognized, or your company has to be at least rated under the PCAM, or you have to be able to use products that are ISO and or UL listed, things like those. It creates your competitiveness. And as a whole, as you can see, it's random. Nothing is more important against the other. I believe this 7 requisites will more or less capture what you need to have as the entrepreneur. The basics, of course, high level of product knowledge and or service skills. Dalawa lang yan. Is either you sell a product or you sell services. Product selling is straightforward. No, you have to probably have to have a principal or a technology partner to be able to sell a specific product. Or you maybe, for all we know, you can invent something that you can sell and patent it. Or services skills, you sell a certain services like contractor ka, you do or test and commissioning test and commissioning services, maintenance services, design, and these things along the engineering field, electrical engineering field. I divide them into two: product and or services selling. Product sales or services rendered, trading or contracting. No? So these are the two types of business that you may want. A lot of our colleagues are already in the trading industry, and some are trying to get into the contracting industry. So either way or both. No? So when you go into EPCs or turnkey projects, you have to combine the two. You have to have a line of source or chain of supply chain, we call it. At the same time, you have to have the services around it, the design and installation and commissioning or construction erection that surrounds your products. So that can be the combination of the two. Regulatory compliance, the registrations, SEC, DTI, LGU, business permit, BIR, SSS, pag-ibig. These are normal, mandatory registrations that you need to have to the business going. DOLE registration as per DO 1020, you have to be registered as a employer of labor, and preferably DO 174, which certifies you compliant to the requirements of some ISO rated companies that require DOLE registration. So kaya sinabi ko preferably dahil hindi naman lahat naghahanap. But if you are a labor contractor or your works or your business as labor component in which you are mandatorily required to register under DO 1020 of the DOLE. Kung wala ka niyan, marami ng kumpanya nagkahanap ngayon, and also DO 174. Of course, PCAB. If you are into contracting, kahit design, you need to have a PCAB. Intellectual property registration as applicable kung meron kang produktong sarili or sistema or procedure or methodology that you can register with the IP. Accreditations, product quality, technical specs and features. Kung meron kang produkto na pwedeng ibenta, you need to go to your market and have it accredited by your market. For example, in the distribution utilities, they do require product accreditation for your brand to be carried and or to be accepted. Market advantage, you create your market advantage through that. Service rendered, of course, in design, construction, installation, test, and commissioning, you have to have certain qualifications to be able to do that. For example, in your design, you have to employ a registered or licensed engineer, such that when you do your plans, you can have it signed and all that. No? These are form of accreditation. Track record. You need to be able to, at least, pag sisimula ka pa lang, start small. And you create that particular record of, siyempre, successful, delivered. Hindi yung puro hindi natapos. Because that creates a bad precedent. Market profile. What is your market? Consumer market ka ba or niche market ka? Consumer market, ito yung gamit ng lahat. Of course, in electrical engineering, what is a consumer product for an electrical engineer? Ngayon, solar panels are becoming a consumer product. Hindi na niche market yan. Solar accessories becoming a consumer market. Niche, especially if you are into specific product. For example, where we are playing, that's basically why we selected to be more focused on power generation business, because most of the market player in the power generation industry here, or especially in the EPC of power generation, puro foreigners. So this is a good market, guys. Where we are playing right now, we can do EPCs for power plants And very few Filipino companies can do actually a total EPC of a power plant from greenfield to the grid connection. Everything, fuel, balance of plants, BO, and all that. You have to be able to integrate this as a whole. So, well, that's why you now become a niche player. Sellers versus buyers. What is a seller's market? What's a buyer's market? Seller's market, you dictate your price as a seller. Ikaw lang ang bebenta. Kumbaga, ikaw lang accredited supplier. So, kaya mong idikta yung merkado mo. Kaya mong diktahan ng merkado mo. Buyer's market, marami kayo. So, parang tawag yan, nilalanggam yung project pag nagkaroon ng bid conference. No? So, you have to select where you're strong. Where is your strength? Competitors, who are your competitors? What brand or who are the players in your field? If you are in the construction, well, maraming contractors, contractors. If you are in the trading industry, anong brand mga yan? Marami din. So the key is to be able to identify a product, introduce it to the market, so surround that with technical support and or after sales. So you can create your niche, especially kung ikaw lang exclusive distributor sa Pilipinas, and it becomes a niche market kasi ikaw lang may dala. But then, of course, give it another year, somebody else will bring a similar product, and that's what they call competitors. Titignan mo din kung ano yung kompetensya mo, no? Susunod na kompetensya mo. Another one, organization, of course, this is very important. Again, you have to have your basic management skills, sales, technical expertise, and technical skills and expertise, accounting, finance, and budgets. You have to be able to grapple at least the basics of accounting and managing the banks and creating your budget or operating budget for the year and hitting it or keeping it within that. Administration and human resources, at least you have to be able to select good people, and through linkages you will be able to identify key, the mid-level, and the works levels. Now, materials management, procurement, warehouse, and logistics. Very important, because if you're into contracting, your procurement and warehousing and logistics is very, very crucial. Trading, you have to use lead time. Alam mo yung lead time, shipments, and all that. Especially now that the shipping industry worldwide is having a problem. Deliveries always can be delayed. I've never had a good delivery schedule since 3 years ago, since the pandemic. We're now dating 2 linggo lang na shipment from China. It become 1 month. Binalas-malas ka, 3 buwan pa kung minsan. So logistical issues comes into play. No? Resources, very important. Technical resources. What are your, if you are into distribution panel making, you have to have a fabrication facility, and or into substations, you have to need to fabricate your steel towers or your steel supports. You may want to fabricate them in your facilities. Production facility for motor control centers, for switch gears, for panel boards, or individually enclosed breakers, or simple rack systems for DCS. Maybe you can, these are your sources. Workshops. Engineering, if you are into EPC or into just simple design consultancy or engineering services, you may have to have an engineering facility to be able to do that. Of course, you have to have a business office. Test lab, if you are into test and commissioning, if you would like to be more complete. And logistics, if you are into EPCs, you have to have your heavy equipment, fabrication equipment, test and commissioning, and service vehicles. I would like to emphasize logistics into the EPC. If you want to do EPC, there's no way you can do it without at least being able to put together a decent electrical works equipment facilities, or if you're into power plants, piping and wiring, and you can even fabricate your own cable trays and tanks. You know, it's not engineering, electrical engineering, but it becomes part of your work. If you are an EE and you do an EPC in a power plant, you need to be able to learn all of that. No? But then that's again the higher level of being an entrepreneur. Commissioning, test and commissioning is one very easy career for many engineers. You just have to make sure that you use the right equipment, you know the methodologies, you know the test standards, and it's not difficult. It's very easy. It's very entrepreneur type because you don't need to have so much people, 1, 2, 3 guys. You can do it on your own as an engineer. Of course, you have to have your service facilities. No? Now, another requisite, of course, from your sources, financial and commercial. Ito yung capital, equity, or yung capital mo, yung perang gagamitin mo. Operating fund, runway. What's a runway? How much money do you have? How much money do you have so that you can operate without necessarily revenue? From point A to point B, how much money do you have? So we have, within that period, you must be able to close one deal so that you can extend that runway. I call that, in my own description, I call it an operating runway. Gaano kahaba yung time that you have so before you can close one project, so then you can move to the next project and extend that runway forward. If you don't know your runway, I mean, gaano ka katagal gastos ng gastos bago ka makaklose ng deal. At the end of that cash flow limit, meron kang project. So, in a lot of discussions with colleagues who are seeking help, opinions, I always emphasize this to them, that you have to have at least an operating runway, or alam mo dapat yung runway mo before you jump into it. Or the better way of doing it is i-close mo muna yung deal bago ka magnegosyo. May deal ka na, mayroon ka ng posibleng makukuha deal. And you know how long will that last? Something like that. It's normally a case where entrepreneurs start by chance, not necessarily by desire. Nagkataon lang na, oops, meron akong makuha project. Sige na, tuluyan ko na. In my case, it was a case of necessity. I was working as an executive of the first IPPs in this country in 1989, and until we were able to set up the first 2,000 megawatts of the first IPPs in this country, and we are on our second IPP project in Pagbilao when I decided to jump the ship. And started on my own. Out of necessity, I needed to look for some jobs or put up my own business. So because of my experience in the power plants during the late 80s and the early 90s, I went into power generation. And I had a runway of 6 months. And luckily, we were able to close 2 jobs within that 6 months period. Okay, so what else? Management capability, again, business development, product knowledge, service rendered expertise. As an entrepreneur, you do your business development. Ikaw magbebenta. Don't even ask somebody else to do it for you unless marami kang kabro na pwede mong maasahan, mag-linkages, pwede. But in my case, I did it my own, and unfortunately, because I didn't have so much brotherhood linkages during my college, it's a question. It's really a struggle, but because of my product knowledge, I was so knowledgeable. To be proud of it, I'm very proud of being knowledgeable in the power in the generation industry, in the development of PSAs, and how to design a power plant and integrate a power plant. We started on the business of substations, but most of the time we were offering power generation plants during the early days, 1990s. And of course, coupled with rendered services, design, consultancy. And when the renewable energy came in, we started to go into feasibility, engineering services, doing feasibilities and design and engineering, detail engineering for hydro plants and renewable energy power facilities. No? Okay, market information. You need to know profile. You need to understand your market. Saan ka ba talaga pupunta? Competitors profile. Dapat alamin mo kung sino ang kalaban mo. Estimates and cost build up. You need to be able to have your estimates in your fingertips. You develop that skill of being able to give a certain amount of money within a certain period of time. Otherwise, kung i-design mo lahat yan, mahihirapan ka. Although there are lots of projects that can be just available na in design, especially the co-ops, they already have a predefined requirement, a TOR, terms of reference, you just follow that. Especially the distribution business, they already have a BQ, madali na yan. But if you wanted to go into EPC, you have to have a we call front engineering capability so that you can design and so that you can estimate and come up with a proposal. So it's very crucial that your market, that you know your market, so know how you prepare yourself. Being an engineer, you have to work as an engineer and transcend at the same moment being a businessman. When you do up your cost and price structure, what's the difference between cost and price? Maraming nagsabi, what the cost is this, the cost is that, materials cost, the bid cost is this. Hindi po. Ang cost is cost. Price is meron ka ng margins, may overhead ka na dyan. Nandyan na yung mga taxes mo. Nandyan na yung mga regulatory compliance mo sa permits, bonds, warranties, bonds, performance bonds, and everything. So the price is your selling price, selling value. The cost is your out-of-pocket mo, the business to deliver your project. In between is net margins or gross margins. So don't confuse yourself between the cost and price. Magkaibang structure yan. Maybe your cost structure is like this, your price structure is like that. These discussions will be focused by November 11. Having another presentation by November 11, project cash flow management in an EPC environment. Yun din nasa pag-usapan natin doon sa November 11. So it's very crucial that you have to know your cost and how you translate that cost into your terms of payment and into your cash flow on how to deliver a project, whether it's traded item or EPC, it applies. So very important yung cost and price structure mo. It doesn't necessarily mean that your price structure is the same as your cost structure. Pag-usapan natin yan sa November 11. Okay, management capability, finance and budget, credit line, bank relations. Of course, you may want to have a credit line so that you can comply with the NFCC requirement of some clients. NFCC is the net financial contracting capacity. If you are into contracting, they need that to be able to understand how much is the volume of project that you can handle. So there's a formula to which is being dictated by the Procurement Act of the Philippines. So that's pretty much defined. You may want to secure a standby credit from your banks using maybe assets that you can use as a collateral. So budget planning and control, you have to have your budget, and of course you control that. Wag kang gumastos beyond your budget. Kung unbudgeted yan, you have to make a very, very hard decision whether you would like to buy that new car or not. Financial statement, balance sheet, P&L, and cash flow. Ito yung isang pinaka-importante bilang entrepreneur. You have engineers, of course. You say, hindi ko alam yan, hindi naman ako accountant. Hindi po. Bilang inhinyero, I'll tell you, I had a first-hand experience in the past teaching an accountant how to use an electronic or a computerized accounting system. Kasi mas madali nating pick upin yung application ng software versus the accountant. I had that kind of experience teaching an accountant to do accounting through the electronic system during the early days. That was 1987, 1988 when new accounting software started to appear. Balance sheet, you have to know how to read the balance sheet. Hindi porket inhinyero ka, hindi mo alam basahin ng balance sheet. Meron po, madali lang po yan. You need to understand your long-term liabilities versus your assets. You need to understand your current liabilities versus your cash flow. Profit and loss, it is your income statement. You need to understand what is in the P&L, but not in cash flow. Ano yung pagkaiba ng P&L sa cash flow? Majority of which is the depreciation. Depreciation is P&L item. In cash flow, it is not. It becomes retained earnings. So, basta yun ang pagkaiba niyan. You need to understand that a little bit. And cash flow is, of course, your management of your revenues, your collections, and your expenses. At what time? Time bound. P&L is periodic realignment. Cash flow is time-bound. Bank recons and documentation. There's always your monthly reconciliation of your bank records, as well as what available information you're using in respect to your deposits and withdrawals, so that you can book them into your book of accounts. Terms of payment, payables and debt service. Dalawa yan. Yung mga utang mo, yung binili mo. What is the difference between a payable and a debt service? The difference is, the payables are your immediate expenditures. Yung binili mong gamit, binili mong materyales, labor, etc. Sorry. Oops. Payables, yung binili mong materyales, yung graba, buhangin, semento. Payables yan. Debt service is yung utang mo sa bangko. Kung halimbawa, nangutang ka ng credit line or something, that's it's still a payable, but it's specifically for the banks. That's why it's called debt service. Financial accounting. There's another way of accounting, which later on, I think, lalabas yan. Financial accounting is when you do your financial management, to your management, how much money you make, whatever. There's another accounting, which is called tax accounting. Tax accounting is focused directly on how you address the BIR taxation regulations. Kumisan dalawa yan. So, some companies have those two reports independently. But then it is important to recognize that one is important against the other, or the other is important to which it's being used. Normally, the tax accountants, we develop that for purposes of compliance with BIR. Financial accounting is more of when you report to your shareholders. But of course, there is always a footnote how the financial accounting or financial report is made versus your tax reports. SEC reports, of course, these are annual. You're required to, after getting your FSS or your financial statements stamped, received by the BIR, within 30 days, you need to be able to have that report submitted to SEC and your general information sheet, because they look for it. Otherwise, if you don't comply with this, 1,000 taon nga dati ang penalty mo. 1,000 sa annual FS, 1,000 sa GIS. So 2,000 per year. Dati yan. After 5 years, I think, or 6 or 10 years, and hindi ka nag-report, you may find that your corporation has been delisted or subject for delisting ng SEC. So tingnan niyo rin yung mga may-ari ng kumpanya na nag-hibernate or hindi nagagamit or hindi na nagpa-function regularly, hindi nagre-report, your company may already been under delisting. Tingnan niyo lang. Baka mamaya hindi na registered yung kumpanya niyo. Okay, management capability. Yes, tax accounting is here in the accounting requisites. No? Bookkeeping, book of accounts, journals, subsidiary ledgers. As the entrepreneur, you must be able to understand your bookkeeping. It's a painful experience for me, guys, and therefore it helped me a lot, but then it was kind of painful. Cost recognition and cost revenue matching. There's such thing as, how do you recognize your cost? Alin dyan ang cost na pwede mong ipasok as entertainment expense, or alin dyan ang expense mo, cost mo, that you can expense it or outright book it, or you can depreciate it. Meron yan. Halimbawa, bumili ka ng sasakyan. The BIR says, no, kung kotse yan, 5 taon mong bago i-depreciate mo yan. Hindi mo pwedeng i-expense yan. Na bumili ka ng computer, pwede mong i-expense yan. Sabihin, ngayong taon, binili mo, pwede mo nang i-cost out lahat yan. Fully depreciated yung computer mo. So there are things that you need to be able to understand, to be able to properly book this account so that you don't get into trouble with BIR. Di-disallow din ng BIR yan. Penals, katakot-takot ang mangyayari sa iya. Cost and revenue matching, when you do your reports of P&L, kuminsan, ginastos mo na ngayon, pero yung collection mo 60 days later. How do you match that? So sometimes, dinidiffer nila yung recognition ng cost against the revenue. Halimbawa, down payment. Are you going to what is down payment? Are you going to recognize the down payment as an income or as a liability? Sa amin po, liability ang down payment. Hindi mo pa income yan. Dahil babayaran mo yun eh. Actually, a down payment is a liability. It's not an income. So, yung mga ganun. Be careful when you do your bookkeeping. Baka mamaya, that's where problems with the BIR comes in. Operating costs, asset-based and property, plant, and equipment. Meron bang nabili yung kumpanya mo na may heavy equipment or welding machines or whatever, those are plant and equipment. Property, nakabili yung kumpanya mo ng lupa, so that, or building, office buildings are property. These are all part of your asset base and has to be properly booked as or your PPE under the PPE book of accounts ng BIR. Otherwise, pag nakita nilang ng BIR na hindi mo naman dinideclare yan, may penalties ulit yan. Operating cost, of course, what is your operating cost? Normally, operating cost refers to your overhead, yung head office mo. If you are into projects, operating cost is your overhead cost in your head office. Project cost is the one that is carried by the project by itself. So operating cost is overhead. Project cost is direct cost of sales. So normally you have to be careful with that. Sometimes kung iisa yung project mo, operating cost and project cost walang pinagkaiba dahil one project carries the whole overhead of the company. Inventory cost and control. Of course, if you are into trading, binili mo isang taon, nung nakarang taon yung produkto mo, cost of that was like what? Was imported from 50 pesos to $1 at that time. So what was the cost? 50 pesos for the dollar price of your trade item. Today, you're selling it at what? Because it's now 60 pesos per dollar, you land that 60 pesos per dollar now, 58, your landing cost right now is about 70 pesos, including the CDTs, your taxes, duties, everything that you need to pay the port, clear, and customs, wharf rates, arrastre, port fees, etc., etc. Ang conversion yan, if you are looking at 58 or 59 to 1 ngayon, it's about 70 pesos per dollar. So, yung costo mo nung last year, which is 50 pesos, then 48, 49 na yan, mga 52 ang landing ko. 50 pesos yun. Ngayon, it's already 70 pesos, for example. So, what is your running cost? It's not 72, of course, dahil mura ng binili mo. So, depending on how you handle your inventory cost, there is what we call an inventory cost added so that your price becomes more competitive against the newly imported equipment. Doon ka lamang. So yung mga iba nag-stock. Kasi meron silang advantage doon. But then you have to manage that inventory cost and control it. Ano ba yung mga cost of inventory management mo, at saka yung bodega mo, at saka yung bodegero mo. May cost din yan. Saka financial cost, yung cost of money mo natulog doon. So those are the small things that you need to be able to understand. VAT, alpha list, VAT, of course, well known, 12% for every sales that you make. Alpha list is your normal semi-annual or annual submittal of all the 2307s or your personal deductions that you had deducted from your personal. So you have to submit that to BIR. And these are all accounting functions. No? So you have to understand where and how and what day this becomes due. VAT is, I think, quarterly. Alpha list is annually or semi-annually. BIR compliance reports, yan, monthly, quarterly, and annual reports. Annual reports, yung FS mo, quarterly, income, VAT, at saka monthly, I think, is nakalimutan ko na. So, but then very important, the quarterly reports and the annual reports to BIR. Quarterly income. Kung minsan may mga panahon na at the end of the year, lugi ka. But somewhere in the middle of the year, nagbayad ka na income tax because mali yung cost matching, cost and revenue matching mo. But in the end, makukuha mo pa rin yun. Mag-credit sa'yo yung tax mo na yun. Kung year-end P&L mo is negative, and you have tax credit. Hopefully by next year, makugamit mo yan. Of course, you have to have your internal audit and your external audit. I don't know whether BIR now is implementing the separation of the two. Dati meron ng DO yan, Department Order ng BIR. Kaya lang, hindi nila in-implement yung requirement that both auditors, internal and external auditors, are supposed to be registered with the certified accountants of the Philippines or something like that. You cannot use non-certified accountants anymore as an internal. Hindi na yata tinuloy, but the external audit, you still are mandatorily required to be able to get your FS audited by a certified accountant, accredited by the BIR. Okay. What else? What are the requisites? Management capability, legal core knowledge and support. Legal. Yan. Kailangan mo din maintindihan yung if you are selling products, warranty, and after sales liability mo. Meron yan. Technical expertise and professional liability. If you are into design, I don't know whether you guys or the consultants, most of them here, are already been subjected to or required excuse me, required to get or engage or to secure professional insurance. Professional liability insurance. Kailangan mo na yan pag nagde-design ka. And for those who are ambitioning to become PEs, meron po tayong 15 years design liability without that being inserted in your contracts. So, kung gusto mong mag-PE, you must be ready to accept that the latent liability of being somebody that attaches the signature into a design. If something happens with that design, you are professionally liable. And our liability, our latent liability being professional engineers is 15 years, Pilipinas. That is under the new penal code. And without even including that in our contracts, we are liable bilang electrical engineers that signs contracts, especially the PEs. So for those who are wanting to become PE, that must be something at the back of your mind parate. So don't simply sign. Pag-aralan mo din yung pinirmahan mo. Contractual management. So, of course, this is something that I've been discussing for the past 2 years in the IIEE venues. And there will be a there will be the 5th series will be this 11 EPC challenges of an EPC contractor. I think the 4th or the 5th series na by this November 11. Mid-year and in Metro Manila Central, Metro Manila North or Central imbita ulit this year. So I was honored to be invited by the Metro Manila chapters to have two lectures. Yeah, 2 last year and 2 this year. Okay, so that becomes pang-5 na tong November 11 natin. Management capability, corporate citizenship, community presence, sensitivity to local cultural traditions, custom, social responsibility. Sensitivity to local culture. Pangkaraniwan po kasi na area ng trabaho, kuminsan nandiyan sa mga areas where there are local communities or local IPs. You need to be able to be sensitive on their cultures, lalo na dito sa Cordilleras. I've experienced myself participating in some of their local customs and traditions before anything can be done. You know, you have to participate in the way they start something, and it's kind of learning and very rich experience. At the same time, some areas will require yung mga laborer naman ay kukunin mo sa kanila, and you have to be able to take advantage of the local labor and all that. So mas mabuti nga kunin mo talaga ang labor sa kanila. And most capitans now or barangay chairman, barangay capitans will make that as a condition before they can issue you a work permit in their area. And there's nothing wrong with it, and we've been doing that since we're working in outlying areas. It always works. It always works. And I've been working in a lot of the, I would call it sensitive areas in the eastern regions along the Pacific side of this country, as well as in the Cordilleras. I've never had any kind of problem in respect to security issue. Wala. Kasi tayo we make sure that the local community is addressed, and we provide them the right compensation. Hindi madidelay ang sweldo nila, and you treat them as they are. And luckily, I've never had any kind of, we call it the NPA issue. Wala. Never. I hope so. It will not be in the future. Kahit saan ko magpunta, mapa-Quezon man ako, mapa-Cordillera man ako, wala akong naging problema sa contribution. Never. Nobody ever asked me. Kasi I'm always open. I tell them, I do what I say and I mean what I say. Pagdating sa mga ganyan. Social responsibility, yes. Kung minsan, ihinging barangay ng isang donasyon, yung bintana daw ng kanyang opisina ng ganito, bigay mo. Yeah, like in our project in Quezon, we donated the roof of one school building. Part of our community's social responsibilities also. And make it as a fund. They created a program for us and we donated the whole roofing. And the second project, nanghingi naman ng solar lights. Nag-i-import ako ng solar lighting, pinamimigay ko lang sa barangay. Gagamitin ko sa mga projects, but of course, dinadamihan ko na para kasi manghihingi. Maglagita nila nakakabit na yung solar lights ng projects, manghingi yung barangay. Bigyan mo na rin. And it helps. It helps. Okay, integrity, passion, and commitment. Ito ang isang pinaka-important. Honesty and sense of fairness. Yan. Bangit ko na kanina yan. You have to be honest and be fair. Being a entrepreneur. Yan ang isang, at least sa amin, our guiding principle. We are honest and we are fair. Market leadership, you always try to be the leader. Product, services, and excellence. I hope we've been delivering our projects in the best way we can, and therefore nakakakuha kami ng projects because of word of mouth. Hindi kami wala akong business development per se, but basically we are being endorsed by our own clients. After sales and professional relationships. Senior product sales, you are always have to be ready with after sales support. Professional relationships, of course, it's always important to keep your relationships with everybody professional and warm. There's no point we call burning bridges. No, it's cheaper to maintain a friendship rather than creating a new friend. Mas mura yung maintain mo yung friendship mo. Courage to commit mistakes and learn from it. Of course, you don't commit mistakes and simply commit them, no? You make decisions. That's why you need to have the courage to make that decision. And maybe you're wrong and you make mistakes, but never regret it. Learn from it. Learn from it. Oops, sandali lang guys. Bakit ba? Yes, recognition of setbacks as a ladder to steps, to move up. Yes, there are lots of it. In being an entrepreneur, there are more setbacks than success. Believe me. Sabi nga nila, if you can throw 100 proposals out, maswerte ka na kung may makuha kang 5 project out of 100. 5% batting average. Maswerte ka na yan. Masaya ka na yan. So therefore, you have setbacks. You have more setbacks. But that setbacks, bakit ako natalo doon? Bakit ako hindi ko nakuha yung business na yun? You learn from it. Because, mali pala to, mali yung presyo to, ganyan-ganyan. So you have to have that kind of, I would call it post-mortem. Ba't kaya ako natalo doon? O kaya ba't namin nakuha? It's also you're moving up for a step yan. Kasi malalaman mo, ma-improve mo for the next project. Again, inclusive growth, personnel and community. Sense of fairness pa rin yan. Dapat meron ganyan. Huwag mong iwanan yung kapwa mo. Isama mo lahat yan. And as I believe that's where we are. We're lucky and we're blessed that we've been survived the years of difficulties. Even during the pandemic, we were lucky enough to be working like a horse during the pandemic. 3 proyektong EPC, 2 power plant, 1 switchyard, 1 transmission line. During the pandemic, dineliver namin. Probably because we've been so fair And mahirap, but you may not necessarily make money, but you keep your relationships. No? And I think this is where one of the basics or one of the more important parts of being entrepreneur. Okay, so challenges, that the requisites. Now you have to move to the challenges. What are the challenges? Challenges, ito yung ano yung mga kailangan kong suungin? Ano yung mga kailangan bitbitin ko? Market. Ano ba bebenta mo? Who is your market? Sino ba yung mga merkado mo? Yung ba ay power plants? O yung mga distribution utilities? Yung ba ay industrial and commercial markets? Or ordinary households yung merkado mo? Depende. Nasaan ba? So what is your product? Ano ba bebenta mo? Is it services or produkto? Energy saving device or a power generation business or a solar module or solar panel or a rooftop system? That defines your market. Who are the major players? Sino man kalaban mo? What is the market structure? Yung ba ay niche marketing or consumer selling? Market beachhead. Ano yung beachhead mo? Icebreaker, sometimes they call it. Saan ka magsisimula? Magsisimula, of course, the age-old adage of saying, pupunta ka doon sa least resistance na alam mo. So hanapin mo ngayon yun. The trick is to identify the weak point of the market and doon ka mag-beachhead, doon ka pumasok. In our case, we identified the power generation sector as a weak point of Filipino contractors. Dahil puro foreign contractors ang nandyan. Pinasok namin yun. Luckily, nakapasok kami. We created our own name in the 50 megawatt and below power plant business. So we are being asked, pag may mga 20, 10, 15 megawatt yan, hydro man yan, diesel man yan, we're being asked to do an EPC. And we're proud that we've been, if you look at power plant contractor in the Philippines, blah, blah, power systems, lalabas ang pangalan ng A.V. Garcia. Market niche, specialty, yan. Kami din, nag-specialize kami, nag-niche kami sa power generation. Because there are very few Filipinos who can do that. Maraming contractor na Pilipino, but they need plans and they need specifications to be able to undertake the work. Kami, hindi namin kailangan. Gagawa kami ng plano, gagawa kami ng specs. Isasubmit ko yan sa owner at susundin namin. Ako magsasabi sa kanya kung anong performance parameters. We define the deliverables for the client. It's a very unique system, but it works because nobody can do it except foreign companies. So pagdating sa mga small hydro, small diesel, kaya namin pasukin because you don't need to give me a design. Bigyan mo ko, say 20 megawatt or 10 to 15 megawatt diesel power plant or HFO, light fuel, doesn't matter. Or 520 megawatts, o may ilog dito, ilang lagyan ko ng ganito. So ikaw ba developer or contractor? Depende. Kung ikaw developer, sige, I'll even get the permits for you. I'll even get I'll even do the FS for you, the DED for you. I'll even get the permits, compliance regulatory for you. I even construct it for you, and I will even get the money for you. I will even help you get the money from the banks if you want. Because we have delivered that kind of service in the past already. We can even develop what we call now the project information memo to be able to submit to the banks, and the banks will approve that as basis of the construction money that the client needs. That can be done. So that's what we call niche playing. You develop your own market. You dictate your own terms. Otherwise, you just become one of them, one of the players. What differentiates you from the other contractor who is as good as you? Yun ang mga tingnan mo. Kailangan meron kang differentiation doon sa katabi mong contractor or the service provider. So that's the reason why we are in this kind of business. Sustainability. Magdami akong narinig, marami ngayon mga foreign companies nanghihingi ng consultancy, magdalagay ng mga mag-DED sa mga projects somewhere na internet-based. Guys, look at the sustainability. Magre-resign na yan, bibili ng computer. But for 2-3 months, maganda nga naman ang cash flow. Dahil maganda bayad eh. Engineering, DED, mga sections na ginagawa nila. After 3 months, dry out ang negosyo. Gagawin mo. I've seen that happen. I've always told my people, Ingat kayo dyan kasi 2-3 buwan lang yan. Matagal na yung 6 months. 6 months matagal na. Wala na yung trabaho. So, nag-resign sa trabaho niya. So, you also need to be able to identify if your market is sustainable. Of course, the best still is go to trading. Identify a good supply chain of a distribution hardware like pole line hardware, steel poles, insulators, arresters, all those MV and SV equipments, trade it, sell its product, still the best. Transformers, accessories, and all that, it's still the best. No, hindi mawawala yan. There are 115, I think 100 more or so distribution utilities in this country, Meralco included, who are buying 3 billion worth of hardwares every year. So that's your market. So siguro naman 3,000 suppliers will fit into a 3 billion market. Kahit pa paano. So the thing is, what makes you different? And in fact, for years and years and years, Meralco has been doing their transmission distribution lines based on their buy the hardwares and get somebody to be, nung una sila nagkakabit, ngayon pinapakontrata nila yung instalasyon. We are part of that supply chain now. Meralco now is offering complete EPC of their own distribution lines. Kalalabas na yung RFP nila. We are part of it again. So the market is evolving. So it's an opportunity for us guys to upgrade our skills from just a simple contractor na bibili ng materials sa kakabit mo based on the design. No, based on the design parameters and drawings. You have to be able to upgrade that, differentiate yourself such that you can design and offer a set of deliverables na ikaw ang gumawa based on a set of performance na dinefine ng kliyente mo. Transmission line, distribution lines. Gusto ko 3 kilometro, 34.5 kV, 336, or this amperes ang kailangan ko. Bahala ka na mag-design. Plan and profile, lahat ng pole structures, ikaw nang gumawa. Surveyin mo, gawa ka ng plan and profile, determine its type structure mo, gawa ka ng structure list, then you submit your proposal, and you have a better chance of getting the job than somebody who's just waiting for the plano and no value added, because there will be 20 of them who can do it. Ikaw mag-isa ka lang. Or maybe 2 of you. Maybe I can identify as my competitor, 3 siguro sa Pilipino ngayon nakakagawa no. Up to 69 kV, up to 72 kV kaya namin, up to 230 kV kaya namin. So that is something that's an opportunity for us guys na pasukin. Kasi puro foreigners ang naglalaro dito. Lalo sa transmission line. Puro foreigners. Power plant maliit, puro foreigners. Bakit? Tayo naman. So those are the market challenge as sabi ko. It's an opportunity for us, no? Resources, of course, equity money, asset base, mangutang ka na lang. May pera ka naman ng lolo mong ninana mo, so sanla mo muna. Linkages, of course, professional and personal. Kailangan overcome mo yung meron kang linkages. So challenge mo 'yan. Ano yung mga resources na kailangan mo? Pool of experts. May mga kaibigan ka. Identify mo sino yung pwedeng magaling dito, magaling diyan, magaling dito. Sige. They are not paid until you get the job or until they deliver a certain amount of money because you are their friends and you can develop that. Alam ko, meron kayo niyan. Every one of us has their set of friends who are experts one against the other and pull them. And that's your support. Hindi naman kailangan lahat, bayaran mo at empleyado mo lahat. No. You just have to pay them on the basis of what you call paid when cured basis. Na-deliver niya, bayaran mo. Not to identify an opportunity and convert to business and cash flow. Mabigat to. Convert to business and cash flow. Oh, mayroong negosyo doon. Sige, kunin natin. Nakuha mo nga, pero wala ka namang kita. So you have to have that connection, no? Not to identify your capability or the ability to identify an opportunity and convert to business and cash flow. Yan, resource yan. Kailangan meron ka no. Belief of self-capability. Yan, importante to. Kailangan maniniwala ka sa sarili mo muna. Pag hindi ka naniwala sa sarili mo, then who else will believe on you? Kailangan maniwala ka muna sa sarili mo. Resource yan. Kasi pag hindi mo pinaniwalaan ang sarili mo, nobody will believe you. So, kano ka makakapag-negosyo? So, importante yan, maniwala ka muna sa sarili mo. That's a basic resource. Regulatory compliance. BIR reports. Challenges. Nilagay kong challenges ito. Kasi guys, being able to comply with BIR is a major sakit ng ulo ng isang entrepreneur o negosyante. Ang gulo, ang daming, hindi naman magulo. Masikip lang ang compliance. Makakomply tayo, but masikip. Kailangan lang talaga diligent yung accountant mo. At saka yung how you document your expenses. Kailangan BIR receipt, recognized receipts. Kailangan you comply with the 2307, withheld amount at source of income, mga ganun. Tapos may mga VATs. You have to very careful with documents. Sa SEC reports, of course, you need to be able to submit every year your SEC report. Otherwise, baka madelist yung kumpanya mo. Mandatory government benefits, of course, yung mga tao mo, kailangan mong i-register sa SSS, pag-ibig, lahat yan. Otherwise, makukulong ka bilang owner or authorized managing officer, AMO. Product service compliance to regulatory requirement standards of practice. Limbawa, gumamit ka ng nagtayo ka ng transmission line, gumamit ka ng mga hindi naman pre-qualified na materials, baka di lang tanggapin yung trabaho mo. So careful ka kasi, like for example, the big companies, NGCP, Meralco, they have their own list of accredited suppliers. Huwag kang gumamit outside that. Or gusto mo, mag-submit ka. You go through the process of getting it accredited. Kaya nga, self-compliance to regulatory requirement and standards of practice. Kailangan mag-submit ka. And any other DU for that matter, in fact, even the distribution utilities like the ECs, already require a pre-accreditation of a certain brand. Otherwise, hindi mo pa-accept or hindi mo ma-deliver sa kanila. Hindi ka lang basta mag-deliver. Fuse cutouts, meron silang kanya-kanyang pre-approved brands. If not, magpa-upcredit ka sa kanila. So, that's still part of your regulatory compliance. Contract management. Another challenge because every PO, simple PO, or a complicated contract, it's still legal and binding to both parties, and you may end up in a legal case. So I still consider as a contract management. The basics, you need at least to know the basics of your contract. We've been discussing this for like kanina 4 series already, pang-5 na mamayang by 11. The 5th series will be 11. I hope you will join us. Pag nandun yun, nakafocus na kami sa cash flow doon. Priorly, yung mga requisites, yung overview, etc. etc. Recognition of risks and liabilities. What are your risks as the business owner and your liabilities? Risk, of course, product quality, kung trade item ka. Liability mo, warranty. Siyempre, supportahan mo yan. Kung ikaw naman ay design engineer, yun yung design mo, is 15 years ang liability mo dyan. Kaya pag-aralan mo mabuti yung dinidesign mo, baka mamaya pirma ka ng pirma, hindi mo nang pala tinignan, nasunog, patay ka. Recognition of risks and liabilities. Design, well, at least tayo kasi, meron tayong life and limb risk pag magkaroon ng sunog and everything. After sales warranties and liabilities, again, if you do whether you're selling a product or you're selling a service, warranty is still the same. 12-month warranty pa rin ang workmanship mo or 12-month warranty pa rin ang iyong product support. After that, ano yung mga liabilities mo in between? Maaaring palitan mo or you have to repair a certain amount of work. Halimbawa, kumuha ka ng linya, nasunog, what happened? Of course, you need to understand bakit nasunog. Baka nga naman nag-overload. Hindi mo naman isinupply yung breaker or whatever setting doon sa dulo, you may be able to claim that. But again, being able to recognize what that risk is and the attendant liability afterwards. Kailangan bantayan mo yan. Delivery schedules. Kailangan bantayan mo yung delivery schedules mo. Most contract now have a delayed delivery penalty, 1/10 of 1% for every day of contract, for every day of delay, based on the contract value. Of course, you can negotiate for the undelivered portion kung makukuha mo. But most contract require the basis of penalty is your total amount of the contract. It's not equitable, but it's also a way of forcing contractors to comply. Yung last 5% ng kontrata na hindi niya ma-deliver. Kung minsan kasi 5%, 2% na lang, hindi pa niya ma-deliver. So yung penalty niya based on the whole. Yun naman ang rason ng mga owners to impose a whole contract value as the basis. But then still a penalty because of delivery schedules. But you have to make sure that you recognize, again, the reason that you have to ask for time extensions. You have to make sure that you know your force majeures or force majeure events or time extensions or whatever changes that had prevented you from delivering your work within the time schedule that you are committed to. In terms of payment, yan. Kailangan alam mo din yung 10% down payment or initial payment. What's the difference between a down payment and initial payment? What's the difference between a milestone billing as against a progress billing? You have to define that for yourself, or you have to follow standard definitions. And it's up to you. Pwede mong idikta yun as a seller. And these are the things that you need to, your challenge. Ano ba yung gusto mo? And what can be accepted by your client? Bonds and insurances. Again, sometimes some projects require 100% performance bond. And the attendant limits of liability 100% of the contract value. Ingatan mo yan. Kasi kahit na-deliver mo na, kung meron ka nagkapagamali, 100% pa rin yung contract value babayaran mo. Those are onerous contracts already. So, inaatrasan ko na yan pag ganyan. Mahala ka sa buhay mo. Kung client, ikaw ang owner, mag-require ng ganyan. So, I will only limit myself to 10% maximum liability and or equal to your down payment. Kasi ang down payment naman can range between 10, 20, 50% down payment or initial payment. And the balance of which will be progressively milestone or progress payments. What's the difference between initial payment and a down payment? Sa akin, I define that as, it's not defined anywhere, but when I say initial payment, it is not subject for recoupment already. Pag advance payment, you are subject to pay that back. Kasi liability yan. Initial payment is revenue already. Down payment is a liability. So, you have to make sure that you know the difference. If you say initial payment, ibig sabihin hindi naka-subject to recoupment. Mangyayari, down payment, the balance of 50% will have to be subject to progressive. So, pag nag-say 20% progress na ako, hindi na yung 100% ang reference mo, it's the 50% value. Yun na lang pinoprogress. Kasi nabayaran ka na ng 50% eh. So, hindi ka na subject to recoupment. So, i-define mo yan as part of your terms of payment because that's where bonds and insurances also gets into play. Kasi sabi lang ng client sa'yo, kung ganon, yung bond performance bond mo is equal to your down payment, okay lang. Kung confident ka na kaya mong gawin yung trabaho, okay lang yun. Walang problema naman yun eh. Kasi alam mo na magagawa mo. But if you're not sure na di mo gagawa, ay, problema yan. Attendant insurances like for example, carry for construction works, or erection all risk for installation and erection. Of course, your workman's compensation insurance as well as your third-party liability insurance. These are the basic insurance that you need to get. The difference between a carry or an all erection is very big. Carry is for construction. May mga civil works, may powerhouse. Erection is for machinery installation. Kaya tayo mga electrical engineers, carry tayo ng carry. No. We are more liable on the erection and installation of equipment kasi nandun yung mahal. Yung pundasyon and everything, walang kwentang trabaho yan. Sorry for the civil engineers. But pag pumasok na yung equipment mo, high voltage equipment, transformers and everything, that's when your EAR or erection all risk insurance covers. When transformers nahulog, EAR yan, hindi carry yan. Hindi ka makakakolekta sa carry. Sa erection all risk ka makakolekta ng recovery. Pag ikaw naman ay nag-ship ng goods, sumakay sa barko, yung barko nakasalubong ng bagyo, nahulog yung container, that's marine insurance. That's part of your purchasing requirement naman. So you have to be able to make sure that once you ship coming from other countries to your site, up to the port, marine insurance yon. Pag galing sa port, all the way to the site, trinak mo, nahulog yung truck sa bangin, wala kang insurance. Inland transport insurance yon. Then pagdating sa site, ikakabit mo na, binuhat-buhat mo, nahulog mo yung transformer mo. That's EAR, correction always insurance. So you have to understand all of this para mamaya wala kang gap. Pag yan ay nagkagap ka at nahulog doon sa gap na yan, patay na, wala ka ng recovery. These are the things that you need. Challenge yan because that is something that you need to understand as the entrepreneur. Kailangan nakakabit lahat yan sa kontrata and or to your procurement documents para covered ka sa mga risk mo. Again, that's part of risks and recognition of risk and liabilities. No? What else? Ay. Contracts closure. Paano magsara ng kontrata? Maraming magagaling mag-execute ng project pero hindi marunong magsara ng kontrata. You need to be able to close it like completion certificate, handover certificate, test and commissioning, documentation, manuals, schematics, as-built. What else? Maybe don't accept to get the operating permits. Ha? Baka mamaya padala pa sa iyo, ipa-responsible pa sa iyo yung operating permit. Huwag na, huwag mong tanggapin. But at least you need to be able to get your as-built, operating manuals, photographic history, your test and commissioning report, your completion report, EPC or project completion report, handover certificates, has all to be defined. So challenge mo yan because kailangan ilagay mo lahat yan sa dokumento sa kliyente mo. At the same time, you also have your, importante dito, kung lalo na may operating concern ka, kung nag-operate na yan, kukuha ng operating permit, yung daily log sheet na pirmado ng project manager mo. It has been now becoming a more important document, daily log sheet. Kailangan nandun sa daily log sheet mo, yung weather mo, nandun. Ngayon, electronic na ngayon ang ginagamit nila. Meron ng daily log sheet, electronic format na ginagamit namin. Kasi kailangan i-report mo na yan every day. We call it daily log sheet report. Kailangan yan. Okay? So, part of that are all your activities to close the contract. Until you hand over it, then you certify, you have already the handover certificate, doon magsisimula yung warranty mo or defects liability period mo. So 12 months, doesn't matter. 3 months, 2 months, 12 months defect liability period. Within that period, you're supposed to correct any defect. Then after which, you get the final certification of, the certification of final completion, done, closed. Ang tawag yan, extinguishing liabilities by that time. So dapat alam mo yun, yung proseso na yun. Contracts man yan or product sales man yan, depende kung sino yung client mo rin kumisan. Okay, so we're now, hopefully, we still have time. Tenets, the last part. Those are the challenges. I hope I was able to capture everything. Tenets, ito yung mga guiding principles or guiding or mga basic things that you need. No? Tenets, capability. Demonstrated capability of product or service. Dapat meron ka niyan. Sabihin, huwag ka naman magbenta ng produkto na bukas isira na. And I believe this is the failure of most of the solar industry right now. Ang dami kasing lumabas ng mga modules, ng mga inverters o mga kung ano-anong hardware yan na pag binenta mo 6 months down the road, 3 months down the road, sira na. So to me, it's unfortunate for the solar industry to have that. Kasi walang tiwala na eh. Lalo na yung mga LED dyan na kumisan. 3 buwan, gaganong-ganon na. So, nawawala tuloy yung product confidence mo. So, if you are part of that chain, you try to be more discerning. Ano yung produktong dadalhin mo? Mahal, yes. But, there are markets that can afford and accept your product. Kaya gusto mo, gumawa ka ng Mercedes-Benz, may Toyota ka, may Tata ka. May tuk-tuk ka na pang laban kung nasaan yung merkado mo. So, well, that's my game. Meron akong pang Mercedes-Benz na market, meron akong pang Toyota na market, meron akong pang tuk-tuk na merkado. Talagang cheap and dirty. O sige, okay lang. Basta wag mo kong sisihin, ha? And you have to be fair. Tell the client, boss, hindi magtatagal yan. Pero kung gusto mo muna, 6 months, wag mo kong balikan, ha? Kasi baterya pa lang yan, lalo na yung mga independent all-in-one kind of solar panel, solar street lights. Basta 6 months, sira na yung baterya. Because cheap and dirty yung baterya. Expertise on product technology. Yes, you have to be able to develop that, no, as a basic tenet mo. Expertise on services, execution, and methods. Yaman, kung servisyo ka, constructing, erection, installation ka, services ka, dapat, you know, you don't even have to, what do you call that, you don't even have to be at the site. Right now, we manage our site by just getting pictures of the, alam ko na kung ano yung kinamata niyang hollow block doon. Alam ko na kung pwede o hindi. Dapat exactly ano yung sequence of trabaho, alam mo yung kailan darating ang isang bagay para you need to be able to plan and execute it properly. And kabisado mo yung methods mo. Adequate equipment and tools. Of course, kung magtatayo ka nga naman ng switchyard, wala kang crane man lang, paano mo itatayo yung towers mo? Paano manuhin mo? Pwede yun, matagal. Right now, right, for example, this most recent switchyard we're doing, we're about to turn over. We're about to turn over. We erected the towers in only like what? 60 tons in 4 days with the crane. Nung wala pang crane, dumating, di makatawid yung crane, medyo matagal. But with the crane, kaya mo sa linggo ko minsan. That's about a single radial bus with 3 bays switcher. Skilled and certified manpower. A lot of our clients now are requiring NC2-based electricians and welders and drivers and all that. So tignan mo rin yan, skilled and certified manpower. NC2 na requirement nila. Especially crane operators and heavy equipment operators. Hindi ka na pwede mag-employ ngayon ng mga crane operators na walang NC2. Required na yan. Drivers ng heavy equipments, NC2 rated na rin yan. Electricians, NC2 rated na rin yan. Pag hindi NC2 rated ang electrician mo, hindi na pagtatrabahuin yan. Especially ISO-rated companies. In the semicon, ang dami niyan. Bibigyan ka na ng listahan ng mga requirements yan. In fact, it's kumisan overwhelming. But kung titignan mo din, tama din eh. You have to upgrade to that level. Works management. Of course, you have to be able to plan, lead, organize, and control. PLOC. Huwag niyong kalimutan yan. Plan, lead, organize, and control. That's your loop. You plan, you lead, you organize, and control. Then go back to plan. Kasi mali yung mali yung ginagawa eh. So, huwag mong kalimutan, PLOC, plot. That's basically what guided me over the years. No? You need to plan, you need to lead, and organize, and control. Kulang ng control organization mo, yes, kung minsan mahina ang site organization mo, i-lead mo na lang and i-manage mo na lang. Tulungan mo na lang. Siyempre, hindi mo naman lahat perfect tao eh. May mga deficiencies, may mga problema sa buhay. Kung minsan absent, hindi mo na mapigilan, not much you can do. So that's where your control is and what your leading is going to work with you, for you. Okay, next is financial acumen. Stick to your cost. Do not spend more. Hanggat maaari. You give a target to your people, give incentivize them if ever. Limbawa, itong cost mo, di tayo. O itong maiwan, hati-hati tayo. Ganun. Para lamang may incentive yung tao mo to own the responsibility to themselves about managing the cost. Negotiate for the highest price you can. Of course. Di mo alam ang merkado mo, but then if you know your market, you know the price, and if you are a niche market player, you can negotiate for the highest price you can. Then, of course, secure payment terms that require the least cash flow. Ano ibig sabihin ng cash flow? Cash flow is, if you spend now, materials, cost of labor, you deliver it over a period of time, say 1 month, at the end of 30 days, you bill, and depending on your terms of payment, within 30 days ulit, you get payment. So meaning, your cash flow is from the time you spend it until the time you collect it. So what is that? What amount of money is required for you to flow? Kasi to deliver the project, to move forward. Pag hindi mo na-compute yung cash flow mo, hindi mo alam anong kailangan mong pera. At the end of that period, ay, wala na pala akong pambili, wala akong pambayad, etc., etc. Hindi na aabot yung billing mo, yung next billing mo. And this is something that we will discuss by November 11. Secure a term of payment that requires the least cash flow. And determining your cash flow. Paano mo malalaman yan? Halimbawa, your contract is X. Magkano ang cash flow mo? You should be able to know that kahit hindi mo pa ginawa yung project cash flow mo. Translate work progress to cash flow in the shortest time possible. Kasama yan sa cash flow issue. Halimbawa, work progress mo. You have an agreed cut-off time. Say 20th of the month or 30th of the month. By the 30th of the month, dapat nag-submit ka na ng progress accomplishments mo. Hindi mo dapat palagpasin yan. And submit the report of your accomplishments at the shortest time possible and as fast as you can. And if you are required to secure the signature of your site engineers, kasama yon doon sa work progress, submittal, and documentation mo, so that the shortest time possible, pwede mong maibalik, may submit ka agad yung billing mo. Kasi diyan magsisimula ang bilangan. Halimbawa, your contract says you are paid in 30 days. 30 days will only start once it is approved by, depende, whoever the site engineer is, authorized representative, and whoever na requirement ng kontrata mo. Give me 1 minute. I just have to I just have to begin. Sorry sa Marisa. 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 Okay, so what's next? Procure, pay late, and bill collect early. Because you have, again, if you pay late and collect early, your cash flow is shorter. So it has something to do with cash flow again. Not know your financial runway. Again, I was explaining that kanina. Know your financial runway. Kailan ka aabot? Projection of cost, knowing your cost and your payables, how much money you have left, and how far that money will go before you can create another set of cash in or revenue. Kailangan mapagdugtong mo yan. What else? Tenets, integrity. Ito importante to. Say what you mean and mean what you say. Huwag kang mangako na hindi mo kayang i-deliver. Remember that. Huwag ka na lang mangako. Just deliver what you can, but mean what you say. Say what you mean. Always deliver the best product and service. Always. You try to be always on the best. Deliver commitments regardless whether money is made or not. Iyon, tapusin mo yung trabaho kahit nalugi ka. Of course, sayang naman. Minimize mo na lang yung cost mo. You can negotiate with your client how far you can go as far as kung talagang lugi ka, pwede naman i-explain kung bakit ka malugi. Well, again, kung mali estimate mo, medyo pwede ka magpa-substitute ng materials. Pwede naman siguro. O magpa-substitute ng equipment. Pwede naman siguro. Mas mura. But then, if the client will not agree with it, then that's not something you can do. So, but deliver it. Huwag mong bitawan. Because that's integrity. Meet deadlines and committed schedules subject to properly supported time extensions. Of course, kung mayroon kang problema sa deliveries mo, mayroon naman dahilan kung bakit hindi mo nakuha yan. Halimbawa, di dumating yung barko on time. That is justifiable. Yung manghingi ka ng time extension. Yung inaasahan mong 3 linggo o 2 linggo doon sa pier, maabot ng 2 buwan. Bakit? Siguro, di natin alam. Ganon nangyari. Lalo na yung mga shipping schedules. It has happened to me. One time, I was buying pipes and steel materials from China. They were supposed to arrive November. Dumating February the next year, after the Chinese New Year na. Biro mo yan, November, December, 3 buwan delayed yung structures ko. I had to compress my fabrication and piping works from 4 to 2 months and still put up the power plant. in this almost the same time. Nag-extend ako 1 month, pero I have some reasons, no? And during COVID time pa yan. Inform client of best recourse actions, even not contractually obligated. Kahit na hindi ka required. I have another case again of another client who wants me to do some works for transmission line. I'm taking over a work which is being done and started by somebody else. Hindi natapos, so pinatake over sa akin. Pagtingin ko yung alignment, sabit yung sum niya. Sabi ko sa kanya, boss, sino gumawa ng alignment? Yung kontraktor. Tinignan ba ako yung parang profile ng bundok? Hindi ko eh. So nangyari, sasayad yung bang alignment ng poste. So I have to tell him, boss, hindi ko pwede. I'm not contractually obligated because I did not do the design, but I need to be able to tell my client that that part of the work is not going to be acceptable. Kasi bababa na yan sa clearance ng SAG ng 69 kV. Eh, 69 kV, huwag nagkamali ka dyan. Mamatay ka na lang dyan, hindi mo nalalaman. So, even if you're not required to, contractually required, you inform the client what the best recourse actions. Maybe they will appreciate it for you even. So, that's integrity. Another tenet is care of personal as family. Kami sa AVG-PSC, ganito kami. We treat our personnels and workers as your kapatid, anak, mga ganyan. You hire people as if they will serve forever. Mayroong mga iba, hanggang 3 buwan lang yan, pero kunin na natin. No. Get the best guys you can, and as if they will last forever. Aalis yan, not because of you, but because of something else. Okay lang. Because career improvement. Nakakita ng mas magandang trabaho, encourage them. I don't hold people if they wanted to go, lalo kung career advancement, go. Tulungan pa kita. And be compassionate but impose discipline. No, that's another very important tenet as a entrepreneur. Di-impose mo discipline mo, madali kang kausapin, pero meron tayong rules. Dapat pantay-pantay. Compliance because of respect and not fear of management. Susunod sa'yo dahil sa hindi takot, dahil respetado ka. Yun ang isang importante dyan. Okay, what more? There's another one. Tenets, passion. Love what you do and not because you make money. Of course, it's sweeter when you earn the coffee money. Sabi ko nga eh. If you don't love what you're doing now, pahinga ka na lang. Retire ka na lang. Be an entrepreneur for the long haul. Pangmatagalan, do not give up on the first sign of trouble. Maraming obstacle yan. Do not give up. There will be more obstacles than you can ever imagine. More frustrations than victories. Translate mistakes and frustrations into lessons. New day is always an opportunity. New opportunity. Always do your best. You will get there sooner than later. Angarting ka rin. Mahirap. Daming crossroads, ang daming obstacles, paikot-ikot, but you get there to where you want. Always pray for guidance. Believe in providence, and God provides. Nangyari sa akin lahat yan. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, I hope to have shared with you some of my personal experiences in being an entrepreneur. Maraming salamat po. Have a good day.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Engineer Garcia. Thank you, sir. You have delivered comprehensive discussion on how an electrical engineer can become an entrepreneur and a business executive. Thank you, sir. To our participants, please reserve your question and queries after our second topic during the open forum. At this point, it is my pleasure to award the Certificate of Appreciation to Engineer Garcia. Sir, allow me to read the citation. Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, IIEE. This Certificate of Appreciation is hereby given to Engineer Adelino V. Garcia Jr. for imparting valuable insights as technical presenter on the topic, the electrical engineer as an entrepreneur and business executive, during the simultaneous technical session in conjunction with the 47th Annual National Convention with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on November 7 to 12, 2022 in Manila, Philippines via Zoom conferencing given this 8th day of November 2022. Signed, Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., 2022 IIEE VP External Affairs, Engineer Lyndon R. Bague, 2022 IIEE VP Internal Affairs, Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III, 2022 IIEE National President, and Engineer Esperanza A. Collado, 2022 IIEE National Secretary. Once again, our technical speaker, Engineer Adelino B. Garcia Jr. Let us give him a very warm welcome.
Edison, there is some questions at the chat asking for the copy. I will give a PDF copy of this to the Secretariat. So for all the people who are asking, our colleagues who are asking for a copy, just ask the Secretariat na lang para at least magkaroon kayo ng ano. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. We will now proceed to our next topic. To assist active members with their application for upgrading of the PRC license from REE to PEE. Likewise, to encourage electrical practitioners to advocate for professional development on a regular basis. This time, we have two technical speakers. Our first speaker became the governor for IIEE Middle East Gulf region in 2016, 2017, and 2018. Currently, the vice chairman of AAPIR committee. He is a fellow member of the IIEE, a professional electrical engineer, and a Grade A electrical engineer certified by MME, formerly MMUP, in Qatar. He was conferred as an ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer and an ASEAN Engineer by AFEO. He was also awarded the Most Outstanding Electrical Practitioner in the field of corporate management in 2018. He graduated cum laude with a degree of Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering at Divine World University in Tacloban City. He is presently affiliated with Technip FMC, a multinational company based in Qatar, as the Proposals Department Manager. He is also an incorporator and holding the position as CEO, President in an incorporation based in the Philippines. Let us welcome the Chairman of the PEE Mentoring Coordinating Committee of IIEE, Engineer Robert U. Mabulay. And of course, joining Engineer Mabulay, our second speaker is the chairman of the IIEE SQC PEE Mentoring Committee, member of the IIEE PEE Mentoring Committee Foreign Region, IIEE SQC President in 2016, IIEE SQC Most Outstanding Officer in 2013 and 2014, Outstanding Officer in 2012, and Most Outstanding Member in 2009. A professional electrical engineer, an ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer, an ASEAN Engineer, a registered Grade A electrical engineer by the Ministry of Municipality and Environment, State of Qatar, has been working as electrical engineer at KEO International Consultant in Doha, Qatar since June 2011. Without much further ado, to answer the question why PEE, let me now give the floor to Engineer Edgardo E. Estebal, member of the PEE Mentoring Coordinating Committee, and of course, Engineer Yumabulay, the chairman of the PEE Mentoring Coordinating Committee. Good morning, sirs.
Morning, good morning. Thank you, Edison. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
So do I have to start?
Sir Robert?
Yeah.
Yeah, before I leave, Engineer Francis Calaño will do my part.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Edison, shall I share first my screen before
Yes,
I
sir.
share?
Yes, sir.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet, sir.
Okay, let me fix first the screen before I start. How about that?
Yes, sir. We can see your screen now.
Okay, okay. So you can see my screen. Thank you, Edison. Of course, before I start, let me greet the dignitaries around. I understand we have representative from the ASEAN Federation Engineering Organization, the AFIU. We have Engineer Chow Fong, the Head Commissioner and ASEAN Engineer Register Chairman. We have also Engineer Habibi Razak, Alternate Country Registrar, the ASEAN Engineer Registry Committee, ASEAN Engineer Inspectors. We have also representative from the Philippine Technology Council. Of course, the PTC President, Sir Fred Munsada, the PTC Country Registrar, Engineer Romulo Agatip, my fellow PE Mentoring Committee members, the IIA College of Law Committee, and hope to see also they may be joining our beloved Board of Electrical Engineering Chairman, Honorable Francis B. Mapili, Honorable Jaime V. Mendoza, member, our National President, Feliciano F. Padua III, the Secretariat Head, Orlando Villapana Jr. So let me introduce also and greet the members of my PA Mentoring Committee. I have with me Francis Calanyo, Alvin Lunas, Joseph Darren Solicar, and Edgardo Estibal. It so happened that I'm also the Vice Chairman of the APR Committee. Of course, Dr. Varona, being the chair, is around. Dr. Angel, Engineer Beringel, the former National President Rod Picolera, the former National President Larry Cruz, the former National President Sheila Cabaraban, Edgar Bernardino, Rodilen Reyes, and our beautiful secretariats, Rona and Thea. Good morning, everyone, and good day to all participants all over the world. So today's presentation, I'll be answering the question, Edison was right, why PE? So I understood you can see my screen, and I'll go ahead. So in my presentation, today's presentation, it covers, of course, as what it is shown in the screen. Let me just do the slideshow. Introduction about us, the PPA Mentoring Committee, the mandate, objective of KPI, and of course, qualification of PE application applicants, mentoring process flow, and committee activity. So, once again, I would like to thank you for being part of today's event, the Building Career Path for Global Recognition. And I'm humbled and privileged to be one of the National Committee Chairman of Mentoring Committee, a very challenging but gratifying committee, which we have been engaged since July 2021. Question is, why PEE? Of course, today's presentation will be more beneficial of those electrical practitioners dreaming or aspiring for the upgrade of their PRC license, REE to PEE. But this could also be helpful to the mentors who want to have their protege go through the process of this application in the right path. You know, these days, there are a lot of innovations aside from this Internet of Things, the requirement and guidelines to process your application in converting the PRC license from REE to PE had a lot of improvements and innovation that will really help you when you have the license and you will be in the application or in the practice as PE. So most of us will say, or many said, that to be a PE is a legal necessity. Yes, you will have your license, you'll be authorized to sell and sign. It could be also a better opportunity and higher earning potential. It could also improve the career prospect and employment security. It could also have a personal satisfaction or self-fulfillment. It could also be to level up and practice full scope of electrical engineering here in Philippines. The simpler way is, of course, as a recognition. So, PE, to be a PE is an ultimate dream of an electrical engineer, as we all know. So, let me share a video about us, the PE mentoring role in this journey to be a PE. As we all said that with the PE mentoring becoming accessible, the dream can be into reality for many. So the role of the mentoring committee, we will realize as we go along with the presentation. That's why I would like to share about us to understand where we are and how we are assisting the PE aspirants. But mainly, this more on the services in guiding, in going through the aspirants in their journey of upgrading their PRC license from RE to PE. So the PE mentoring committee has been institutionalized, or it has been inserted in last 2021 February when we first had a meeting with the stakeholders, among of them, of course, our chairman of the Board of Electrical Engineering and the member, and a representative from the overseer, which is the executive officers of the Board of Governors of the IIDE. So, and then in July 2021, we have received the committee appointment assigning myself as the chairman of the PE mentoring committee. That was during the term of the immediate former national president, Engineer Alan Alvarez. And these are the memos that are significant or in relevance to the institutionalization and the appointment of the committee to work as a team. So in March 7, we have received this committee appointment and for the related purposes, wherein the chairman is, as I said, is yours truly, and Francis Calaño, Alvin Lunas, Joseph Doran Solicar, and Steve Estival, which will be explained in the later part of the presentation and the structure and what are the rules and which area are they assigned for. Then we have also the assigned regional coordinators having a big scope or geographically to be more convenient and to ease in providing services to the aspirants. We also assign regional coordinators to assist us in this committee. And yeah, in July 17, 2021, there was some another memo on the committee appointment and for the related purpose. There were some changes on the names and assigned people to work with us on this committee. And of course, there was a memorandum of order that given to the regional governors and chapter presidents relative to the use the new platform in conducting the PE interviews as part of the journey to become a PE due to the pandemic. So there was a memo that an online interviews are allowed and it will be scheduled per approval of certain resolution. Then, of course, some few memos also were issued, like the criteria of professional electrical engineering mentors. See, in the process of your journey to become a PE, we have some mentors, and there are some mentors that are obliged to sign the affidavit testifying that they have done or gone through the work of the mentee. So in order to ensure that the mentors are also competent and will be able to help their protege, so we establish a criteria that these mentors are the ones who are really will be working hand in hand with their mentee. It doesn't stop any other PEs or professional electrical engineers to assess or to coach. But we see to it that these mentors are abreast of the new regulations, guidelines. As I said, there are some innovations. This is the intention why we have the criteria to select who are those mentors. And these mentors are undergoing some proficiency seminars, workshop, that they will be equipped with the tools to help in the journey of their proteges in this process of converting the RAE to PE license. And of course, there are some important PRB resolutions or the guidelines that are related to the new requirements in this process, like the creation of career progression and specialization program. And we have also some the resolution to series 2021, allowing, as I said, allowing the final oral exam conducted online, which is a very big help or very beneficial. The immediate beneficiaries are our brothers, electoral practitioners in the foreign region. And in fact, even in the Philippines, they do it also because of the COVID or the pandemic. Those that are far from the PRC regional offices, they're allowing them to be interviewed online. Just to be reminded of the different forms, the PRC forms that we are filling out in the application to convert the PRC license from RA to PE. So these are the application form. I'm sure most of the engineers are familiar because this is the same thing when we apply for our registered electrical engineer. There's some portion only that really defined for professional electrical engineer, like this one that I'm highlighting. And more others documents will be shared in the succeeding presentation slides of my presentations. So these are the form, just to make more familiar of what are those documents or the forms that you need to fill up in your application process. Now, the PE Mentoring Committee composed of the following. So it's quite important to know, for the reason that we subdivided the responsibilities of these committees. Some of these will take care the Luzon area, the Bicol Visayas area, the Mindanao, and then the foreign region or the Middle East, Cayman and Singapore. So the former governor, Francis Calaño, is in charge of the Luzon, and then the former governor, Engineer Alvin Lunas, is in charge of Bicol and Visayas region. And then the former governor, Joseph Darren Solicar, is in charge of the Mindanao. And of course, Engineer Stevie Sibal is in charge of the foreign Middle East region. Then we have also assigned regional coordinators and easy access of the chapters or the mentoring committee at the chapter level to reach out and to level up any concerns before, of course, raising it to the national committee. So the mentoring committees are, maybe some of you are familiar of them, and just showing these pictures. These are, of course, the national committee, as I mentioned, from Francis, Alvin, Joseph Darren, and Steve. Of course, we have also the regional coordinators that will assess the chapter level PE mentoring committee. Now, what are other activities we're doing as part of the committee? So we do the orientation seminar and workshop to upgrade PRC license from RE to PE. So various chapters from local region, chapters from the foreign, Middle East. Usually we schedule it in the first quarter of the year, hoping that, as you are aware, the preparation of the TR is given usually 6 months. We see to it that in the whole year round, we'll be able to produce or generate a PE with that schedule. So we conduct the mentorship proficiency webinar. This is for the training of trainers, the mentors, as also to undergo some trainings to be abreast of all the new guidelines and the innovations that I've been mentioning a while ago. So normally the topics that we covered in the PE mentorship proficiency webinar or workshop is we are even planning to have another one before end of the year. So it covers the technical courses for developing technical engineering report, the preparation for preliminary screening and final oral examination, and of course, the ethics and good governance of professional practice, which is very important. A while ago, I was just listening to Sir Adel. He was emphasizing the integrity that I really like the quote he said, see what you mean and mean what you say. So a very simple quote, but very important. Classroom seminar for TR preparation. So a part of our services offered or extended to the aspirants, which is we course through it per chapter to be more organized. We conduct the classroom seminars for TR preparation, starting from the load calculations, voltage drop, feeder cable sizing, the generator fixing, sizing, and then the fire pumps and so on. Then the load flow analysis. We also conduct the power factor correction, the short circuit calculation, protection coordination, and the arc class, grounding, bounding, and then the fire detections, the IFDAS. Now, as part of the innovations, there are additional requirements is about the per CPM and the cost estimation. So these are the two topics that has been recently added and now part of the preparation of the TR. That's why we included in the classroom seminars. So the committee mandate is, of course, to advocate and encourage members among about professional development on a regular basis, and to serve qualified applicants and ensure that they are ready to move from RE to PE level 7 of PQF. So in this journey these days, we're not just relying into the RE ILO 7920. We have also the RE 18968, and then all this resolution approved Philippine qualification framework is also associated into the requirement. It is to be aligned of all this engineering, the international engineering registry as well. The mentoring program has been institutionalized as part of providing true service to the IE members in the local and international chapter. I would like just to emphasize true service free of charge. So we are not collecting any monetary in exchange of the services we are giving to the aspirants. The objective, of course, of the committee is to assess active members with their application for upgrade of PRC license from RE to PE, to provide PE mentorship services program for free to bona fide II members throughout each chapters. Sometimes we struggle in this one because there are some electrical practitioners, shall we say, that now you see me, now you don't, and they come us just because to get the services. But okay, we welcome them because it is also our campaign to reach out electrical practitioners to be a member of the institute. But at chapter level, we have some also regulations and how to qualify them in availing these services. But this is for free. Ensure that qualified candidates follow the protocol and adhere to the Board of Electrical Engineering first come, first served schedule policy throughout the REE to PE upgrade process. this is to organize and schedule the application process, that no one will just go directly to PRC and apply, or it will be all course through the chapter level, elevate to the region and the national before sending it to the PRC. So in that manner, we will be able to screen and help the aspirants compliance of the documentation, compliance of all the preparation, including the preparation of their TER, and to the final interview. So, organize natin and we avoid this palakasan system that some will just approach there and request for an interview or a submission, and without even looking into what they are submitting for. Now, we encourage electrical practitioners to advocate for professional development on regular basis. So this is one of our campaign or the objective of the committee, to encourage all practitioners that to put time into their career upliftment and for the professional development on a regular basis. Now, to just give you a glimpse of the KPI or KPIs to generate more qualified PEs. If you will notice, this mentoring program has been there since long, but it has been just institutionalized since 2021. And looking into the statistics, you can see the growth of the generated PEs. And of course, with the help of the mentoring committee, there will be some good increase of the number of generated PEs. And we have also I wish also to share the statistics of the PEs we generate from the Qatar chapter. So we start this mentoring program when we conducted the first preliminary assessment of the aspirants to convert their PRC license from RE to P in 2009. And we continue doing the chapter level mentoring program until the stakeholders realized that this could be helpful, not only on the part of the aspirants, but also on the part of the board, that they will be meeting those really qualified aspirants that are aspiring to be a PE. So this is the statistics. We have 276 now. We have pending 27 ready for interview, and we have 21 ready for submission of their TER. Just to inspire and give some info to those that are planning or dreaming to be a PE. So let's start on the qualifications. So the to be a PE is not just to know the benefits, but you should also know the journey and those requirements and what are the it's not really all obstacles, but of course the challenges along the journey. So the qualification of applicants for registration as professional electrical engineer is a blending of RE 7920 and then the 10968. Of course, the law doesn't easily change, but there are some IRR issued, and there are some innovation requirements through our Board of Electrical Engineers that you have to comply in as part of the process in the journey to become a PE. So of course, the citizen should be a citizen of the Philippines. These are the normal or the basic things that also part of the requirement when you are taking your registered electrical engineer license. And here you will notice registered, because this is now the upgrade of RE to PE, so registered DE with a valid certificate of registration. Now, the continuation of this requirement, you should have a sufficient number of activity practice reckoned from the date of his registration as a registered electrical engineer. As per 7920, you know the requirement, but now we are blending 7920 with the R18968 due to the fact that I think most of you are aware that as per PQ, if level 7, the equivalent now of P has been approved, is that you are equivalent to level 7, which is a masteral degree in academic. So yun ang equivalent natin. So we have to adjust and adapt those requirements para when we are processing the conversion, that requirements are already covered. That's why we are associating or blending the requirement on the number of years of experience as per 7920 and 10968 in relevance to the PQA level 7. As defined in the career progression and specialization program. And we also require minimum 2 years supervisory work experience. If you notice, and as you are all aware, when you are molded to be a PE or like at least as a manager, so you will not be a manager not unless you have some minimum experience in supervisory work. So this is part as the requirement in your journey to be a PE. So I'll be sharing also with you the complete process flow to give you an idea, especially those that are aspiring or dreaming to be a PE. And for those that are already PE, maybe this will also help you to guide your proteges or as a mentor when you are assisting or helping the aspirants. At least you are aware of the complete process flow in the application, in the conversion of the PRC license from REE to PE. So first is you have to submit the requirement, the initial assessment of submitting requirements. So it is the PE mentoring committee at chapter levels. We all course through this through the chapter level para na i-guide na sila from the very start, hindi yung masyadong nangangapa yung aspirants. And I know most of these aspirants are already working. Baga, because of the requirement of numbers of your experience, there's no, or maybe I could even just count with our fingers kung sino yung walang trabaho na nagpo-focus lang to prepare their application for the conversion of their license to RA to PE. So most of them may mga trabaho. So it really helps na mayroon tayong PE mentoring committee and of course through to the chapter. Go through yung preparation. We able to assist them in complying all the requirements. So the requirements as per IRR are inseminated to roll 14. This form 101, the registration card. So all these things are being shared or in part of the orientation program in the PE mentoring committee. Not like before during our days and the older ones that you yourself has to do everything. So now with the help of the PE mentoring, so that's what I said a while ago, mentoring becoming, since PE mentoring becoming accessible, the dream can become in reality for many. So the screening process, there will be some initial screening process at the chapter level. Ito yung sinasabi namin na yung report, deliberation, and the final list of PE batch aspirants. So doon pa lang, ini-screen na natin who are qualified in terms of experience, in terms of the selection of your specialization. It will depend on the professional practice and your experience, the experience of the aspirants. So once you pass in the screening process with the PE mentoring committee at the chapter level, then the final list of there will be approval of the board, the chapter member of the board in coordination with the chapter committee, mentoring committee. So at that level, the aspirants is helped to assess themselves, the readiness, kung ready na sila talaga, technically, and sometimes it's also worth knowing na in all this process, this required times and may mga konting financial requirement din na nai-involve dito sa ating TR preparation and those coordination, that it is worth na you are guided from the very beginning para in one passing, in one process, you will be able to meet your goal. So once na-screen na sa chapter level, meron tayong sinasabi endorsement to regional coordinator. So yun, we endorse the regional coordinator because in the first part of the process in the journey of becoming a PE, meron tayong sinasabing na preliminary screening. So may mga requirement na yun na we have to comply we have to meet the requirement on the approval of your TER title and outline. So doon pala may guide na. So that's why we have to elevate it to regional level. Then regional level will submit it to PRC course through the National Office Secretariat. So then the submission of the engineering report. Now, the same is true pag na-approve na yung outline and title of the TER. So you start the preparation of the TER preparation. So the TER preparation, ito yung details na the TER submission of the technical engineering report should cover the table of contents, of course, the TER cover, letter of intent, then the executive summary. All these details are to be complied, and in between there are some really help or needs of the aspirants, guidance from the mentors. This is the role of the mentors now. That in fact we will know, knowing that average of 7 years experience. So from the time you graduate, most of you, if not really working on the same field, may mga nakalimot na rin sa mga napag-aralan natin sa 5 years engineering course. So it is worth really to undergo some technical seminars or workshop, and these seminars that covers that I mentioned a while ago, from the load calculation up to harmonics, protection coordination, and so on and so forth. So those are the services that we are extending. We organize some seminars, technical classroom seminars for them to undergo, and it really helps for them in their preparation of the TER. So the submission of the proposed technical engineering report, so it will course through the chapter and the regional coordinator. And of course, the assessment of the TER outline, mentoring committee will do that, and then the mentoring committee also will endorse. Then the overall PA mentoring committee chairman will prepare the endorsement for them now to be considered as part of those that have submitted TER to be scheduled for the final oral interview. So the preliminary screening, ito ang detailed ng activity. When we are aspiring to be a PE, meron tayong tinatawag na preliminary screening, the LOA show 1. So in order to give the letter of approval on the title and the TER outline, you have to prepare documents that you have to submit, of course, your CV, the experience. Those are put part in the application. Then i-assist namin yan and i-review as part of the committee before we endorse and give them to the PRCBE for the approval. Pag na-approve na yan, upon receiving the LOA, that's the time that they will prepare now their TER. So meron din tayong detailed activities on that. But what we are doing with the help of the PA mentoring committee, while waiting for the approval and LOE, we encourage the aspirants to start now their data gathering, because the 6 month duration in preparation of the TER would be very challenging, especially na may mga additional tayong dinagdag, like the purchasing, the cost estimation. So, and knowing that most of the aspirants are really working. So, yun, medyo very challenging yung 6 months. And I do hope na in future ma-reconsider din yan ng BE natin. Kasi considering the number of the subjects looking into the syllabus of what are the topics included in the preparation of TER, it's really very challenging, the 6 months. Lalo na yung mga nandagdag. So as I said, with the help of the mentoring committee, even in the preliminary stage, in getting the approval of LOE, kasi may preliminary oral interview rin, we also conduct an mock interview. See, this is always the challenge. Okay, I can make it general, not just the engineers and speaking in public. Yun talaga medyo may fair. So we have noticed that weaknesses of the aspirants. So we introduce what we call mock interview. So based on about yourself, at least they will be able to deliver in public. So yun. And we even encourage that some of the chapter, meron silang sinatawag ng Toastmasters Club, that really helps. That really helps. And then the final oral interview also, this is more on the technical or to support like when you are defending your thesis in your taking masteral. So yeah, the more that we assess and help the aspirants, we also conduct mock interview to let them practice and really keep ready when they face the panelist, the Board of Electrical Engineering. So yeah, so that is the final oral examination, which is I mentioned in one of our objective is to have the schedule. So, but if you will notice, and we have already witnessed that it also helps when the aspirants is doing this exercise, completing the requirement and their journey to be a P as a group. Kasi nagkakaroon ng team effort and then encouragement na, oh, yung isa naka-ready na, nasa 60% na sa kanyang PR, ikaw na iiwan, then nagkakaroon ng encouraging. And as I said, most of these aspirants are also working. No, they have to manage their time and working as a team effort, even just looking into the requirement and motivating each other, minimizing the unnecessary utilization of your time watching TV, going somewhere, this kind of things no na ano yan na i-eliminate or it is being na nakakatulong we group the aspirants and by themselves they have their schedule, their plan, and during preparation of the PR they can raise questions, they can ask what the other one is doing and helping and even research on any particular topics. So yung final result, of course, will be after the final oral interview because you cannot be subject to oral interview not unless you will comply and submit your TER, Technical Engineering Report. So this is that was the process flow of the preparation or the application of conversion of your PRC license from RE to PE. And now we'll go to the mentoring activities, which will be delivered by my colleague, Engineer Francis Calanyo. These are some of the activities and to demonstrate and to share with you what we are doing as the mentors and what the aspirants are expecting from the mentors and how we went through the complete journey of the application in the conversion of RE to PE. Francis? Francis?
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
So, to our distinguished guests, members, good morning. So, these are the activities of our committee since we were launched last August 21. So, the IIE PE Mentoring Program, locally under the chairmanship of Engineer Robert Mapulay, was formally launched on August 21, 2021 with participants from the National Office, the EXICOM, the Board of Governors, and the Secretariat, IIE chapters local and foreign, and of course, the Board of Electrical Engineering, bore witness to the excellent delivery of the official kick-off program organized by the PE Mentoring Committee 2021 under the auspices of the National Office. The launching emphasized the fundamental importance of institutionalizing the PE mentoring, a program that took significant effort from our Board of Electrical Engineers and is currently being executed by the Institute and will be cascaded from the national level to the regional as well as to the chapters. This is done under the National Executive Committee, which is in charge of overseeing the PE committee. Apart from a comprehensive explanation of the upgrade for PE to PE application process flow, The focus was on the qualifications of applicant for registration as professional electrical engineer, which was premised on RA 7920, that is promulgated or approved February 1995, and the Philippine Qualification Framework, which is the RA 10968. The PE Mentoring Committee, we had a meeting last January 2022 attended by our board, Honorable Jaime Mendoza. PE Mentoring Committee meeting on February 11, 2022, attended again by our Honorable Jaime Mendoza, the IE National President, Engineer Padua, and the former National President, Alan Alvarez. Then on March 11, 2022, we again have our mentoring committee meeting attended by our chairman, Honorable Francis Mapili, as well as the member, Engineer Jaime Mendoza, together with the regional coordinators and committees. And on April 7, again, we had a coordination meeting again with the committee to formalize the approval of PE mentoring criteria. The second activity that we have, the IIEE SQC tossed the PE orientation to Batch 14 at Qatar Bowling Center, Doha, Qatar. On February 11, 2022, 27 number of potential aspirants attended the event, indicating interest in upgrading their license from REE to PE. SQC PE Mentorship Chairman, Engineer Arnolfo Surigao, with the help of his committee and chapter officers, BOD advisors led by incumbent President Lauren Olivos, announced that the mentoring program has begun and that applications for the LOA would be submitted by the end of the first quarter of 2022. And on February 25, 2022, again, the IIE SQC Qatar hosted a hybrid preliminary screening for PE Batch 14 at Hilton Doha Hotel. 21 out of 27 candidates were shortlisted and will receive a PE mentorship as part of their path to upgrade their license from REE to PE to sustain the good quality and well-respected PEs generated in SQC. The screening procedure which began with guidelines and tips in the preparation process to be a PE was handled by our chairman, Engineer Mabulay, and member Engineer Steve Estibal of the National PE Mentoring Committee, who is also a member of the IIEE SQC Mentoring Committee, led by their chapter PE Mentoring Chairman, Engineer Arnolfo Surigao. Again, on March 18, 2022, the PE Mentorship Proficiency Webinar and Workshop was participated by distinguished guests, namely Honorable Francis Mapili, our PRC-BE Chairman, and Honorable Jaime Mendoza, PRC-BE member, with IIE National President Engineer Feliciano Flores Padua III, and more than 300 professional electrical engineers all throughout the Philippines via Zoom online. One of the prominent guests was the former PRC-BE Chairman, Fortunato Lainez. The IEE SQC Board of Directors and Facilitators attended the event at Hilton Doha Hotel, chaired by IEE National PE Mentoring Committee Engineer Mabulay, with the auspices of his members. On March 19, 2022, with the help of IIE SQC Board of Directors and the PE Mentoring Committee, the IIE Iloilo chapter held its first ever PE orientation seminar for Iloilo Chapter Batch 1 aspirants. This is a part of the IIEPE and AER ACPI APEC SQC Mentorship Outreach Program. Engineer Roderick Pajes, SQC BOD Treasurer, was the speaker during the event. It was organized under the auspices of SQC BOD PE Mentoring Committee and National PE Mentoring Committee Chairman, Engineer Mabulay, were 39 participants who attended and 20 of which belong to Iloilo Batch 1 aspirants. The PE Global Mentoring Committee, chaired by Engineer Mabulay, spearheaded the final oral examination of PE aspirants from various foreign region chapters, Singapore, UAE, and others, held on November 2021, including the post-meetings to ensure that all remarks from BEs are well captured and lessons learned are noted. Now, on the 1st of April, aspirants and mentors gathered to sign the PRC Form 104 as part of the process of completing batch number 14 application for PRC license upgrade from REE to PE, demonstrating the continued support of mentors, the Board of Directors, advisors in batch 14's journey to become a PE at Qatar Bowling Center, Doha, Qatar. Batch 14 kickoff of the series of classroom seminars. A series of 10 classroom lectures will be held from April 29 to the end of July, and on April 29 at Holiday Villa Hotel, the inaugural classroom seminar on PEC load calculations and voltage drop calculation began. It was a full-day lecture that was held both in person and online for those who could not make it. During the session, the CPD Mentoring Committee was virtually present, represented by IIE former National President Engineer Alan Alvarez, were 30 people in attendance, including the resource speakers and facilitators from the PE Mentoring Committee, as well as the IIE SQC BOD advisors. So, we have an online seminar for the SOC Sergeant chapter wherein 60 plus attendance was present, that was held on May 21, 2022. And on again, as well as on March 21, 2022, the IIE CRCA first technical webinar. One of the topics was how to become a PE, part of which is the orientation of PE application by PE Mentoring Committee Engineer Mabulay. The second classroom lecture for the batch 14 IIE SQC is a topic on short circuit calculation that was held with both online and in-person participation. Engineers will find this to be the most interesting topic because it will aid in the completion of data inputs for simulations of protection coordination, ARC Plus, and other computations. The third classroom seminar took place, and the topic was insulation coordination, and was attended by both face-to-face and online attendees. The resource speaker is a well-known senior electrical engineer of Qatar Electric Utility Company, which is the Karama. Batch 13 held a mock interview on May 13 at Holiday Villa with 27 candidates in attendance. The mock focused on or the mock focus on off the cut-off remarks and grand gestures in presentations, particularly technical presentations. In a very interactive questions and answer space, mentors ask deeper technical issues to mimic and for applications to demonstrate their technical know-how. And on May the preliminary oral examination for RIEE SQC Batch 14 candidates was held on June 3, 2022 at the Hilton Doha Hotel in Doha, Qatar, under the guidance of our mentors. It was effectively trained with some high-level expectations from BEs and our aspirants. All LOAs for the 21 SQC PE candidates were received on June 19, 2022. All PE mentoring committee chapters and the national levels also deserve congratulations. The fifth day classroom lecture was held at Holiday Villa and covered the topics of grounding banding system and fire detection alarm system. Engineer Bernie Sison and Engineer Guillermo respectively were the speakers. A lively question and answer session that followed the workshop keep attendees engaged. And on June 24, 2022, the sixth day of the classroom seminar took place. The resource speaker is Michael Bugay, a well-known senior electrical engineer, and General Babira, a well-known senior electrical engineer working with Qatar Electric Utility Company. Aside from their in-depth technical information, the attendees acquired during the presentation, both topics were fascinated because they deal with issues related to both employee and operating equipment safely. On July 1st, 2022, the 8th day of the classroom seminar took place. The resource speaker is Karen Jasil Martinez, a well-known senior electrical estimation engineer, and Lyndon Olivera, a well-known senior planning engineer. Aside from the in-depth technical information that attendees acquired during the presentation, both topics were challenging and exciting. Batch 14 of the IISQCP aspirants just finished a series of classroom seminars covering the topics in their technical engineering report, which ran from late April to July 8. These lectures were intended to provide the applicants with technical lessons and guidance from SQC resident subject matter experts in order to help them meet the criteria of their TER. So, on the PE Mentoring Committee, monthly meeting was held last August 19, 2022, spearheaded by Engineer Robert Mabulay, the National PE Mentoring Committee Chairman, and IIE PE Mentoring Committee participation in the IIE 48 ANC with the tentative topic Why PE for 2 hours of presentation. The update on Southern Luzon region scheduled for preliminary screening to coincide with the SLR conference to be held in Palawan. The update of Western Mindanao region PE orientation, the update on MMRC preliminary screening held last August 7, 2022, where 25 out of 29 PE aspirants received their LOAs, or it is the letter of approval, Bicol and Aklan PE orientation. Eastern and Western Visayas request a preliminary interview to have a meeting with Governor Brian Pasilan. Proficiency seminar and workshop for mentors were among the topics that was discussed. And on September 16, 2022, the PE Mentoring of Mentors meeting was held, spearheaded again by our chairman, Engineer Mapulay, the National PE Mentoring Committee chairman. This is in preparation for the upcoming PE Mentoring Proficiency Seminar and Workshop, and to disseminate in advance the new innovations on the preparation conduct on the final oral interview. And on September 17, 2022, the PE Mentoring Orientation was held. This is again spearheaded by our chairman, Engineer Mabulay, with the National PE Mentoring Committee, done by Zoom video conference.
Thank you, Francis. I think that ends all the activities. The last part will be the PA Mentoring Committee monthly meeting, just to give them the awareness that we are conducting every month coordination meeting among our members of the committee to ensure that the plans are followed and any changes in between are also in effect. And of course, the future plans in keeping the committee work effectively is being discussed in every monthly meeting. So I think we are about to end this presentation. The intention why we have shared all those activities, which mainly from the Qatar chapter, this is the complete cycle of the process of what the PE Mentoring Committee is doing. And it's not only now in Qatar. Recently, the Metro Manila regions or chapters in Metro Manila are actively doing the same thing. And in fact, we have also conducted some seminars or webinar in the Mindanao region in relevance to the PE mentoring program. So it is now, we glad to share with you that it is now all over the Philippines, and of course, the foreign region, mainly the Middle East region, has been actively doing all these PE mentoring activities to help our aspirants in their journey to convert their PRC RE license into PEE. So yeah, these are some of the pictures also when we conduct the meeting, that sometimes we request the attendance of our other stakeholders like the BEE to share some wisdom and some guidance or some update that they want us to implement as part of the PE Mentoring Committee. So once again, I would like to tell especially those that are aspiring that with the PE Mentoring becoming accessible, your dream to become a PE is near into reality. So that ends our presentation, and there will be some questions. We are more than willing and glad to answer the best we can. The screen is yours, Edison.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Engineer Robert U. Mabulay and Engineer Francis Calanyo, for answering the question, why PEE? To our participants, the floor is now yours for your questions, query regarding the topics presented. You can use the chat box or you can raise your hands for me to acknowledge you. Questions from our participants? Sir Robert Mabulay, there is a question. Is there an age limit?
No, so far as per the existing ALO, there's no age limit. In fact, we have one very inspiring aspirant that he is already a senior citizen, but still pursued his dream to be a PE.
Sir, in conjunction to the age, sir, kailangan ba na 35 years old before you can apply?
You mean no, it is on the number of years of experience and requirement. It's not on the age. But of course, it correlates with age. You will not get that experience, not unless, you are at that age level.
Yes, sir. Timeline po ng mga filing of applications until panel interview.
Yeah, the clear timeline is the preparation of the PER, which is 6 months. We try to plan the timeline of preparing an aspirants from the beginning up to getting the approval of this PER as in 1 year cycle. So that's why we encourage the chapter that in the first quarter, they should now enlist and then pre-screen those electrical practitioner aspiring to be a PE. Para yung first quarter na yan, if you will know this first quarter, so first 3 months, then the next 6 months is the preparation until they will be able to get the schedule. Hindi naman yan outright pag nasubmit mo, interviewin ka rin. Siyempre, i-review rin ng board and then with the schedule, first come, first yung priority basis na kung sinong nauna na submit. So we believe that in 1 year, that timeline cycle is good enough. So 6 months of PR preparation, 3 months in the first quarter is the screening, and then waiting for your queue to be interviewed. And then of course, after the final interview, then they will issue the result of the upgrade of RA to PE.
Yes, sir. Sir, another question. Meron po bang mentoring on various chapters?
Yes, we have. That's why in the beginning, when I was introducing the structure of the PE mentoring committee, meron kayo mga regional coordinators. But I would advise na the best approach is approach your chapter leader. They are all aware now. Meron din sila. Kung wala man, what we have been doing, there are some remote chapters or those chapters that they really don't have yet the established PE mentoring committee. The chapter will elevate it to the region and reach out or reach us to ask help. With the help of this new platform online, everything is possible. So we conduct orientation online, we reach out and provide some seminars, part of the preparation in complying the PR preparation online as well. Still, we are hoping that everything will be back into normalcy, that we could really reach out in face-to-face. But it is also proven that through online, we have been producing PEs and through the help also of this PE mentoring program.
Yes, sir. Sir, another question. Ano po ba ang minimum years of experience required?
As we are telling them that in the 790 it is 4 years and more than 4 years, but aligning with the Philippine Qualification Framework and the international registry, a minimum of 7 years is required.
Yes, sir. Another question po. What do you mean daw po by 2 years managerial position? Kailangan po ba may manager sa job description?
Supervisory, let's mention supervisory. At least yung nagli-lead ka, as I said, yung magiging PE, we are molding you to be a manager. So dapat mayroon kang work experience na nag-lead ka or nag-supervise or leading into a managerial position, which is for an engineer. If you will see in all companies, may mga tayong ladder steps, di ba, na pro-promote. So it is not hard to get that in the span of 7 years for sure. Itong mga engineers natin, kahit yung mga happy-go-lucky, they will be able to reach and gain that experience of supervisory experience in 7 years.
Yes, sir. Sir, another clarification. Hi, sir. Good day. When will be the resumption of the PE application process? We were informed that this year's screening for new application is put on hold po kasi. Thank you.
It's not literally on hold. It is just there that because it is already year ending, ang focus ng BE natin is to complete the final interview, yung mga nasabit na yung PR na ma-clean out nila para mag-resolve. But then yung mga bago na nag-preliminary, naka-queue yun, i-interview din nila, and then most probably in the first quarter, God's permit with all those constraints, sana is that assumptions will be there. Hindi naman naka-hold na the literal word na hold. Kumbaga, they are just prioritizing the other activities. Siyempre, year ending, mas priority nila yung mga ipa-final interview na. So yung next is, siguro in the first quarter, we'll resume a lot of preliminary screening. Pero naka-queue yun, naka-queue.
Sir, another one po. Sir, I am from TESDA as trainer in refrigeration for 24 years. Can this be considered as experience to be a PEE?
We will assess on that. But the minimum requirement is you should be an RE license, registered electrical engineer. In terms of the experiences, we will look into that and we will reassess. We will assess if it is not compliant to the what is there in the law.
Yes, sir. Sir, do we have qualification for PEE mentoring committee on the chapter level?
Yes, we have been trying to elevate that. As we have clearly mentioned a while ago, everyone can help to coach, to guide, but those that are signing the affidavit are those that abreast of the new guidelines, what are the new innovations as part of the requirement. Kasi in fairness naman to your mentees, if you are not updated, you will be sharing knowledge with our obsolete, mas lalo mahihirapan. So we thought of, that's why we, as you have heard a while ago, we have this proficiency webinar or workshop na training of trainers. So yun, inaano din namin, ini-screen din namin na sana yung mga mentors are those that are really competent enough, not just because questioning of their personal capability, it's because we believe na things are innovating. So may mga bagong guidelines, may mga bagong requirements, you know, if you are not familiar with it, so does not really serve the purpose of being a mentor.
Yes, sir. Sir, if we need 2 years in engineering supervisory experience, what kind of supervisory? Also, how many years needed in engineering design industry?
There are a lot of, we can give you some examples. There are a lot of supervisory experiences that you will gain in work. Even as a designer, normally in the design, there's sometimes a group. So there should be a group leader. So that is already there, right? That's one of the experience. Now, in the operation, there is always a team leader doing the work operation. In preventive maintenance, ganun din yun. Then sometimes you are sent into a really a course of leadership course na pagbalik mo, ikaw na mag-lead ng team, you will supervise, those kind of things. There are a lot of or several way to capture an experience leading into leading a group or as a leader. Marami yan. So once you will be there in the mentoring program, we'll share with you and assist you. Don't worry.
Yes, sir. Will there be a category on the field of specialization? I'm into sales and marketing, but have been in electrical engineering industry for a while already. Thank you.
Yes, this is very important. As I mentioned a while ago, yung selection ng TER should be aligned with the expertise based on the professional practice. Yun ang main work din ng mga services na provide ng mga mentors. We have to evaluate the aspirants, ano yung work experience niya, where he is working now, and then what he has to prepare. Those are part of the mentoring program.
Sir, pwede daw po bang mag-register sa PEE mentoring sa ibang IIEE chapter? Example, from La Union chapter po na magre-register sa Metro Manila chapter.
Yes, you can, but you should need an endorsement of your residence chapter to track where you are and to make sure that you are guided accordingly. May mga endorsement lang yun. So if you are La Union, your La Union chapter will endorse you for Metro Manila for some valid reasons, of course. So may mga iba na work residence, kaya doon napipilitan sila doon. Or most of the time, yung spare time nila, umuwi sa weekend, na doon lang sila nag-prepare ng TR. Doon sa isang chapter, meron naman facilities na mag-mentoring. But that has to be coordinated through the chapters. May endorsement para na-track din, then validate that it is really undergoing the proper mentoring program.
Yes, sir. Sir, another questions. Counted po ba as valid experience for PEE yung quantity surveying work focusing on electrical trade?
Sure.
And ESH manager?
Yes.
Sir, what is the first step on applying for PEE?
Approach your chapter and express interest and check if they have that existing PE mentoring program. Otherwise, the chapter itself will guide the aspirants, the aspiring candidate.
Yes, sir. Is there a maximum capacity rating ng substation para maka-apply sa PEE, sir?
Yes. The TER should be minimum of 1,000 kVA or 1 MVA. And then the project should be 5 years old. Into this project, but if it's already implemented, but then proposed projects will also do as part of the year.
Sir, kapag ba magpapa-qualify PEE mentoring program, kailangan na daw po ba may TER or it could be a progress in the process?
Yes, it could be the progress, but you cannot proceed to prepare your TER unless the title and outline is approved. But it is good to have the data gathering and having all the necessary information para mas mabilis. But you have to the first step is to undergo the preliminary screening and to get the approval of your LOA, letter of approval, to seek the letter of approval.
Sir, ang line of work daw niya is sa IT industry. Pwede pa daw po ba siya mag-PEE?
IT industry, we'll see. We'll review case to case. Kasi ang IT naman, sometimes it will not operate without power. Meron naman siguro mga ganun. Even the cellphone, it needs power, di ba? So we'll see. We'll assess. That's why it is the good thing that you will enroll or approach your chapter. The mentoring chapter committee will assist you.
Sir, ang number of experience po ba is as regular employee lang sa company or counted na po ang contract of service plus as regular employee the same company po?
Yeah, it's a good question. It is mentioned in the law pre-con from your PRC registration. Yan ang pag-count ng experience. Kung kailan na-issue yung register electrical engineer mo from PRC. Yan ang counting.
Sir, ang TER, sino daw po ang pipili, sir?
You yourself, but of course, kung maka-enroll ka sa it will be helpful for you, kasi may guide ka. Siyempre ikaw, kasi babase doon sa work experience, what you have been doing, your professional and project references. Of course, the mentor will be there.
Sir, similar question, kung requirement daw po ang 35 years sa edad, sir?
No, hindi sa edad, number of experience ang ano natin. But of course, it goes with the age. So you will not gain 7 years experience if you are still 22 years old. Just usually we graduate 21, 20.
Yes, sir. Sir, working as ETO sa barko na REE, pwede daw po bang maging PEE?
Yeah, we have to evaluate the work experience. Regardless naman yan kung sa offshore, onshore, or sa barko, or sa land ka. Ang importante is yung project works, yung work experience mo, professional experiences mo, ma-evaluate.
Sir, how long does the process take? Sorry, sir, nawala. How long does the process take from mentoring to being accredited as PEE? Timeline.
1 year, that's what we're saying. Approximately in a year time, if we can produce a PEE.
Sir, government EE not fully practicing electrical engineering but conducting technical inspection, can this be considered an experience?
Yes, it can be, but we have to assess further kung ano yung ginagawa mo.
Sir, if a licensed electrical practitioner is currently working in a low voltage electrical design, but the designs handled are less than 1 megavolt ampere, is there a way that he can apply as PEE?
There's always a way as long as you're electrical practitioners, but you have to comply with the requirement. That's the role now of the PE mentoring to assist and guide you.
Sir, ano daw po ang scope ng TER?
TER scope is, as I mentioned, it start from the load calculation, voltage drop, short circuit calculation, protection coordination, grounding, arc flash, harmonics, up to projects per CPM and cost estimation. It will be there. Just approach your chapter, PE mentoring committee, the more that they will elaborate and give you all those guidance.
Sir, can a 1 MBA be a topic for TER?
Yes, that is the minimum 1 MBA.
Sir, 1 MBA UPS capacity, can it be used as a topic for TER?
Yeah, it depends on what is being done, what is your participation, and what have you done on that UPs.
Sir, required po ba ang master's degree to become a PEE?
It adds, but it's not really mandatory, but it also adds to the, yeah.
I think that's
But
the last.
I'm answering all the questions, but all my committee members are around, but just for the interest of time, the simple things I'm responding quickly for the interest of time.
Sir, may query po sa Olonga po, Zambales. Sir, wala pang PEE mentoring committee.
Francis, you're still there?
Olonga po, Zambales daw, sir.
Francis, you want to answer that one? Is Olongapo don't have any mentoring committee yet? But don't worry, now that you raise that, we will see and how you could avail from the neighboring chapters and regions.
Sir, another one. Nasa maintenance and design po kami, 69 kVA to 20 volts. Pwede ba kami mag-apply for
Sure. It's not on the voltage level. It's the what are your way working and the experience you have, and the intent project you want to make as your technical engineering report.
Sir, ano po pwede gawing dissertation po?
to prepare yourself, yeah. If you did your P4 or TER, so there's no doubt you will not be able to defend. Prepare yourself, seek help from the mentoring program, practice, and it will help you. And dyan na si Francis. Francis Olonga po daw, they are seeking some help. Parang wala daw yata mentoring.
Olonga po, Zambales, sir.
Pag sa Olonga po, they just contact their si Joel Fronda. I'll call Joel Fronda para mai-coordinate natin sa kanya. We'll visit Olonga po for the mentoring program.
Yes, sir. Sir, another question. Sir, I am a design engineer for commercial and industrial buildings for almost 5 years and then resigned to put my own food processing business for 7 years now. Can I still apply for PEE?
We'll reassess your experience and look into details of what you've been doing as part of the practice and what is in the requirement.
We are planning to put up a hydropower plant. Pwede po ba gamitin TER?
Yeah, of course.
Sir, similar question as earlier. Paano po if nasa government?
Paano yan?
Paano po working as an engineer in the government, sir?
Yeah, it doesn't matter private or government as long as you are practicing the field of engineering, then you can apply.
Sir, another one. How much budget does an applicant need to prepare approximately for entire PEE process?
That's very good. I mean, it depends kasi usually naman you will know the binding and printing mo. Maybe you can also add about your transportation sometimes to attend some seminars or coordination, but there's no, sorry, I could not give the exact figure at this moment.
Sir, are EE working as electrician in an international large ship with 15 years experience? Qualified po ba to apply for PEE?
Yeah, let's assess what you have been doing as an electrician with 15 years experience and seek the help of the mentoring committee.
Sir, is it possible na gawing proposed TER topic yung electrical assessment ng isang high-rise residential building? Year 2015 po naging operational yung building.
2015. Yeah. As I said, yung is 5 years. Baga naman meron mga improvement along the way. Okay, na-commission siguro yung building 2015, but for sure there will be some refurbishment or any maintenance work or something that has been introduced in between. We will see. That's the need of the mentoring committee to further assist.
Yes, sir. Sir, for safety engineers po working in processing plant, can still apply po ba to PEE with
Yes,
same
yes.
requirements and number of experience?
Yes, but you have to include what process are you going through. Like, for example, those that are working on the wastewater treatment, the reverse osmosis, you have to explain ano yung process. And then those that are in oil and gas, they have to explain also what product are you producing. But all we know that those kind of processes will not work without power. So you are there also.
Sir, another one. Sir, with regards po sa electrical practitioner na nagwo-work sa iisang planta at mag-a-apply ng PEE, paano po yung title ng TER? Okay lang po ba na yung isa ay sa 480 volt side at isa ay sa 13.8 kilovolt side? Kasi same electrical system, so same rin ng fault calculation.
Yeah, it depends kasi yung marami kayo sa isang planta, the system, there are a lot of topics to be considered. Yeah, that's good that some of you will focus on the auxiliary, some of you will focus on wherever you will be more experts and aligned to your experience. So it happens talaga na in one company or in one system marami kayong magtatrabaho. So but there's always a way na you will not have exactly the same TER and technical engineering report. You can still find some other topics within the system.
Sir, meron po kaming dalawang 50 MVA power transformer and we will be having a plant expansion. Pwede po ba itong maging topic for applying PEE?
Yeah, malaki na yun. 50 MVA, 1,001 MVA lang ang minimum requirement.
Sir, control panel engineer sa steam field, pwede po ba mag-apply as PEE?
Yeah, of course, as long as what you are doing is related to electrical practice. Huwag lang yung sa mechanical ang ginagawa mo.
Sir, if wala pa pong TER topic currently practicing as electrical inspector or EE for LGU, tutulungan po ba kami ng PEE mentoring program para sa TER preparation?
Sure.
Ayan. I think that's the last question we have, sir. The
Thank
rest,
you.
they would like to thank you. Ay, sir, one more. Do we have proposition letter to the local chapter for those PE aspirants working in the same company?
Same company, but the same in...
Do we have proposition letter to the local chapter for those PE aspirants working in the same company?
proposition leaders. I didn't really get the question, but anyway, just approach your chapter P mentoring committee and raise your concern. We'll try to address. For sure, if it will not be resolved at their level, it will be raised to the national committee. Well, Francis, do you have something to say about the question?
Ano yan, sir?
Proposition letter daw para doon sa mga I think what he was telling those that are working in same company na there are so many aspirants. So kumbaga nag-aano sila kung anong topic ang consider nila na hindi mag-duplicate. So hindi naman tayo gumagawa ng ganung letter pero we will assess din. We will assess.
We try to assess, Chairman, what could we be doing para matulungan sila.
Exactly.
So as of this time, we could not answer it directly. We could assess it first.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Engineer Mabulay, Engineer Calanyo, to our participants.
Thank you, Sir Edison.
Yes, sir. For other questions, the other members of the PEE Mentoring Coordinating Committee will answer all your questions on the chat box. Now we will proceed to the awarding of the Certificate of Appreciation to our two speakers. Allow me to read the citation, sir. Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated. This certificate of appreciation is hereby given to Engineer Robert U. Mabulay for imparting valuable insights as technical presenter on the topic Why PEE. During the simultaneous technical session in conjunction with the 47th Annual National Convention with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment Leading on the Road to Recovery. Held on November 7 to 12, 2022 in Manila, Philippines via Zoom conferencing, given this 8th day of November 2022. Signed, Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., 2022 IIEE VP External Affairs, Engineer Lyndon R. Bague, 2022 IIEE VP Internal Affairs, Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III, 2022 IIEE National President, and Engineer Esperanza A. Collado, 2022 IIEE National Secretary. Once again, our speaker, Engineer Robert U. Mabulay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Allow me also to award the Certificate of Appreciation to our other speaker, Engineer Francis Calaño. This Certificate of Appreciation is hereby given to Engineer Francis Calaño for imparting valuable insights as technical presenter on the topic Why PEE during the simultaneous technical sessions in conjunction with the 47th Annual National Convention with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on November 7 to 12, 2022 in Manila, Philippines via Zoom conferencing, given this 8th day of November 2022. Signed, Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., 2022 IIEE Vice President External Affairs, Engineer Lyndon R. Bague, 2022 IIEE Vice President for Internal Affairs, Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III, 2022 IIEE National President, and Engineer Esperanza A. Collado, 2022 IIEE National Secretary. Once again, our speaker, Engineer Francis Calaño. Thank you, sir.
Sir, thank you. Chairman,
Yes, Francis, thank you.
may nagre-request ng copy. Probably they will just ask the secretariat.
Yeah, we will arrange for them. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Francis. Thank you, Edison.
Yes,
Thank you, Sir Edison. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you po. Thank you, sir. Moving on, and before the morning session ends, we will now proceed to our raffle. 3 lucky participants will be receiving the 47th ANC polo shirt, and 2 lucky participants will be receiving PEC2 softbound. Once your name is called, make sure to click the raise hand icon or chat your name to acknowledge your presence. Again, once your name is called, make sure to click the raise hand icon or chat your name to acknowledge your presence. Let me now give this moment to our technical team members. Ms. Thea, ma'am. While waiting for Ms. Thea, allow me to acknowledge the sponsors of this year's annual national convention: Asia Phil Incorporated, LJ Industrial Fabrication Incorporated, National Grid Corporation of the Philippines, Orion Wire and Cable Incorporated, Prime Power Energy System Incorporated, Static Power PTE Ltd, Emerald Vinyl Corporation, Empower, BCI Manufacturing, Trosio Engineering, RCBC, and Escalate Construction Incorporated, Neo Elements Mobile Bar Company, New Element Incorporated, ENA Power Builders Incorporated. Our first winner, his or her email ad is pblfirst86@gmail.com. Sir or ma'am, can you please click the raise hand icon or chat your name if you are here to acknowledge your presence now? Again, our first winner, Eric Kudasi. Hello, sir. Sir Eric. Okay, our first winner, I believe, he is Sir Eric. He will be receiving a polo shirt, the 47 ANC polo shirt. Congratulations, sir. We will now proceed to the second winner of our 47 ANC polo shirt. Also, our sponsors, Dyna Power Corporation, PEMCOR, Column Energy Technique INC, and MH Poly Electromech INC. Congratulations to our second winner, Don Jerwin Agtarap. Sir, if you are here, can you please click the raise hand icon or chat your name to acknowledge your presence. Present. Okay, congratulations, Don Jervin Agtarap. Congratulations, sir. We will now proceed to the third lucky winner who will be receiving the 47th ANC polo shirt. Email ad tata_serrano@yahoo.com. Sir or ma'am, if you are here, can you please click the raise hand icon or chat your name so we can acknowledge your presence? Tata_, okay, Sir Christopher Serrano is here. Congratulations, sir. You have won for yourself the polo shirt, the 47 ANC polo shirt. Congratulations to our 3 lucky winner. We will now proceed drawing the 2 lucky winners who will be receiving the PEC2 softbound. Our first winner is email ad bill.manahan@aboitis.com. Sir Bill or Ma'am Bill, are you here? Can you please click the raise hand icon or chat your name if you are here? Again, the email ad is bill.manahan@aboitis.com. I think Bill Manahan is not here. Maybe we can proceed drawing our first lucky winner to receive the PEC2 softbound. Email at julieu365@gmail.com. Miss Julie, are you with us? Can you please click the raise hand icon or chat your name on the chat box? Miss Julie, rather, the email ad is julieu365@gmail.com. Miss Julie, are you with us? Okay, I think Miss Julie is not here with us. We can proceed drawing our first lucky winner to receive, the PEC2 softbound. Reynaldo Dennis V. Badiles. Sir, are you with us? Sir Engineer Reynaldo Dennis, are you with us? Can you please click the raise hand icon so we can acknowledge your presence? So we can acknowledge your presence. It's quite tough. We have no winner yet for the PEC2 softbound. We can draw another lucky winner. Again, we will be giving away 2 PEC2 softbounds. Compete Angelica 2717@gmail.com. Engineer Compete, are you with us? Engineer. Okay, I think she is not here with us. We will draw. Wala siya, sir. Thank you. We will draw. We are still drawing the first winner to receive the PEC2 softbound. Draw lang ng draw. Dison Christian at mdc.com.ph. Engineer Christian Dison, are you here? Engineer Christian Dison, are you here? Engineer Christian Dison is not with us. So we will be drawing we're still drawing the first lucky winner to receive the PEC2 softbound. Mark Paul Villa, 96 at yahoo.com. Engineer Mark Paul, are you with us? I think he is not here with us also. So we are still drawing the first winner to receive the PEC2 softbound. Allow me to acknowledge our sponsors.
Hello, sir. Hello, Sir Edison.
Yes, Ma'am Thea.
Nandyan po siya, sir.
Okay. So we have our first winner to receive. This is our second lucky winner to receive the PEC2 softbound. Adiaton.jesreel@yahoo.com. Congratulations. Adiaton, are you here? Here. Present.
Back home to you.
Congratulations to all our lucky winners. Thank you very much to all participants for staying with us. We shall have our lunch break for 60 minutes. The afternoon session will begin at 1 p.m. This has been your MC, Engineer Edison Mojica. Enjoy your lunch, stay healthy and safe, and good day to all of us. Thank you.
Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead. Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead. Welcome. Before we begin our meeting, please be informed of the following video conferencing etiquette. Number 1. If using a laptop, tablet, or mobile phone, make sure that your battery is fully charged to avoid sudden disconnection. Number 2. To be the best, you have to look the best by observing and wearing appropriate attire fit for the meeting. Number 3. Be on mute at all times and listen attentively to whoever is speaking. Number 4. Maximize the use of chat box and other tools made available by the system whenever you want your voice to be heard. Number 5. Avoid interrupting the speaker and make sure that you are acknowledged before you speak. Number 6. As much as possible, turn on your video so that we could have a wonderful conversation. Number 7. We encourage you to station yourselves at a place free of destructive noise so that you could focus on the meeting. And lastly, number 8. We want to capture the moment with you. Kindly stay until the end as we will have a group photo after. Thank you. And have a good day ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to request everyone to settle on their seats as we begin in 5 minutes.
We, members of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, in recognition of the constant involvement of technology, in uplifting the quality of life, and in accepting a personal obligation and dedication to our profession, its members, and the communities we serve, do hereby pledge and commit ourselves to the highest ethical and professional conduct, and agree to accept responsibility in making sound engineering decisions consistent with the safety, health, and welfare of the public, and to disclose promptly the factors that might endanger lives and the environment. Avoid real or perceived conflict of interest, or disclose existence of such to affected parties. Be honest, objective, impartial and realistic in stating claims or estimates based on available facts. Avoid at all cost graft and corruption in all its forms. Improve the ethical understanding of technology and its appropriate application. Continuously improve practitioners' technical competence. Disclose full pertinent professional and technical limitations. Seek, accept, and offer constructive criticism of technical work, acknowledge and mitigate errors, and give credit where it is due. Equally treat all persons regardless of race, gender, physical condition, age, or national origin. Protect and avoid injury to others' life, property, reputation, or livelihood by false or malicious actions. Observe utmost transparency, responsibility, due diligence and fairness, and accordingly, not manufacture, spread, or disseminate false, incorrect, unverified or misleading information or data against any co-member, or the IAE, its officers, employees and representatives or agents, in any form whatsoever, whether verbally, in writing or published or whether through electronic means or otherwise, especially if such tends to discredit, besmirch the honor or integrity or impute a wrongdoing on the part of a co-member of the IAE, its officers, employees and representatives or agents. Support colleagues and co-workers in their professional and technical development, and assist them in complying with this code of ethics. timely and fully comply and abide with any and all of his obligations to a co-member of the IAE, the IAE itself or any third party. Does not engage in or commit anti-competitive, fraudulent, and deceitful practices in any form, and uphold free and fair competition.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that everyone has enjoyed your lunch. We are your host for the afternoon session. My name is Engineer Rudelin S. Reyes, Secretary of the Upper Committee and the immediate former President of the IIEE State of Qatar Chapter.
And I'm Trixie Santos of the IIE SQC Toastmasters Club.
To begin our second leg, we have a speaker who will discuss looking at how engineers in ASEAN can practice mobility.
Again, a gentle reminder to our next resource speaker that if you hear the sound, you have a remaining 10 minutes to wrap up your presentation.
Our speaker has more than 20 years of working experience, mainly in a large and reputable consultant firm. He has established his own M&E consultancy practice, Dorian Professionals SD and BHD, since 2011. His exposure includes mainly large-scale electrical system design for various types of buildings, plants and aviation industries, RE plants, and data centers. His experiences include design, implementation, and contracting for electrical building services of various types of buildings, from specialized buildings such as hangars and data centers to high-rise buildings, both locally and overseas. Without further ado, please help me welcome the Head Commissioner of the ASEAN Engineering Register, or AER, and the Chairman of the ASEAN Engineering Inspectors Electrical Installations, AEI-EI, with the topic Asianizing Engineers. Ladies and gentlemen, Engineer Yao Chow Fong. Sir, good afternoon.
Thank you very much to Rudeline and Trixie as the host for today's event. A very good afternoon or good morning to fellow friends in ASEAN and also all around the world. I also saw familiar faces like Engineer Robert Mabule and also the next speaker, Faha Bibi. Once again, thank you for inviting me to actually share on today's topic, ASEANizing engineers. Now, let me share my slides. See whether you can see. Okay, can you see the slides? Okay, let me begin with a very good afternoon again. So I'll share today on the a path for all of you, especially in Philippines and also in ASEAN, to look at what will be the recognition for you as an ASEAN engineer. Okay, so I believe today's topic is about leadership. I've actually shared with you in the keynote yesterday as well. So before we even begin, let us look at the concept of mobility of engineers. What does mobility of engineers mean? Well, mobility means the movement of individual from place to place, job to job, or even economic level to another. Now, talent mobility is where the talented people, for example, engineer or the engineering practitioners move from, for example, Manila to Kuala Lumpur, Manila to the Middle East. Okay, and what about manpower mobility? Oops. Manpower mobility means what is the extent of the workers who are able to move between different jobs, occupations, and also geographical areas. Now, let's move on to mobility of engineers. Now, mobility of engineers means the engineers' ability to actually move from job to job or even geographical area. Now, this is possible because of the engineering credentials and also mutual recognition among all the various countries all around the world. And this is actually defined in the International Engineering Alliance. Now, we talk about mobility. Now, we also now want to talk about mobility of engineering practitioners. Okay? Engineering practitioners includes, for example, professional engineers, graduate engineers, engineering technologies, as well as also engineering technicians. Now, the questions that I'd like to share with all of you, and of course, ask all of you in the screen today is, first of all, are you comfortable to work only in your country? Meaning to say, are you comfortable to just work in Philippines? Am I comfortable just to work in my own country, Malaysia? Second question, are you willing to share your knowledge and train engineering practitioners outside your country? For example, if you are a professional engineer, you may want to actually train engineers in other countries. For example, professional engineer in Philippines, you may want to train engineers in Malaysia, engineers in Cambodia, and so forth. So are you willing to do that? Third, do you intend to, this is actually very practical, do you intend to actually expand your business overseas? For example, you have a business in Manila. You wanted to see whether you have an opportunity in Malaysia or Vietnam. Are you willing to do so? Next question. Or, for example, you are a graduate engineer, you are a technician, you are a technologist. Do you feel that you want to find a job outside your country? So all these 4 questions that I've posted here are questions to be answered by all of you in the screen. And of course, you do not need to give me an answer now. Perhaps after I've actually completed my presentation, you'll be able to know what are the potential mobility as an engineer yourself in your own country. Which is why today I'm going to share a little bit more on the path for ASEAN engineers. And perhaps in future, there is also a potential way of actually looking at not only ASEAN. Do you all see my PowerPoint now? Sorry, let me share again. I saw the question whether I shared my PowerPoint. Let me share my PowerPoint again. Okay, sorry for that. Let me share again my PowerPoint. Now, is it okay? Is it okay now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. So that's on mobility. So now, as per defined by the World Trade Organization, WTO, there are 4 types of mobility in the world for professional engineers or engineering services. Mode 1, cross-border trade, meaning to say you actually deliver your services across the country. For example, between Malaysia and Philippines, or between Philippines and Indonesia. So that is called cross-border trade. Second is consumption abroad. It means your services is consumed abroad, whereby you actually provide, for example, training or even services abroad. Meaning to say, you train engineers from Cambodia, you train engineers in Vietnam, you train engineers in Middle East. Mode 3 is commercial presence, as I mentioned earlier, where you have your own company abroad. And mode 4 is movement of natural person, meaning to say you move yourself, you remove the registered person abroad. For example, working in Middle East, working in USA, working in UK, United Kingdom, and so on. So these are the 4 modes of mobility available and of course commonly used. So are you all one of them, or you want to be one of them? Don't worry, at the end of the session again, I will just share with you how ASEAN engineers can help you. So before we even move to that, I think you should also be aware that currently there are a lot of international recognized accords for engineering degree. For example, Washington Accord, which I believe Philippines are signing it, and of course almost there. Senior Accord is for engineering technology, technicians, APEC engineer, Engineers Mobility Forum. There is also ACPE, ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer, and all this. So these are internationally recognized accords. Okay, and as for the other engineering organization, besides the accords, besides the agreement, there are also organizations, for example, PTC, IEM is from Malaysia, APEC, PIA, RPO, and so forth. Okay? There are numerous organizations and of course around the globe. But today, of course, today I'm actually speaking on just one, which is ASEAN Engineer. Okay, AER and RPO. And of course, it will be the same for the rest as well. So let's give a quick introduction of RPO. RPO stands for the ASEAN Federation of Engineering Organization, which comprises of 10 countries in ASEAN, 10 institutions, including PTC, including IEM from Malaysia, including others in ASEAN level. Okay, it is already 40 years old. Okay, and under RPO, ASEAN Federation of Engineering Organization, we have actually established in 1998 the register, a register for members. Okay, so in 1998, it is set up. In 2002, we have 10 countries in the membership. Okay, and in 2011, the register has been renamed to include the Associate ASEAN Engineer, which are the graduates, also the engineering technologies, and also technicians as well. And AER, ASEAN Engineering Register, actually covers three main objectives, which is look at how we can mobilize engineers, which I mentioned earlier, how to mobilize engineers, how to actually set up standards of ASEAN, or guidelines of ASEAN, and thirdly, move towards a common goal in ASEAN. Now, I'm glad to actually announce today we have 11,458 members, and we would actually be we would also be looking at increasing it. How much we could go? We have potential 4.5 million ASEAN engineers, okay, in ASEAN. Okay, so that is on us. And these are the 6 grades of ASEAN engineers, from ASEAN engineers, professional engineers of 7 years of experience, and so forth. So feel free to actually log into our website to know which category you can qualify and which category you can actually enroll with. So why AER? Now, AER is important because in your engineering career, stage 1, you will need a graduate degree, okay, from your university, for example, in Philippines. From there, you register yourself with the local engineering council, stage 2. And then you move on to stage 3, where you look for international recognition. For example, ASEAN engineers, BIAP engineers, and so on. So these are the important steps in your career. As an engineer, like me and you, I believe it is always important to look at the potential growth from one stage to another. So which is why it is important to have stage 3, international recognition, after you have actually registered with your local engineering council. Now, let me share with you in another 10 slides on why AER. Okay. Now, AER provides you with a bigger market because ASEAN provides you with a bigger market, better employment prospects. For example, for those who are working, you may want to work in Middle East, you may want to work in Thailand, you may want to work in Singapore or Indonesia. Third is greater avenue, because you will share your knowledge, you will share your expertise and technology, not only to your own country, but also ASEAN. It will also help you to increase your business potential, wider networking and strategic alliances, because you can actually work with other ASEAN engineers from other countries. And for academicians in university, it is also presenting you a potential research and development potential with other universities in ASEAN. Okay. So these are just some of the initiatives of AER that I would like to share, where first is the database. As I mentioned earlier, we have about 11,500 members, and all of them are into this database. And when you are a member, you can just log in and search for the engineers and the expertise of the engineers that you want to talk or contact or even meet them in the various countries. So all these are in the database. Okay. Not only that, I believe AER and RPO has actually been organizing a lot of webinars and sharing sessions. In fact, we had one, I think, last week on transformers, on lightning protection study, as well as also on solar system. So we have a lot of sharing, not only within the country itself, there is also sharing from other countries, from Indonesia, from Thailand, and so on. And to add to that as well, AER has also worked on an agreement that if, let's say, you want to participate in other ASEAN institution seminars, courses, you are given the flat rate, meaning to say same rate as the other institution members. Okay, so these are some of them. This was actually carried out last week. I'm not too sure whether you join it. I think it's still available in YouTube. You can go on for electrical engineers. You can look at the online seminar on solar rooftop and lightning surge protection system and so forth. These are just one of them. We have plenty of webinars within AER and the RPO, and we always actually share it free of charge to all our members. Okay. Next, AER and RPO also talks about cultural and professional links, network links. So we have RPO every year. So this is the gathering, the biggest gathering of ASEAN engineers every year. And this year is going to be in Phnom Penh, which is just 1 month away. And we will be actually doing it from Phnom Penh 5th to 7th December. And we encourage all of you to join us physically and network with our engineers in Phnom Penh. Okay. For example, we also have our pavilion. Malaysia, my country, is bringing about 20 companies to Phnom Penh to exhibit their products and so on. So same goes to engineers in Philippines. You are also welcome to actually participate and exhibit your products in Phnom Penh. Sorry. Now, AER also talks about practice and standards. We all know in ASEAN we have different standards, different working groups, different requirements. So we have set up these working groups. For example, disaster preparedness, engineering education and capacity building, energy, environmental engineering, mobility of engineers, sustainable cities, transportation and logistics, women engineers and young engineers as well. This working group would actually discuss on matters arising in those various topics. And this is very interesting because whatever is happening in Philippines in energy may not be the same as what is happening in Thailand or in Malaysia. But it is good to share so that we are aware and we can also learn from you as well. Now, besides the working group, we also have the ASEAN Engineering Inspectors. What are they about? They are looking at currently the boiler, building, electrical, and manufacturing. So we have training sessions. We are also giving out certificate. And at a later part, we are also looking at registering the experts in these various fields. For example, boiler, building, electrical, and manufacturing. Now, the concept of AEI or ASEAN Engineering Inspector is simple. Okay, what we want to actually have is AEI. So we have, like, for example, I give you a very simple example, especially electrical engineers. I'm sure you are aware each country has different socket outlets. For example, Malaysia, we have our own socket outlets, and Philippines also have their different types of socket outlets. So we are different. But when we travel, for example, tomorrow I'll be coming to Philippines to attend IIE physically. You will need to adapt this to change, and you need to adapt. So whatever socket outlets that I've used in my country may not be the same, but we have adapters to adapt it. Now, another example, handphones. We used to actually have this issue. Whenever I travel from Malaysia to Philippines, I need to know what are the network that I need to switch to actually be able to roam or even call back to my country. So we now have a mutual platform. You can just do roaming and you can actually call back. So we understand each other. So what about standards? Now, it is the same thing that I mentioned earlier. Okay, we have handphones, we have also socket outlet. So we have also the same thing in standards. Every country has different standards, just like Malaysia, Philippines, Indonesia, and so on. So what do we need to do? We need to recognize the standards. We need to actually share what the standards are all about. We need to actually make sure that when you travel to, for example, Manila, I need to know what are the standards used. And I'm not going to change. I'm not going to use my own standards from Malaysia. I need to adapt to it. So this is where we are in AEI, looking at recognition, looking at how we can help engineers to actually mobilize and learn the engineering standards from each country. Okay. So with this, we actually have the white paper. where white papers are published to actually share what are the differences of each country's standards. Okay, so I'm not going to go through the details. Normally we'll have one session for this as well. Okay, next also we look at AER providing networking opportunities. Okay, we have ASEAN Business Chat for Engineering, where we create opportunities for ASEAN engineers. We used to do it virtually, but this time we would actually be doing physically. We're going to have our ABC session, these sessions where we create platform for you, for example, engineers in Philippines, to sell your services or products in ASEAN. So how do we do it? We actually have webinars, and now we are doing exhibition. Same goes to IIE as well. We are very grateful because you have actually invited Malaysian companies to exhibit in Philippines, and where we will actually exhibit products and looking at whether we could actually export our products in Philippines. Vice versa, for Philippine engineers or even manufacturers, you can actually also do that in our exhibitions in other countries as well. So this is where networking can actually be performed. Okay, and of course, recognition for AER members. AER members will receive the medal and certificate from the AER, and you have your medals. You have also the presentation platform where you also meet other engineers from other countries who are receiving the same certificate in each country. For example, we had this in Johor Bahru, Malaysia, where Philippine engineers were there. The next presentation will be in Phnom Penh next month as well. So medals and certificate, and we are also doing our membership card. I believe IIE members have membership card as well. So this membership card is important so that in future, whenever you travel to, for example, Malaysia, you are able to show this card and actually participate in our events in Malaysia, Indonesia, or in other countries as well. Okay, and of course, our next upcoming ceremony is in Kapio 40. So please sign up. Of course, I give you the date 31st October, but I believe I will work with IIE as well as PTC to look at whether we can still admit members to be conferred in Kapio 40 in Phnom Penh, which is 1 month from now. So be on the stage receiving the certificate and medals in front of 1,000 engineers in Phnom Penh. So that is the thing that I will share with you. Now, besides that, AEI also talks about new potential portfolios, new activities. Now we are embarking on membership drive. We are embarking on social media. You can actually log on to our LinkedIn. You can log on to our Facebook. You can log on to our YouTube channel to see our latest events. We also have membership roadshows, just like we are doing it now. We are also doing more physical ones. We were in Thailand a week ago, and we are going to Hanoi. So feel free to join us, just like all of them. They join us in the roadshow and benefit and network with the local engineers there. Okay, and we also have our webinar series, AEI series. If you look at AEI, it only covers 4 main disciplines: boiler, building, electrical, and manufacturing. So we are looking at covering the entire spectrum of engineering services like structural, electronics, and so on. So we are moving towards that as well. So last but not least, also like to share with you the ASEAN opportunity. Now, being an ASEAN engineer, of course, you have benefits that I mentioned earlier. There is also a bigger benefits for ASEAN because people like you and me, you will ask, what is ASEAN for me? Now, you look at this chart, maybe it's a bit misleading or even difficult to look at. Just look at Philippines. In the whole ASEAN, the total spending expenditure for infrastructure for Philippines is only 39 billion. 39 billion is huge. USD is huge. But you look at the entire ASEAN, you have 588 billion. Okay, spending, infrastructure spending. So you compare yourself to your country. Just like I compare my country, Malaysia. So the potential there is huge for you to grow. Instead of just Philippines, you can consider ASEAN. Now, not only that, we also look at the potential share of goods trade and export in ASEAN. You look at these 2 pie chart here on top, you will actually be looking at intra-ASEAN. So most of our goods, whether it's electrical, whether it's civil or other goods, most of our trade, import and export, we export our products, we import products. All these are not ASEAN. So we always import or export with China, US, EU, and so forth. Intra-ASEAN is only 20 to 25%. So why not consider doing that for ASEAN within our region? that would be very great as well. Okay, so so there are also not only opportunities in ASEAN. Now, recently, ASEAN has also signed a comprehensive economic partnership with 5 countries: Japan, South Korea, China, Australia, and New Zealand. And these would actually enhance further the potential business networking sessions with the 5 countries. Okay, and it is big. Okay, and there's also opportunities in IPAC that I will not go into that detail. Okay, now, last but not least, let us look at what are the way forward for ASEAN, for example, and what are the way forward for us, for you and me in ASEAN engineers, or even beyond ASEAN. Now, I always take this topic of outreaching future engineering because it's actually a topic and, of course, a theme for World Federation of Engineering Organization as well. We should look at our future. We should look at how we can increase the AER membership. Okay, and we are creating an ASEAN database, as I mentioned earlier. And our membership, always I like to share with you, is not only professional engineers. It could be graduate engineers, it could be technologists, it could be technicians, it could be experts. So we do not limit our members to only professional engineers, but the entire spectrum of engineering practitioners. And not only that, we are also trying to create an AER community. And I believe I will submit to understand this just to share. Of course, it's in Malay language. PII, our Indonesian counterpart, Pak Habibie is here. They have opened a branch in Malaysia. And I hope and I look forward as well for IIEE or even other countries to open branch in Malaysia and vice versa. We actually be opening our branch to cater for our engineers in those countries. Okay? And I will always like to share this. We should ASEANize our engineers. By how? Sharing knowledge within ASEAN, promoting ASEAN standards for engineering. We have a very good standards within ASEAN itself. And of course, creating a training platform, certification and registration platform for all the database of engineers in ASEAN. Okay. Not only that, I think AER, RPO has also to work with partners and region and beyond. For example, I know everyone is talking about AER and ACP. Now, we complement each other. Why do I say so? AER talks about institutions like us, PTC, or even IEM. But UPPE talks about regulatory requirement. And AER, PTC, IEM talks about training, talks about how we can build the network, where UPPE only talks about licensing. And of course, we cover the whole spectrum of engineering compared to UPPE, which are just for professional engineers. So we complement each other, and we definitely look forward to work with UPPE for the regulatory requirements. But you look at AER itself, we actually look at the entire spectrum. And AER and RPO will not only actually look at within ASEAN, we also collaborate with PIAP and other institutions all around the world. And it is also a plan for us to actually look at how we can expand the mobility. Now, fellow engineers today, again, I would like to bring up the slides that I've actually shared with you earlier, expanding the engineering mobility, and of course, creating a career path for you in the global recognition. Now, I think it's also time for us to encourage the 4 modes of mobility. As I mentioned earlier, mode 1 to 4, cross-border trade. I believe AER will provide you the platform. And now the platform is no longer just physical presence. You can actually do engineering services via online. And of course, consumption abroad, AER provides platform for experts to share in other countries. For example, if you are an expert in electrical services, protection systems, power system study, feel free to come up to us and share, and of course, train other engineers, and of course, provide your services to other countries. Okay, commercial presence. It is also a dream for us to look at more joint ventures and also network consortiums formed within the ASEAN region. We have not seen that very much now, but it could be the future where we have companies from Philippines joining with a company from Malaysia, or a company from Philippines joining with a company from Singapore to actually expand the business in ASEAN. Last but not least, movement of natural persons. With ASEAN Engineer, we have actually created a platform, a pathway for you to actually work in other countries. Okay. And of course, we will actually further enhance our mobility by actually having further discussion with all of you, and of course, getting ideas from all of you Not only that, ASEAN Secretariat and local governments as well to look at how we can mobilize engineers in ASEAN. Okay, and we also try to reduce the trade barriers and qualifications in barriers. Now, last but not least, I just want to recap what I've actually shared in the keynote yesterday. Leadership, I believe, is an aptly chosen theme this year for IIED, and it is time for us to integrate all the engineering practitioners from all over ASEAN countries, not only professional engineers, but also graduate engineers, technicians, and technologies. We also should look at embracing new emerging technologies, IR 4.0. I know all of you here mostly are electrical. Again, do not just look at conventional electrical engineering field. We should look at new technology helping out in the conventional field. Okay, and of course, mobility will create you. We should actually create mobility, create a global path for you to actually enhance your services and knowledge to the global fraternity. And of course, not least, let us together. For those I saw today, we have about more than 918 participants. I hope that today I could actually inspire you to join or even at least know more about ASEAN engineers, a great pathway for us to grow together in ASEAN. Okay, with this, I will end my presentation and thank you. If you have more questions, feel free to log on to the website, email me, FB me, LinkedIn me, Twitter me, or Instagram me. And if not, I'll be there in Manila in the coming one day. I'll be traveling, I'll be flying in, and hope to see you all in Manila if you are there in the exhibition. Once again, thank you, and I pass the control back to the host, Rudeline and Trixie. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Engineer Yao Chao, for that very interesting and obviously very helpful topic, especially to our electrical practitioners. I'm sure our audiences seeing the advantages would be very much interested of becoming ASEAN engineers, associate ASEAN engineers, technologists, or technicians themselves. That is why the upper committee is here to make this a reality for you. So with that, to show our appreciation, sir, allow me to award you this certificate. The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated awards this certificate of appreciation to Engineer Yao Chao Fong for imparting valuable insights as technical presenter on the topic Asianizing Engineers during the simultaneous technical sessions in conjunction with the 47th Annual National Convention with the theme Leadership Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment Leading to the Road to Recovery, held on November 7 to 12, 2022 in Manila, Philippines by a Zoom conferencing, given this 8th day of November 2022. Signed, Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., 2022 IIEE VP for External Affairs. Signed, Engineer Lyndon R. Baguet, the 2022 IIEE VP for Internal Affairs. Signed, Engineer Esperanza A. Collado, the 2022 IIEE National Secretary. And signed, Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III, the 2022 IIEE National President. Thank you once again, Engineer Yao Chao.
Ladies and gentlemen, another resource speaker has graced us with his time. Today, he will be sharing ideas about promoting mobility of qualified engineers through mutual recognition of qualification and experiences. A gentle reminder to our resource speaker that if you hear the sound, you have a remaining 10 minutes to wrap up your session.
Yeah, okay.
About our speaker, he finished BS in
PM Trixie, can you check your mic, please? Your audio is out.
I'm sorry, am I audible now?
Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Let me go ahead from the start. About our speaker, he finished BS in Electronics in University of the East, and BS in Electronics and Communication Engineering, also in the same university. A professional electrical engineer, APEC engineer, and a SAN engineer. Few of his many awards are Gems of UE Award in 2021, Presidential Service Award PFPA in 2022, a SAN Outstanding Engineering Achievement Award in 2021, and a SAN Federation of Engineering Organization in Bandar Seri Begawan, Brunei Darussalam. With the topic International Professional Engineering Agreement, please help me welcome the Philippine Technological Council Country Registrar, Engineer Romulo R. Agatep.
Yeah, thank you very much, Trixie. Maraming salamat for that very kind introduction. Am I coming in loud and clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So I will now open my, can I share now my presentation? Nakikita na ba? Hindi pa? Wait, I have to share. Can you see my presentation? Hindi pa.
Not yet po.
Not yet. We'll share screen. Ayan. Ayan, meron na. Share.
Wala pa rin
How about that?
Yan, okay na. Okay na po.
Okay na? Okay. So, again, I'd like to thank, of course, IA for inviting me today, especially your President, Engineer Feliciano Padua, the Chair of the AAPER, its member, like also to acknowledge your Secretary, Rodelyn Reyes, and of course, Robert Mabulay, all the chapter governors, members, directors of the National, and of course, my friend, Engineer Yao Chaofong, and Engineer Habibi Rasak, and other dignitaries present today. Magandang hapon and good afternoon to all of you. So, my presentation for this, naka-ano na ba? Ano ba yung ano na to?
Naka-share po, sir.
Naka-share pa lang, pero hindi pa naka-ano?
Hindi pa po naka-play yung slideshow.
Ayan. Naka-ano na?
Yes,
nakikita niya? Okay, so this is my presentation on the IAE 47 Annual Convention, Building a Career Path for Global Recognition. So this is the title of my presentation, Competency Agreement that promotes the mobility of qualified Filipino engineers, mutual recognition and of qualification and experience. Okay, so right now we have three operational engineering registers. The first one, is in 1998. That is the ASEAN Engineers Register, and in 2001 the APEC Engineering Register. Of course, we have the ACPE, which became operational in 2013. And early this year, the first quarter, we were able to get the provisionary membership of the International Engineering Alliance, the International Professional Engineers Agreement. So all these four, we are a active member. We are member of the monitoring committee. But the first of the three, the ASEAN Engineer, the APEC, and the International Engineers Agreement, these are private-driven engineering registers, and of course, the ACPE is I think it's a country to country, or the membership are economies, and we are also very, very much part of this ACPE, the ASEAN, the Asian Mutual Recognition Agreement on Engineering Services, as member of the monitoring committee. So what are the agreements that we are operating right now? Under the ASEAN Federation of Engineering Organization, we have the ASEAN Engineering Register, the ASEAN Engineering Technologies, and the ASEAN Technicians. And under the MRA, the ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer, which we call ACPE. As you can notice, there is no technologists and technician on this agreement. It's purely on the professional engineers, the ACPE. And these are the members of the ASEAN engineers in AER under AFEO, and the ACPE under the MRA. So they're practically the same countries or same economies that are members of this two agreement. And this and the other competencies which we will discuss today is under the International Engineering Alliance. We have the APEC engineer, the International Professional Engineering engineers, the International Engineering Technologies, and the International Engineering Technicians. So right now we are signatory for APEC. We are provisionary member of the International Professional Engineers. And now we are working for the Engineering Technician and Engineering Technologies. And hopefully we can finish all this thing at least maybe our timetable is up to 2024. We will be a full signatory of this 4 competence agreement. Okay, these are the member economies of this 4 competence agreement. No? If you look at APIA, there are about 15 members and there are 5 provisionary members. In the APEC, there are 14 signatory and 1 provisionary member. And the technologies, we have 9 members, and in technician, we have 6 members. And we are looking at to become a member of these 2, the technologies and technician. As I said, towards the end of 2024. Okay, these are the current member of ASEAN. I think as of today, there are more than 11,000 members, and the Philippine Technological Council is about 3,000 plus. And of course, the others have not yet upgraded the other members. And these are the membership of the different in the APEC engineer. As you can see, Astro Engineers Australia are about almost 10,000 plus, and the Philippines we have only about 133. So kulang na kulang. So if say we will work based on this agreement, so there will be about 10,000 Australian engineers that can work in the Philippines, and only about 133 APEC engineers that can work in Australia. If we will implement this agreement or under this agreement, if only we have to choose only APEC engineers that can work. So 10,000 versus 133. Okay, on this ACPE naman is, as you can see, they are the regulatory authorities represented in this ACPE or in this MRA. And in the Philippines, the one who is representing the Philippines, the Professional Regulatory Board. I don't have the numbers right now, but I'm still like to get it. But these are the organization or that represents the different countries and in MRA or the ACPE. These are all regulatory authorities. Okay, so what is an IPEA? So IPEA is an international agreement recognizes the substantial equivalence of standards establishing the competency of professional engineers for independent countries. So you take note, it's the equivalency of standards, and for independent practice. So the IPEA is a multinational agreement between engineering organization. In our case, it is represented by the Philippine Technological Councils. And its engineering council are being empowered to put up their own section of international register, or IPEA, or we call it the National Monitoring Committee. So each organization must have this, what we call the international register. We have the register for ASEAN, we have the register for the APEC, and now we are establishing a register for the International Professional Engineers Registers. So hopefully towards the end of the year or toward the end of 2023, we will have a signatory status as a IPA member. Okay, so the IPA agreement is standard competence applied as same, no? They have a different application, same application as the APEC, no? Same platform, but it is more global, no? Because this now membership nito is includes United Kingdom, like Ireland, and we have also South Africa. So this is now more global, right? Rather than confined to economies like APEC. No? APEC, you can only have about 21 member economies in APEC. That's the maximum. And of course, right now there are about 14 signatory and one provisionary. But in this APA agreement, we have about, looking at the whole engineering organization worldwide, there are about 100, no, more than 100 engineering organizations which are potential member of APA. And right now there are about 15 signatories, no, and 15 signatories, meaning full signatories or full member, and about 5 provisionary members, which include the Philippines. So the international agreement, no, it's being formed, no, to provide recognition of substantial equivalence. Take note, no, it's only substantial equivalence of standards, no. Meaning, hindi naman talagang copycat o parehas na parehas, but we just look at the substantial equivalence ng practice or their standard in the different member economies, no. And this standard I established for competency of engineers, no, for independent practice. The membership of this IPEA is working to establish a competency standard, no, to be used as a basis for the independent practice of engineers or who are member of this economies. So those are the things that we are looking at on the IPEA agreement. And members of this, if you are now a member, no, or full signatory or even provisionary member, we are committed in developing and recognizing the good practice in assessing competence, no, for independent practice engineering. Look at what I underline, no, for assessing competence for engineering practice. Meaning, all this agreement we are just assess competence, no. Iba yung licensing, iba yung registration sa government, no? But we are just assessing the competence for independent practice of our engineers. No? Okay, so that is the key word, assess the competence of practice of profession, especially in engineering. Okay, and of course, if we are a member of this IPEA, we have to develop and monitor and maintain and promote a mutually acceptable standards, no, and criteria for facilitating cross-border mobility of experienced professional engineers. So dapat we have to work on this, no, so that our engineers are competent and we can facilitate their mobility across the different section or the different economies that are member of this agreement. No? As Engineer Yao Fung said, no, this different the definition of mobility. We have to use the definition as said a while ago by Engineer Yao Fung. So it's a cross-border mobility of our engineers, either by country to country or workplace to workplace, or as an engineer, or maybe as a company. You know. So those are the mobility that we are looking at. Now, what are the specific goals of the International Professional Agreement? Number one is to establish a decentralized international register, meaning in the Philippines, we have our own engineering registers. In other economies, they have their own engineering registers. But these are all connected, these are all benchmarked as agreed upon by the different economies. And if you look on the one that I underline in bold letter, substantial equivalence in the competence of experienced professional engineers from participating economies. So these are the benchmark that dapat pare-parehas ng mga economies na to. So we have the substantial equivalence in competence. So these are the things that we are benchmarking. So one of the specific goals of the IPA. Another one is to if you are now a member, we have to look on the existing barriers. What are the barriers on the practice of our profession in other countries, or maybe the practice of profession in our country, and to develop and promote strategies to have a flawless mobility of engineers between member economies, like Philippines to going to Australia, or Philippines to, or Australian going to the Philippines. We have to look into this, because one of our hindrances is our, I don't like to say the government, but of course the licensing authorities. So we have to look on the barriers, on how we can practice our profession in other countries, or how they can practice their profession here in the Philippines. So we have to understand these existing barriers, and we have to compare notes. So how can we develop a strategies to lower or maybe remove all these barriers in the practice of profession in its different economies? Okay, to encourage relevant governments and licensing authorities to adopt and implement the mutual mobility procedures. So if you are now a full member or maybe professional member, each economist, this is what they have to do, is to adopt and implement the mutual mobility procedures, so that we can really have what we call a mobility of engineers within all its economies. So meaning the barriers, we have to maybe lower the barriers, or maybe if not possible to clear all the barriers, maybe you can lower some of the barriers so that the practice of profession, a cross-country application can be minimized on the restriction of the mobility of engineers. So we have to work on that between countries and between economies, or between economies. Okay, and to identify and encourage the implementation of best practice. So we have to really identify, and we have to look on the different best practice which we are upgrading every now and then during our meetings in International Professional Agreement, with the International Engineering Alliance, of course with the World Federation of Engineering Organization, with the ASEAN Federation of Engineering Organization. We have to really encourage and implement the best practice and the progressive assessment of engineers, intending to practice at professional level. So we are really upgrading the best practice with our meetings every year with APEO, with our meetings every year with the International Engineering Alliance, and of course with the World Federation of Engineering Organization, which the Philippine Technological Council is a member. Okay, so every now and then we are working on this best practice in engineering. Okay, so another specific goals of the International Professional Engineering Agreement is to continue mutual monitoring and information exchange. As I said, every year we have these meetings and we are monitoring all our what we are doing, what are the changes in our agreement, what are the information needed, by constant regular communication and sharing information. So that's the reason why we meet every year. If there are some changes, we have to upgrade those changes, we have to adapt the changes. If there are some changes that we have to remove, then we will do it. That's why we have the regular communication concerning assessment procedures. And of course, every 6 years, since we're as a member of EPIC Engineer, we are being audited every year, every 6 years, if we can still continue our operation or not. So we just finished our audit and we are given another 6 years to operate the EPIC Engineers Agreement. And of course, during our meetings, or maybe operation and other meetings that we have, just like what IA is doing right now, they're all inviting observers, or they're inviting speakers from other countries to really look or speak or look at the procedures of how we assess our engineers, or us being, of course, again, invited to participate and observe how the other countries assess their engineers. And these are ongoing right now, and at least every 6 years as EPIC engineers, we are being audited. And of course, invitation to observe meetings of any boards or commissions. Now, we are inviting foreign members, foreign economies, other engineering organizations to come and observe our meetings, to come observe how the procedures, what we are doing. And also, we are also being invited to observe what they are doing and how they audit or they have to assess the competence of their engineers in that country. Those are the things that we are doing to really look, so that what we call the continued mutual monitoring and information exchange. And this is happening right now, and it's being done at least every year. So what are the specific requirements to be admitted in this International Process Engineering Agreement? Of course, the academic level, like RBS, if it is a requirement for registration or requirement for licensing, in our case, requirements for licensing of our engineers once you graduate. And once you graduate as engineer, you have to take the board exam and you're given a license by the Special Regulation Commission. And of course, it must be equivalent or not less than the substantially equivalent to that of the other graduates in other countries. And these are all benchmarked under the Washington Accord, or other accord that is being approved or agreed upon by the different member economies. Meaning our overall level of academic achievement is almost equivalent or equivalent under the Washington Accord or other engineering accreditation approved by the different member economies. And you have to provide the graduate of all this engineering, the professional engineering competence for independent practice, exemplified or standard under the International Engineering Alliance. And right now, there are about 13 competency profile, and all the graduates of this, the BS or the one who would like to apply as a international professional engineers must pass this standard. An applicant must demonstrate and they have to able to practice conveniently or competitively under these different elements. There are now 13 elements competency profile that they have to really hurdle to become a international professional engineers. So 13 competency profile. Maybe we can discuss that in some other time, that we have more time. What are these competency profile? What are these 13 competency profile? And prescribed minimum period of practical experience since graduation. As I said, this practical is the same as the APEC Engineers Agreement. And this practical experience since graduation is the 7 years. 7 years practical experience minimum. So 7 years minimum practical experience. And the other one is prescribed minimum period of responsible charge of significant engineering work. Like APEC, you need 2 years, 2 years responsible charge of significant engineering work. You have to show that you have a minimum of 2 years of responsible charge of significant engineering work. So normally in APEC, there are ways that we have to do it. In ASEAN, there is also a way. And also on the EPEA, there's another way to do it. But practically, they're all the same. They're all the same. There's sufficient continuing professional development to maintain the currency of knowledge and skills. Right now, as APEC, we are looking at 150. I think for this EPEA, we're still looking at 150 since these are the agreed upon CPD hours that member economies are looking, 150 CPD hours to maintain the currency and knowledge and skills. And there is a new agreement, that once you have a CPD, you have to explain why you have to take that CPD program. You have to tell what happened, how does it help you maintain the currency of your knowledge. So these are the things, these are the changes that being implemented. You have to really state why did you take that CPD and why did you take that seminar or why did you take that workshop. How did increase your knowledge or your skills when you took out this CPD. So again, the ethical responsibility and practice, we have that in PTC, and of course we have to look at also the code of ethics of the different organization. No? Like maybe the code of ethics of IAEA must also very familiar with that. The code of ethics of the PTC, and so once you apply, you have to submit this ethical code of ethics. You have to sign that and maybe have it notarized. No? And accountability on your personal action and decision as a professional engineer. Okay, and each authorized member have agreed to be bound. No, now we have that registers. No, and the engineers who will be in these registers must agree that they have to be bound by the code of ethics of PTC and the code of ethics of your association or the code of ethics of IAEA. If you like to be listed in the international registers. And you have met the benchmark of competence, through assessment in the Philippines, or you being assessed by your organization, of course, the final assessment by the Philippine Technological Councils. And you are willing to, when you assess and you like to be a member of the IPA, all the costs that meet any cost that is involved, you are willing to be identified and meet any cost that is involved to become an IPA or to become an international professional engineer. And you have met any additional requirements to comply with any jurisdictional, registration, or regulatory constraints. So if you like to work, let's say in other economies, so you must also comply with their jurisdictional registration or the regulatory constraint. If you're in the Philippines, the same thing. You have to follow all those restrictions. You have to follow all the laws of the country where you have to work with. Okay, reviews. So like in APEC, same thing with the APEA, we are being reviewed every year on our standards, policies, and quality assurance. So every year, every 6 years, we are being reviewed. So after the review, either we get the 2 years or we get the 6 years. As of the last review of APEC, we're able to get the 6 years maximum to operate our APEC engineers agreement. Okay, so there is really a regular review of all our undertakings under this different agreement. And the purpose of the review is to ensure the substantial equivalence of the requirements for the continued operation at jurisdictional section. So if they find that we are following all these requirements, then we are allowed to operate for a maximum of 6 years. And this, as I said, on the 5th year, they will be start to review our procedures, our manuals, and all those requirements that we're using to assess the competence of our engineers. Okay, and those listed in this International Professional Register, they can use the title as International Professional Engineer, the International PE, before their name or after their name. So these are the current members of the IPA. These are, as you can see, most of them are also member of the APEC Engineer Registers. But I think Ireland, India, and South Africa and United Kingdom are not member of APEC, but they are member of the IPEA. So right now there are 15 signatories, and there are about 5 professional members. And one of them is the Philippine Technological Council. And we come a first quarter of this year, we become a provisionary member of IPEA. And hopefully towards the end of 2023, we become a full signatory of this agreement. So in summary, there are 4. I wasn't able to put the other one. Engineering registers are working right now, the engineering registers, ASEAN. It is operational in 1998. The APEC engineers operational in 2001, and now we are working on this International Professional Engineers Agreement. No? These are the engineering registers, and all those engineers under these three engineering register, we lump them to become, we call them the advanced level engineers. No? So professional engineers who are recognized as APEC engineer, ASEAN engineers, international professional engineers, they are collectively called as the advanced level engineer. Why advanced level engineers? We coined that in the Philippines. We coined our those members of this different registers as advanced level engineers, because we cannot use the professional, because they are professional electronics engineer. They're in our laws, no, they're a professional mechanical engineer, they're professional electrical engineers. So to distinguish between these professional engineers from the different discipline, so we label our member of the APEC or the ASEAN or the PEA as advanced level engineers. No? And these engineers, we call advanced level engineers, are registered in the Philippine Technological Council Engineering Register, or we call it the PTC-NER. No? So if you are in this category or this level, ASEAN, the APEC, and the International Professional Engineer, so we are registered in the Philippine Technological Council National Engineering Register, and we call it the PTC-NER. Okay, so a competency-based, so what is a competency-based engineers, no? So to be an advanced level engineer, you must pass the competency standard approved and agreed upon by member economies. No? And your competence, bilamsan na namin yun, yung 12, no? the 13 competency profile. So we lump it to 5 competency criteria. And what are these competency criteria? It's the engineering knowledge. No? It is you have to comprehend the knowledge what you have when you are studying engineering, the widely applied engineering principles, no? Underpinning the good practice as an engineer. So we call it the engineering knowledge. Of course, we have the theoretical and practical methods. These are the design, these are the developments, or problem solving. No? That is when you are now practicing. No? These are the competencies that you develop when you practice your profession, the theoretical and practical methods. No? Of course, we have the responsibility. So as you go up the ladder of organization, no? As you practice your profession and you are very competent, of course, you now go to the management ladder. Then you have, of course, because you have the leadership and you are being appointed in the management ladder of your organization, because you are now what we call you have now a responsibility for decision making. So that is the responsibility, meaning you are now looking at the whole the bird's eye view of what you're doing. No, you are now on top and you are looking down. No? What is happening? So that's what we call now responsibility. Of course, as you go up in the ladder, you must have this communication and interpersonal skill. No, you know how to communicate with your people. You have this interpersonal skills with your people. No. So you have to develop that as you go up in the ladder of responsibility. You must brush on your oral and written communication using a different medium. No, like right now, we have maybe in Facebook or maybe in Twitter, or all those things that you can use digitally, or the things that we are using right now, no, to communicate with our subordinates, or maybe with our boss, or with our people that are under us. So we must develop this, a very important skills, no, the communication and interpersonal skills. And the other one is the commitment to the profession. These are the things that you have to comply. When you say commitment to the profession, you must really brush up with your the recent technology, what is happening, what is the things, meaning you have to comply with CPD, no, to upgrade your knowledge, CPD, the professional conduct, and active conduct. And another one is your active contribution to the profession. So during the evaluation or maybe new application, no, these are the things that we're looking. No? The 13 competency profile, we lump sum up this and make it with the 5 competency profile, the 5 competency criteria when we assess your application and being a member of the advanced level engineers. So the first two, if you look on the first two, no, the engineering knowledge, theoretical and practical method, these are what we call the engineering skills. No? While the last three, the responsibility, communication, and interpersonal skills and commitment to the profession, these are soft skills. So if you go up now and you become what we call international professional engineer or epic engineer or assay engineers, you must have these engineering skills, and of course, you must have those soft skills. These are mandatory, and these are once you apply all this register, these are the things that we are looking at. No? These are the things that will be assessed: your engineering skills and your soft skills. So an advanced level engineer exercises full professional judgment. No? If you have to define what is an advanced level engineer. So it's exercise full judgment and demonstrate a capacity for leadership of change, innovation, creativity, and professional engineering work. So what else? No, an advanced level engineer has the ability to appreciate the wider context of engineering in social, in organizational, economic, and environmental terms. No, and an advanced level engineer work may have significant corporate and community impact, and will therefore require skills in business, planning, community development, supervising the use of all resources. No? Kasi pag nandun ka na, so you have to use all the resources that you can use to finish the project. No? And involvement in community and industrial relation. So yung mga project mo, you have to look on the environmental impact of what you're doing. That is part of your scope of work as a professional engineer or an advanced level engineer. Hindi lang yung trabaho ng trabaho, but again, you have to look on your community. You have to look on the environmental impact of the project. No? And if there are some things that you have to do, you have to mitigate. No? So you have to mitigate all those things. No? So these are the, if you lump sum the requirements for advanced level engineer. These are the definition of an advanced level engineer. And of course, an advanced level engineer, we are looking at, it's a higher notch on the professional level of our engineers right now. No? So admission standard for this international register of engineers has been set above those in all national practices. So meaning we envision the advanced level engineer as one notch higher or maybe more, no? As against those practitioners in the national level. Okay? So again, we ask you, if you like to be in the register, you have to raise the bar and be in the Philippine engineering registers. So what is an engineering register? Engineering register is about recognition of qualification. Engineering register is about competency. Okay, so be in the engineering registry, and this is your pathway to mobility. So I think that's my last slide. And thank you very much for listening. And if you have some question, I'm ready to answer the question. Okay, maraming salamat, ma'am. So that's my last slide. I hope I'm on time.
Thank you so much, Engineer Romulo R. Agatep, for that very informative presentation. I know a lot of our engineers will be very inspired with your topic. Now, at this point, we would like to award the Certificate of Appreciation. Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, Incorporated, awards the Certificate of Appreciation to Engineer Romulo R. Agatep for imparting valuable insights as technical presenter on the topic International Professional Engineering Agreement during the simultaneous technical sessions in conjunction with the 47th Annual National Convention with the theme Leadership. rising above adversity through passion and commitment, leading on the road to recovery. Held on November 7 to 12, 2022 in Manila, Philippines, and via Zoom conferencing, even on this 8th day of November 2022. Signed by Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., 2022 IIEE Vice President for External Affairs, Engineer Lyndon R. Bague, 2022 Vice President for Internal Affairs, Engineer Esperanza A. Colado, 2022 IIEE National Secretary, and of course, Engineer Feliciano F. Padro III, 2022 National President. Thank you once again, Engineer Romulo R. Agatep.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Thank you. Maraming salamat po, and maraming salamat again for inviting me. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Sir Romy. So be advised,
Yes, ma'am.
we
Thank
will
you,
have.
ma'am. Thank you, Rodeline.
Sir. So be advised, we will have an open forum later where our
Yes, yes,
speakers.
yes. I will be here.
Yeah, I'll entertain all your questions. And of course, we also have raffle draw where you will have a chance to win exciting prizes. So we have another speaker.
Good.
Kasama ka doon, Seb. So we have another speaker who will share his knowledge and will introduce internationally accepted exemplars of graduate attributes and professional competence to achieve global comparability of engineering education and practice. Just a gentle reminder to our next resource speaker that if you hear this sound, you have remaining 10 minutes to wrap up your presentation. Our speaker is a professional metallurgical engineer with more than 40 years of engineering and technology management experience in the heavy metals industry. During the last 15 years, he has been involved in the development of outcomes-based external quality assurance system for engineering education in the country towards global comparability and recognition. As president of the Philippine Technological Council, or PTC, spearheaded the establishment of the certification and accreditation system in the country and led PTC's membership to the Washington Accord of the International Engineering Alliance, or IEA, the guardian of gold standard in engineering education. IEA recognizes the global comparability of accredited engineering programs and the engineering qualifications of graduates from across some 29 countries all over the globe. He was a former board examiner of the Philippine Regulation Commission, a former chair of the ASEAN Federation of Engineering Organization, chair member of the APEC Engineer Register Philippine Monitoring Committee, and member of the ASEAN Monitoring Committee for Engineering Services in the Philippines, or ACPE. He was Outstanding Professional of the Year awardee in Metallurgical Engineering by PRC in 2016, and a National Education Awardee by UP also in 2016. With the topic, International Recognition of Qualifications and Mobility, please put your hands together for Engineer Federico A. Gonzaga. Sir Fred, good afternoon.
Hi. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Rodeline, and nice to see you here today. And first of all, I would like to thank the president of IIEE and the chair of Dr. Bahona, of course, the president of IIEE. Thank you very much, sir, for giving us this opportunity to be with you today. And you have heard of Yao Chaofeng talking about the ASEAN Engineering Register. You have heard about the different registers as expounded by our country registrar, Engineer Romy Agatep. And today, perhaps I would like to look at my presentation more as an explanation or a treatise on the basis of why we are going into these registers. As you might have heard from Yao Chaofeng and from Engineer Agatep, that these are all for purposes of making sure that our engineering professionals When I say engineering professionals, not only the engineers, but also technicians as well as technologists are given the opportunity to look at different platforms. And as your theme has stated, platforms that will enable each one of us to be globally competitive and of course achieve global recognition. And so my presentation, if you will allow me, I'm going to share it now. Now looking for it. Okay. From the beginning. Okay. So for some of you who may not know Philippine Technological Council, we are actually the umbrella organization, no, of all these organizations, professional organizations in the country, including of course IIEE. And in my presentation, actually the copy that we will provide you, you can see the abstract, and I'm putting it here so that I couldn't forget it as well. And my presentation will be to introduce you to the near future trends in global engineering graduate attributes and professional competence exemplars. These are what we expect from graduates, engineering graduates, and of course what we expect from engineering professionals in the near future, if not today. Okay? And to introduce the various platforms for the international recognition of qualifications towards global comparability and eventually engineering mobility. And I think Yao Chafong and Engineer Agatep mentioned about the very different mechanisms for mobility. And at the end of the day, I hope that you will be able to articulate the near-term developments in these attributes as well as professional competence exemplars, perform self-assessment and evaluation of your attributes and the competences that you possess against these exemplars, and eventually, I hope you will choose which platform to give priority and to which one may register for international recognition, and in which one you will find, greater benefits. Okay? So, if I may introduce PTC to those who are not, privy to what PTC is all about, we are a non-stock, non-profit private organization. I would like to emphasize that one because we carry the name Philippine, but we are not a government entity. Okay. Founded in June 1978 and incorporated in March 1981, and that we are the umbrella organization of 13 EPOs, engineering professional organizations, including the Institute of Integrated Engineers, Electrical Engineers of the Philippines. And I would like to emphasize this as well, that we are actually the founding chair of the ASEAN Federation of Engineering Organizations, which was founded as in 1982 in actually the idea, the constitution and bylaws were all drafted in the Philippines way back in 1981, if I remember correctly. And we are volunteer enabled. When I say volunteer enabled, no one among the members of the board of trustees of PTC are, salaried. We are all volunteers. These are the PTC members. I'm sure you could see the electrical engineers there, the logo of IIEE, and there are 13 of them. Okay. And we are, as I've said, we are the founding chair of AFIO, or the ASEAN Federation of Engineering Organization. Romy Agatep mentioned quite several times the International Engineering Alliance. We are a member of that body, which is composed of today, I think it's more than 39 countries already. Okay. We are now a provisional member of one of the educational accords. I'll explain that later, what educational accords are. And this is the Washington Accord. And we are currently undergoing the process of the final stage of becoming a full, we call that the full signatory to the accord. And we are preparing ourselves for the Sydney as well as the Dublin Accord in cooperation with CHED and with TESDA. We are also a member of the competence agreements, the EPEC engineer and the international professional engineer. And Romy Agatep promised us that he will, work for the engineering technologies and engineering technicians agreement in the next few months. And hopefully we will be able to file our application in 2024 and get it in 2025. Yeah. FIAP, we are an active member of the Federation of Engineering Institutions of Asia and the Pacific. And we are a recognized accreditation body and a registration body of FIAP. That means FIAP has an accreditation guidelines for engineering education, technologist education, technician education, as well as a register, which you will see later on. We are a member of the national member of WFEO representing the Philippines. WFEO being the World Federation of Engineering Organizations. This is an organization of more than 100 organizations from some 100 countries, and it is fully supported by UNESCO. We are also an active member of the ASEAN Quality Assurance Network, the group that framed the ASEAN Quality Assurance Network that may be the benchmark, or that is actually the benchmark for the quality assurance of the ASEAN Qualifications Reference Framework, which is the reference document for the Philippine Qualifications Framework, or PQF for that matter. We are also a member of the Network of Accrediting Bodies for Engineering Education in Asia. Okay. PTC, since it started, we work initially in the Philippines, of course, serving our constituents in the Philippines. But we eventually expanded our services to our friends in the ASEAN region. Okay, our Filipino, expats in different ASEAN countries, and then we were able to start our services to those who are in the Middle East. And I'm very happy that I see our active engineers from Qatar, Rodeline, Robert, Engineer Robert, and many others here today. We started with Bahrain, we expanded to Qatar, to Saudi Arabia, to Oman, Kuwait, and so on. And we hope that we will be able to continue those services that we are trying to provide to our expats friends. Of course, we were able to start in the USA sometime in 2018, and we are happy that the USA group has been very, very active, and we were able to help secure recognition of, I think it's now 11 engineers without examinations, only through registration with the APEC Engineer Agreement. We have some engineers in Japan, Korea, in Papua New Guinea, in Australia, in New Zealand. Okay, and we hope that we will be able to connect with a number of engineers in Europe, in Latin America, in South Africa as well. Okay. As I've said, we are the umbrella organization, and you will see later, and in the last few slides that I had, you can see that PTC is a professional accreditation body for engineering education, basically under the Washington Accord and the FIAP guidelines, and soon under Sydney Accord and Dublin Accord. We are also a professional registration body for engineering professionals under the following registers: APEC Engineers Register, of course, together with PRC and CHED, being the three of us being members of the National Monitoring Committee, the ASEAN Engineering Register, which was discussed very well by Yao Chafong a few minutes ago, okay, under the ASEAN Federation of Engineering Organization. We were one of the first. Of course, we were the founding chair. We are also involved with the ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineers Register, or the NMC, with PRC and CHED. We sit there as a member of the National Monitoring Committee, being a part of the mutual recognition arrangements with the 10 ASEAN countries. Lately, I've heard that Engineer Gatep has mentioned about the International Professional Engineers Register. In fact, that was his topic. We were admitted as a provisional member of the International Professional Engineers Register, and this is being run by the International Engineering Alliance. So that's a new one that we were able to achieve last June 30, 2022. Okay. So before I continue any further, maybe you would like to, reflect on this question. When was the first time that you considered yourself to be an engineer? A professional engineer, for that matter, as well. And what were the basis? What were your basis for saying that you are an engineer or you are a professional engineer? Robert Mabulay has tackled some topics about achieving professional electrical engineer status. And perhaps you would like to yourselves individually think about it. What were the basis, or what are your basis for saying that you are an engineer? Next question perhaps would be, have you ever doubted about what you are doing? That is it really an engineering work? Okay. And maybe another question is, have you ever had the opportunity to think about your career path and the career path towards, say, global recognition? Have you ever thought of that? As you can see in the diagram, you can see this one, I took it from the American Society for Mechanical Engineers. That's the engineering area, okay, where you think about research, complex analysis, complex design, development, manufacturing, and so on the other hand, those that may not require as much mathematical considerations on the right-hand side of the pie. Okay. Have you ever thought of, probably looking at where have you gone, from point A to point 1 or point A to point 2? And maybe the other question would be, how are you doing it? What is the end in mind of the career path that you have chosen? What is the end in mind? I took a definition of an engineer, and an engineer is a practitioner of engineering. And he is a professional who design, analyze, build, and test machines. I think the guy who made this, is mechanical, complex systems, structures, gadgets, and materials to fulfill functional objectives and requirements. Note, considering the limitations imposed by practicality, regulations, safety, and costs. Okay. I further look at professional engineers as defined, and I just would like to look at, the blue ones. Personal responsibility, original thought and judgment, and ability to supervise, continuous progress in his or her branch of engineering, make contributions to the development of engineering science and its applications, give authoritative technical advice, and assume responsibility for direction of important tasks. Why am I trying to define? Why did I bring this definition forward? Because if you will see later, are these the abilities? Are these the characteristic of an engineer or a professional engineer that need to be there? Especially when we look at the skills that are needed, in yesterday, today, and in the future. You can see. Yeah. You have complex problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, emotional intelligence, so to speak, technology design and programming, analytical thinking, active learning, and so on. Okay. So are those characteristics necessary for us to face the future and eventually, get international recognition or global recognition for what we are doing or for what we can do? Moreover, this is, because of the complexity of the working environment, the practice environment, engineering activity normally requires several, members of team, requires an engineering team. And this would be, this would include the roles of engineer, engineering technologist, and engineering technician. That was the reason why I asked, have you ever thought of, have you ever sat down, think about what you are doing, whether it's really an engineering work? It is for a reason that, you might be educated for an engineering work, but you are not doing an engineering work after all. Okay. So how do I then build a career path to global recognition? You remember Stephen Covey, for those who have undertaken, the habits of highly, 7 habits of highly effective people, right? He said, for you to be able to be effective and to be, you must begin with the end in mind. You must begin with the end in mind. And basically, I will paraphrase and shortcut it and then create the platform for doing that, for achieving that beginning and that end in mind. Okay. So for us engineering professionals, in the international scene like that in which we are involved in the International Engineering Alliance, the formation or the development of an engineering professional actually start with accredited educational qualification. I think Romy Agarep has highlighted that very well. And he said, to be able to qualify for international professional engineering agreement or register rather, you have to have an educational qualification that is substantially equivalent to those of Washington Accord members. That means to build a knowledge and attributes that will enable that graduate to continue learning and proceed to formative development. So that's one of the things that are needed for initial, if we look at registration as a step towards recognition, okay? And then the next step is formative development. So building on what you have gained in an educational atmosphere you build on it, and eventually, acquire the necessary competence that will enable you to actually enter, and qualify for registration. Okay. So that means from being a new graduate, from being a graduate engineer, to being somebody who can manage, supervise, work, and by himself can actually practice independently. So from being an assisting role to being someone who is competent enough and is responsible enough to make the difference. And so when that qualifications is achieved, you are then ready for international registration. Recognition is something that we are looking forward to, right? Global recognition. And this is how we look at the global recognition in a framework. You look at recognition first and foremost at the home jurisdiction. That means we must be recognized by somebody, by a group, by a party, or even by regulatory authorities within the jurisdiction. And this is a framework that we are following, and we have been discussing actually with International Engineering Alliance. It is the recognition at the home jurisdiction of your qualifications. So either assessment and evaluation of the engineering professionals, and if I may, okay, either recognition even at the start of your professional life, or recognition at the time that you are independently practicing. Yan. Okay. The next one, of course, is once you're recognized in the home jurisdiction, you're supposed to get recognized in a body that will bring that recognition and perhaps convince the host jurisdiction. So these bodies are like the AFIO, the APEC Engineer Agreement, the IPEA or International Professional Engineers Agreement. And when we talk about new graduates, young graduates, we are talking about Washington Accord, Sydney Accord, and Dublin Accord for engineering graduates, for technology graduates, and for technician graduates, respectively. Okay, WA, SA, DA. Okay, so this is a recognition by those bodies upon the individual meeting the requirements for recognition registration. And this is recognition at the recognition body level. There's another recognition area that will enhance the cross-border mobility either of the natural persons or of engineering services that is being provided by those natural persons. Okay, so recognition at the home jurisdiction could either come from the recognition by regulatory authorities, that means created as an agreement among states. And when we talk of an agreement, we talk about bilateral, or we also talk about multilateral. And MRA, mutual recognition arrangements, which actually became the trigger for the establishment of the ACPE or ACPE, is actually a multilateral agreement between and among the 10 ASEAN countries. So it's a recognition. So anything that is in place, or anyone rather that is in place in the ACPE, can be recognized by the regulatory authority in the different bodies or the different AMS or ASEAN member states. But there is also, of course, the possibility that the recognition provided by the organizations may be adopted by these recognition bodies and by the corporate bodies in the host jurisdictions. If these are adopted by the regulatory authorities, like, if I may give you an example, the National Council for Engineering Examination and Surveying in the US recognizes the EPEC Engineer Agreement. And so they provide minimum assessment to those who are already EPEC engineer. They provide minimum assessment eventually in recognizing the individual as a professional engineer in some of the states in the US. So on the other hand, recognition by corporate bodies could very well mean the same, adoption of the criteria, the standards of an agreement like APEC Engineer Agreement or the ASEAN Engineering Register, adopted by a corporate body. And if the corporate body believes that it will help them, then they will adopt. I think there are many companies already that have adopted this one, not only in the Philippines, but in the Middle East, for example. So they are adopting that as well. Okay. So that's kind of recognition that we would like to achieve at the end of the day, from a host jurisdiction recognition to recognition at the host jurisdiction. Okay. Because we would like to look at this, Yao Chafong talk about RCEP, ASEAN, Romy talk about APEC. We would like to look at MENA because that's where many of you, my friends, ladies and gentlemen, are. And I believe that, it is incumbent upon us, PTC, to be able to open up these opportunities. If these are required, if these are useful to you, then let it be, okay? As I've said, it is a voluntary activity that we are doing. We have identified this platform because we believe that when you have these qualifications recognized, eventually you can be a party, you can be participate in engineering service value chain all over. Okay, talk about MENA, ASEAN, APEC, RCEP. Now there's another one. I think the Trans-Pacific Partnership, Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP. I think Philippines is also there. And, do international collaboration, even own, movement of natural person, MNPs can be done. Like most of our friends in the Middle East, they go there, they provide the services, get employment, have their qualifications recognized and so on. Simply because, when your qualification is recognized, the mobility follows. It's only when there is recognition, your recognition of what you can do, that you can actually start moving. And so PTC has anchored itself on what we are doing, basically accreditation, because accreditation guarantees the achievement of the graduate attributes that you can see here at point B. And once the graduate attributes, PTC also hopes that the graduate will eventually move from this point, eventually build his own professional competence, as I have mentioned a while ago, and eventually, be able to develop that professional competence, PC2, which Engineer Gatep has mentioned about the 13 elements of the professional competence exemplars that he has mentioned, and he has paraphrased into 5 items. Okay. So by then you could register in these 4 engineering registers. Okay. So how did we approach it? Look we look at this, look at that. That's Europe. We look at education and accreditation since we would like recognition even at the start of the life of a professional. That means a new graduate will have a recognition of his professional attainment at that point in time. Okay, that's the reason why PTC has chosen to participate in the Washington Accord, eventually Sydney Accord and Dublin Accord. We have done that. We have spent more than what, 10 years already in the Washington Accord, proving that we can do it, proving that we can level up our education and eventually have that graduate, engineering graduate qualifications recognized. And that we also, entered the different register. I think I will not expound this much because Engineer Gatep has talked about these registers. But you notice the yellow ones. No, we are there already. We are working on the blue ones. We are working on the blue ones to give opportunity to each and every member of the engineering team. We hope that when we get this into this agreement, I hope we would have done the first step in our our dream to have every member of the Filipino engineering team recognized. Okay, so you can see that the Washington Accord is a prerequisite to the IPEA as well as to the APEC engineer. It's a prerequisite. It's a qualifications that one of the major qualifications required for you to be able to register in the IPEA or the APEC. We are still fortunate that a part of the mechanism for qualifications still include the Philippine, track. We call it the Philippine track, which means you can, in fact, register in the EPEG simply by, having your program either COE, COD, or you have to add more CPD points for you to be able to get recognized under and get registered under the EPEG as well as the IPEA. And we also work very hard to become a very active part of FIA, as well as the ASEAN Engineering Register. And we work very closely with PRC and CHED on the ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer Register. And I would like to emphasize this point that when I say we, especially on the ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer Register, you are as well involved. Okay? Because when we look at an applicant to the ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer, the one who will go there and make the assessment, undertake the assessment, is one of your members who has the same qualification as the applicant for ACPE. Similarly, we do that as well in the ASEAN Engineering Register, and that's the reason why you have the AAPER. And thank you very much for Engineer Dr. Florigo and the rest of the members of AAPER for working very, very well on these registers. So this is the work of PTC, PTC certification and accreditation, PTC engineering registers. And our basis is the graduate attributes, and that's the main topic that I have. The main title of my presentation. What I've just presented you is the foundation of all of these things that we are doing. Why are we doing all of these things? It's simply because we would like to open up as many platforms as possible where we could, each and every individual engineering professional will be able to level up to international standards of both education and practice. And this is one major reference that we are using. No, this is what we call the GAPC, no, graduate attributes and professional competence. And I will be very, very happy if you will put this in your mind, what GAPC is all about. Because GAPC is the reference document that we use not only for the accreditation and certification of engineering programs, but also the engineering registers. You can see later on. Okay. We have current edition of version 4, which was reviewed and approved in 21 June 2021 in our Zoom meetings among the members of the IEA. And I would like to also emphasize that this GAPC was reviewed not only by International Engineering Alliance, but by the 100 plus members of the World Federation of Engineering Organization, and supported by the UNESCO, or the United Nations Educational, Social, Cultural Organization. And that, because of that, it has now, well, many of us and in the IEA believes that it is the gold standard of engineering education and practice. It is applicable to all the accords and agreements. You have heard of the accords, the WA, Washington Accord, Sydney Accord, and Dublin Accord, and the agreements, IPEA, EPEC, Technologists and Technicians Agreement. Okay. So this GAPC is the basis, is the reference document, and it consists of what we call the graduate attributes, which is what we expect graduates to possess. For those who are in the academy, this is what we are looking for in the graduate. It's a set of attributes or outcomes that we are looking for graduates. So when we do accreditation, PTC does accreditation, we are looking for graduate attributes, okay? We are looking for graduate attributes that an educational program like a Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering is robustly providing the students, and eventually, prove that the graduates has those attributes, okay? On the other hand, professional competence profiles consist of the elements of competency necessary for the competent performance of a professional who is expected to be able to demonstrate it at the stage of attaining registration. That means that is what Romy Agatep was referring to. Okay? When we assess and evaluate a candidate for registration in the EPEC or even in the ASEAN, we look at the competencies, the 5 competencies which are actually deemed to be substantially equivalent to the professional competence profile in the GAPC. Okay? Pag isa-isayin natin yung GAPC na yan, okay, kamukha siya nung sinabi ni Engineer Agatep na 5 competencies. Applicable to all engineering disciplines, generically stated in a way, that you could actually change a little bit and it will become specific to electrical engineering. Change this part, it will become specific to civil engineering. Okay. All attributes are important, but you may emphasize 1 or 2 because they are not necessarily of equal weight. Always sinasabi natin, ability to communicate effectively. Communication, sabi nga ni Romy kanina, ability to communicate effectively, is that more weight? Am I going to give more weight to it than the ability to solve complex engineering problems? So in interpreting these statements, we have to look at the disciplinary context and what you would like to look at a niche of education or a niche of practice. Okay. Kasi pwede naman yan na di ba? Sabihin natin, ang mga graduate ng university na to are the best engineering speakers. Di ba? Pwede yun. Or, ang aking mga graduates, when they become professional, they will be the best speakers. But, everything in that standard or exemplar, I would call it. They don't call it standards actually. They must not be altered in substance or the individual element, any of the individual element ignored. So, and a little bit of summary in that GAPC, you can see that in that GAPC, you can distinguish between an engineering technician, engineering technologist, and engineer by the kind of problem that they're supposed to solve. So you can see well-defined on one side, complex engineering problems on the other side. That's one of the features of the GAPC, okay, where you could actually differentiate between the work of a technologist and the work of an engineer. And that's the reason why I said, have you ever thought of, even questioning, is the things that I'm doing really engineering? Because I would like to show that in that red column that I just put in, okay, sana engineers from the Philippines will not be classified on the other side. Okay, engineer ka, you can work technology work, but you are an engineer. They know that you are an engineer. That's the recognition that we would like to achieve. That if you are an engineer, you are an engineer. If you are a technologist, you're a technologist. Okay? Maganda yun. If you are a technologist, you are educated as a technologist, train as a technologist, but they will look at you like an engineer. Maganda yun. Ibig sabihin yan, our preparation, our education is already at the level, even beyond the demilitarized zone na sinasabi ko. Okay. Because we have inculcated in our graduates knowledge that are at the level. So differentiating, well, you can read through this one. You can always look at the documents that of International Engineering Alliance. We are differentiated. The team members, engineering team members, are differentiated by the knowledge that they possess, by the kind of problem that they solve, the engineering activities that they do, okay, the engineering activities that they do, as well as the attributes that they possess. So, with regards to the attributes, Romy Agatep mentioned 5, but for new graduates, you can see knowledge, abilities. These are technical abilities. Problem-solving skills. In the skill-oriented group, you can see quite a number of soft skills. Okay. And the attitude-oriented group, basically, this is the attitude. These are the attitudes that one has to develop. So you will notice that it is not only the first 2 that are very important in any professional, whether he is a new graduate or whether he is an independent practicing professional. I remember hearing from Engineer Garcia about, ability to manage, diba? Ability to manage even financial management, ability to understand, ability to learn, lifelong learning. All of us engineers are more often normally trained as problem solvers, but technical problem solvers, and not as guys who can handle financials. But I noticed I was struck by what Engineer Garcia said. Sabi niya, ako yung nagturo doon sa accountant para malaman niya yung, di ba, yung computer-assisted accounting system. So that is what we mean by a near future requirement, if not already now, that engineers are being looked at as a person, sa akin, a jack of all trade, master of 2, 3. Okay. So these are the knowledge, these are the attributes. There are 12 But the very basic one that I would like to refer to you is that in all the things that we are doing, even for a young graduate, is the ability to solve complex engineering problems. And when we talk about complex engineering problems, that is where, as Engineer Agatep has said, knowledge, deeper knowledge, breadth and depth of knowledge that you have gained from your educational experience, exposure, and applying this, being able to analyze, taking into consideration environment, sustainability, the primary responsibility to society, and of course, underpinned by ethical standards. So this is what are the new things that we should look at. Think about it, my friends, because when you finally become a professional engineer, you're expected to bring with you the same things. Okay, you will see the primary objective of protection of society, responsibility for decisions, managing and lifelong learning. Okay, and being legally, legally compliant to legal and regulatory requirements. But of course, it doesn't, exempt you from the depth, breadth of your knowledge and your being able to use that knowledge to analyze problems, design solutions. And you notice, I think that's where the core of the presentation of Engineer Garcia this morning. Okay, I was listening to him, and I'm also was impressed because there are things that I haven't done in my own company na sinabi niya. No? So I am emphasizing here the need for us to change a little bit, challenge our beliefs, and hopefully benchmark against what I have presented as the GAPC, benchmark against that, even for entry-level professionals. That means yung mga apo nyo, yung mga kapatid nyo, at mga anak nyo. Di ba? Kayong mga dyan, yung older than kaedad ko, mga apo. Yung mga medyo bata ng konti sa akin, mga anak. Di ba? Yung mga bata-bata, mga kapatid. Look at this, di ba? Graduates have achieved the international benchmark graduate attributes. Then you can have international recognition that you are looking for as a theme of this gathering. Okay, but you can only do that if you look at accreditation of engineering programs. Okay, which is provided by PTC, Accreditation Certification Board for Engineering and Technology. We are doing that today. We have 17 universities applying for accreditation under PTC within the next few months. Independent practice level, ito yun, no? Assessment and evaluation of academic qualification. Sabi ni Romy, substantial equivalence. Okay. Substantial equivalence to the level of Washington Accord. And the competence gained, during your practical experience and training, typically achieved within 7 years from graduation. Kaya minimum of 7, di ba? Minimum of 7 of practical experience and 2 years of substantial charge. Okay. And you can do that by applying with PTC, of course, together with your upper, you will be assessed, your competencies will be assessed and evaluated. And I'm very happy that the group of Bert Mabulay is there to assist you, to mentor you, and eventually, because that's what we want at PTC, that everyone, sabi nga nila, no one is left behind. As long as you're willing to be mentored, palagay ko, hindi yan aatras sila, Robert. Di ba? Hindi yan aatras. Yung grupo na yan, ako, walang atrasan yan, mga kapatid. So qualification, achievements, academic achievements, competences as an ally, nabigay naman ni Romy yan, no? So I'll not touch on this. Okay, so I'll just skip kasi binigay ni Romy yan. But today, this is what we have. Sabi ni Romy, yung napansin, sabi niya, National Engineering Register. We are looking at all of you who have registered with PTC as our core in the National Engineering Register. Today we don't have that one on the left na categories, but we hope that we will be able to do that. What we only have is on the right, International Professional Engineer. This is available platform already. PTC having become a provisional member. APEC, tumatakbo naman yan. Sabi nga ni Romy, 130 tayo. Well, aabot na yan ng mga more than 200 with the latest approvals. And then the ECP as well as the Asian Engineer. I'm pretty sure sa Asian Engineer Register na tayo yung mangunguna dyan. No? Alam ko na our AAPER, our ERCs are working very hard for that. And for the young people, you know, you might wish to come in as Associate Asian Engineer. You can see what we are doing. And perhaps not only see it, but be part of it, help. Alam niyo naman, volunteer kami lahat, no? Volunteer tayo lahat. So sa 4 na registers na to, we would like you to participate. Okay? And that, while it is voluntary, you know, nagvo-volunteer din yung mga national president ninyo, national vice president, yung mga assessors, yung mga program, yung interviewers, panel of experts. These are all volunteers, my friends, ladies and gentlemen, because, you know, we believe that PTC, together with its members, together with its 13 members, we are your partners in making sure that anyone will have the trust and confidence in your qualifications, in your competence, in the competence of the Filipino engineering professionals. Yun po yung hinahabol natin, no? And we hope that we will be able to promote that as well, because we know we're building a country, right? We're building a country. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sir Fred, for that wonderful presentation. We appreciate you giving us the roadmap towards global recognition. And of course, congratulations to you, Sir Romy, and to the PTC to recent inclusion into the International Engineering Alliance. That's very exciting, not just for the electrical engineers, but for all engineers in the Philippines. So just a reminder po, we will entertain your questions during our open forum. Okay. And with that, please, Sir Fred, please accept our deepest gratitude for taking the time out of your very busy schedule to be with us today with the certificate.
Sige, thank you. Thank you very much.
The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers, the Philippines Incorporated, awards the Certificate of Appreciation to Engineer Federico A. Monzada for imparting valuable insights as technical presenter on the topic International Recognition of Qualifications and Mobility during the simultaneous technical sessions in conjunction with the 47th Annual National Convention with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on November 7 to 12, 2022 in Manila, Philippines, via Zoom conferencing, given this 8th day of November 2022. Signed, Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., 2022 IIEE VP for External Affairs. Signed, Engineer Lyndon R. Bague, the 2022 IIEE VP for Internal Affairs. Signed, Engineer Esperanza A. Collado, the 2022 IIEE National Secretary, and signed the Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III, the 2022 IIEE National President. Once again, thank you very much, Sir Fred.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for listening, and thank you to the officers and of IIEE and all the members of this committee. Thank you very much. Thank you, Adeline, and nice to see you here as well. Thank you.
Nice to see you, sir.
Thank you once again, Engineer Federico A. Monzada. As we continue to raise the bar of engineers, we have another speaker who will talk about global recognition, global challenges of professional engineers career path. He is a country director of Surbana Jurong SMEC Indonesia based in Jakarta, and his primary responsibilities to manage various sectors which consist of transport, water and renewable energy, mining and metallurgy, water and wastewater, petrochemical and oil and gas sectors in Indonesia. A senior civil engineer and is licensed as a professional engineer of Indonesia and ASEAN. He has worked in a role of project management and project engineering over 20 years in various resources and energy industries, including nickel and coal mining, power plants, and renewable energy. It also includes coal gasification, gas, and LNG, LPG, and biodiesel plant development. He has combined the experiences throughout project life cycle from conceptual study, feasibility study, engineering designs, down to the execution of construction and EPC of the project. Apart from his daily professional activities, he has also been assigned as Executive Director of the Institution of Engineers Indonesia, managing the engineering membership in various technical events such as seminars, conferences, and many more in various sectors in Indonesia. The technical program included discussion on the energy transition, new and renewable energy, which involves Indonesian stakeholders, such as government, industry, private sectors, SOEs, and professional organizations. With the topic, Building an Engineer's Career Path for Global Recognition, Indonesia Perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, Engineer Habibi Razak.
Okay, thanks for the warm introduction, Trixie. Thanks to Rudilin. Both of you have been performing a very good job from this morning session all the way down to this afternoon session. Thank you very much. Would like to say my best regards to Engineer Federico, who just finished the presentation, Engineer Romulo, and also we have our AAR Head Commissioner, Engineer Reo Chavong, and later we'll see the Dr. Florigo also will be presenting the presentation all about engineering matters in this 47th Annual National Convention and Expo 2022. Thank you very much to the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineer of the Philippines for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Institution of Engineers Indonesia. I'm currently assigned as the Executive Director for this term under the leadership of Dr. Danis Hidayat Sumadilaga as our PII President. Hopefully, through this period, we can provide more far better program for the engineers, not only in Indonesia, but also professional engineers across Southeast Asia. We are part of the ASEAN engineers communities. Okay, let me share my slides deck. Hopefully, you all can see the slides. Trixie. Okay, let me. Okay.
Yes, we can
Yeah,
view it.
sure. Is this readable already?
It is, yes.
Okay. Okay, as been given by the committee for the title for the topic Building Engineers Career Path for Global Recognition, Indonesia PII Perspective, as explained or mentioned by the host. Yeah, I am currently appointed as a country director for SMAC International Indonesia branch. SMAC International is originally Australian company established in 1960s, and then back in 2016, 6 years ago, acquired by a large group named Surbana Jurong. Surbana Jurong is an engineering and consultancy as well as architectural services based in Singapore, 100% owned by Temasek, the Minister of Finance Singapore. So actually the company is still under the family of ASEAN communities. So these are the outlines that we'd like to discuss this afternoon session. What is the engineering profession transformation after the issuance of law number 11/2014? This is the history of PII. The engineering law was established back in 2014, where actually PII was established since 1953, yeah, long time ago. The second one, a little bit history or background regarding professional engineer practice in Indonesia. What is the engineer's career path? Yeah, how we move forward our career, starting from junior engineer level all the way up to become as a country director or country manager of engineering or even construction contractor. Engineer's career path, global recognition, and the other two will be what would be the global challenges of professional engineer in the area of energy transition, as we are aware that the era of new and renewable energy, everybody is participating, everybody is involved, including the engineers, have to upskill their knowledge, their capability in order to compete in this energy transition era. As we are well aware that we have a lot of Philippine engineers who are working overseas, working in the Middle East, working in the ASEAN. They are more doing oil and gas services related projects. And now the time is moving to new and renewable energy. What sort of competency, what sort of knowledge we need as ASEAN engineers. We also discussed quite a bit about the challenge of professional engineers in the digitalization and automation in architectural, engineering, and construction sector. Okay, this is a little bit history of the Institution of Engineers Indonesia. PII was established on 23 May 1952. Actually, the second older organization, professional organization after the Indonesia Medical Doctor Association. As we can see, we have been through a very long history, and somewhere in 1998, 1999, we were globally recognized as part of a large engineering community, the International Engineering Alliance. We've been recognized by the APEC Engineering Committee to issue the certification of APEC Engineer Register, and we've been the member of AFEO within the ASEAN community since 1990s, and also part of the ASEAN Engineering Register communities right now. Yeah. So what I would like to say, before even the issuance of the law number 11/2014, we've been recognized internationally as part of the International Engineering Global Alliance. And back in somewhere in early 2000, we understood that there is an initiative to establish ASEAN Economic Community on that time. And this was basically the trigger, the driver, why the law regarding the engineering profession has to be established, has to be issued in Indonesia. If we are not having this kind of regulation, this kind of law, so we could not be recognized as part of the ASEAN engineering communities. Unlike Singapore and Malaysia, they had their engineering law established in 1967 for Malaysia and somewhere in 1970 for Singapore. So they've been doing their engineering regulation pretty well. The certification system, the engineering practice have been very, very mature. And as Indonesia, as PII, we are moving forward toward the right direction to get ensure that we also can be like other neighbors, even like Philippines. Okay, this is the transformation we are talking about after the release of the law. So PII has been an engineering authority who is doing the accreditation of engineering education in the university. So this is related to the recognition for international recognition within the Washington Accord. We have IAB, we call it Indonesian Accreditation Board of Engineering Education under the Institute of Engineering Indonesia. We've been doing the certification system for professional engineer as per the law. As per the law, only PII have been given the mandate to certify the engineers to become a professional engineers, even all the way up to become as ASEAN engineer, ACPE, as well as CPE, APEC engineer register. As engineer also, like engineer Romulo, engineer Federico mentioned before, we are mandatory to perform a continuing professional development as the requirement to retain our professional engineer license. So same as other countries, same as Philippines, same with Malaysia and Singapore, we've been doing this kind of continuing professional development and monitored by the Institution of Engineers Indonesia. PII becomes part of the International Engineering Alliance, as mentioned before, back in early 2000s, and we've been accredited, has been succeeding to become a full signatory member of the Washington Accord in 2022 under the Indonesian Accreditation Board for Engineering Education. So this is really important as engineer. We've been through the process. We call it as engineers roadmap to international recognition. This is basically the roadmap for the engineers to move their career forward, yeah, to become certified as international engineer within the ASEAN as well as the Asia Pacific. Yeah. First, we need to be a graduate of engineering in the engineering faculty, to be Bachelor of Engineering, and then we do kind of engineering training. That's what they call it in US. And then after 2 or 3 years experience, we can apply for junior professional engineer. And then later, after we are having more experience, minimum 6 years of experience, we can apply for senior engineer level, as well as executive professional engineer level under the requirement of the Institution of Engineers Indonesia. As been said, basically in parallel, once we are a professional engineer, we can also go through the process to get the ASEAN Engineer Register, ACPE, as well as APEC Engineer Register. So after the issuance of the law number 11/2014 on the engineering profession, PII has been given the mandate to be more closely with the engineering campus. So the professional engineers now given more opportunity to talk to the engineering campus, to provide feedbacks, to provide inputs on the development of engineering curriculum. So basically, this engineering law strengthens the role of engineers in the industry and also contributes to improve the quality of engineering education in Indonesia. Now we are having more PEs in the industry involved, even in the accreditation process, in the curriculum development, as well as to be as a guest lecturer or even industrial lecturer in the university. So we go to the next agenda. What is the what kind of professional engineering practice we have in Indonesia. So basically the philosophies remain the same to what have been explained by the previous speakers. Actually, PE is a license to practice, like in many countries, in Philippines, Singapore, Malaysia. In this regard, someone needs to take responsibilities for all engineering deliverables prior to release, for instance, for construction. Yeah, before it is issued, before release for construction, the technical documents need to be stamped, need to be endorsed by someone, by a professional engineer. Yeah, when it is a civil related drawings, civil related calculation, it needs to be approved by a civil professional engineer. But when it comes to single line diagram, electrical load list, transformation, transformer specification, all those electrical things that should be endorsed, that should be approved by electrical or professional electrical engineers. This is just to make sure that the quality assurance of the works really maintained by professional engineers. So anyone, the engineer can do design, can do the calculation, but the professional engineer should approve, should endorse, should stamp all those technical documents. So this is the responsibility as a professional engineer. Consists of 3 pillars. The first one is responsibility. The second one is capacities. The third one is professional code of ethics. So these 2 responsibility capacities have been presented by Engineer Federico, by Engineer Romulo, by Engineer Chofong, specifically, particularly for professional code of ethics. This is very important. As professional engineer, we need to practice honestly, responsibly, and committed to complete our tasks, our projects. Therefore, we are called as professional engineers. So we should have integrity, we should have the honesty, we should have the commitment to complete our tasks based on code and standard agreed as per the contract between the owner and the engineer. This is the article in the engineering law, Article 50 as well as Article 51. There should be a consequence for non-PE, non-professional engineer who practice engineering. It can be sentenced to 10 years and a fine of at least 1 billion rupiah. This one is around 100 or 90,000 US dollar if we practice engineering, but we are not as a professional engineer. We are not legitimated as professional engineers per the law. Okay, as a professional engineer, we can practice as individual, and we can also own a consultant or even construction contractor company. So when we practice as individual, we are legally practicing after we get our license from the Institution of Engineers Indonesia. We can carry out the projects directly from clients, so no issues. The client would like to award the project, the contract to us, that is possible. We can be as an individual consultant, we can be as individual freelancer, things like that. We can carry out the approval of technical documents and so on and so forth. Even we recognize there are several engineers who already had their PE license. They build, they create their own engineering consultancy services. They create their own construction company. Basically, these engineers who have the license, they can employ engineers and engineering graduates. So all those documents, yeah, produced by the engineers, non-PE, by the graduates, can be reviewed and endorsed by the owner, who is basically already a professional engineer. So PE stamp, normally used in other countries as well as Indonesia, have been pushed to be implemented 100%. is a distinctive mark of a professional engineer. So it's a kind of mark for us, a professional engineer, that we have legally signed the technical engineering documents. So these are the various positions for engineers in various company functions that are assigned to a project. We find there are several engineers, various engineers, type of engineers working in consulting firm. We have a type of positions of engineers working in supervising consulting. We have several positions for engineers working in contractor side, as well as engineers position working in the operation and maintenance. So these are the list of engineers who are mandatory should have the license of a professional engineer within the Institution of Engineers Indonesia. Okay, let's go through the engineers career path global recognition. Has been said that I am personally working for multinational companies, starting from I graduated. I previously, my first career, my first company, I worked for a nickel processing company. It was a Canadian company. Then I moved to Australian company. It's independent power producer, electricity producer company, Australian. Then I moved to Black and Fitch, American, more doing the engineering and EPC. Then later on I moved to the French, Belgian engineering company. Then here I am now. I am a country manager after passing several positions. I can become a country director, country manager for quite large operation company. Has been established in 41 countries. We have around 16,500 employees around the globe. We even have an office, quite large office in Philippines, managed by Mr. Rick Luzon. He is the country manager now, who is doing the north-south metro railway project in Philippines. That's quite a remarkable project right now in Philippines. Okay, as you may see, there are several career paths for engineers. They can pick one of those. Yeah, they can pick one of those or as one of their career path. Yeah, more in the sector of engineering and construction. Yeah, as we can see in the left side, based on the experience for the engineers working overseas, after they are having more than 7 years of experience, yeah, the engineers try to migrate, try to move to other countries to find better career advancement, of course, to get better remuneration as engineer. Sometimes engineers in the home country was not really respected in terms of remuneration. Therefore, they are trying to move to other countries like Qatar, like Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, yeah, in Middle East countries. We may find so many ASEAN engineers working, yeah, in more on the oil and gas sectors, as well as government sectors, yeah, on those countries. And in Indonesia, more in the specialized path, if we can see, the ladder is quite challenging. We start the career as a junior discipline engineer. Then after 3 years, we've been discipline engineer. And then after having 7 years of experience, we are moving forward, promoted as senior engineer. And then if you are really true specialist, if you are really true happy with the technical side, you will become chief engineer and then later on, after 15 years of working, you can be a technical director, and then after 20 years or minimum 20 years, you will become a country director for consultancy services company. Let's see for the path of project management. So in this project management, normally most wanted by the Indonesian engineers. They are happy managing projects, and normally after having kind of 7 years of experience in technical side, she will move into position as a project manager. As project manager, this engineer also will do kind of a sales and business development activities, but more the work he's doing on the project management side. And then after project manager's role, he will become a project director, and after 18 years, he will become a country director. What about the business development path? If you choose the business development path, you will also having quite a fast path to reach to the president director level, to even to country director level, because engineers in Indonesia, if they have sales capability, business development capabilities, they can bring contracts, they can bring a project, they can secure contracts to the company. They are more appreciated, they are more respected, rather than just engineers who are executing the job. So this is quite a trend in Indonesia right now, where engineers who love doing technical, trying to move to sales and business development practice, and from there they will be more recognized because they can generate the sales, the purchase order, as well as, of course, executing the project properly. Okay, at the right side of the slides, you will find engineer like Chow Fong is doing that kind of career path. Yeah, actually, after having 5-7 years of experience, he got the license as a PE. He created his own business. So he established Durian Consultant, which is his baby, his company. I remember back in 2007, he told me that he was having enough technical capabilities. He got the license. He wanted to establish his own company. So basically, you can work either as professional. You can also manage your own company. So it's up to you guys as engineers to decide. So these are the two main approach for engineers in operation role and business development role. Both roles are actually complementary. Yeah. When your function is a operation director, then you have a task to generate more revenue, or we call it as revenue oriented. So you got the contract, then we execute the project in proper manner, so we can invoice to the client, we can make money. While in the sales and BD director, more in securing the contract, getting the project. So we need to have kind of a more interface with clients, yeah, during the pre-sales discussion, once the bidding process ongoing, until we can provide a high quality proposal, yeah, technical and commercial proposal to the client. And then from there we get the contract, we get the purchase order, the project will be handed over basically to the operation director. So the operation director and the team will manage, will execute, will deliver the project successfully. As operation director, 7% of your time, will be in the office and with execution team, while the sales guy, the engineers who is doing the sales, mostly 70% of his time will be with clients and the rest with the proposal team. So that there are the difference between operation director type of role and sales and BD director type of role in terms of time allocation. Operation director is doing more office operation and projects execution, as mentioned before, while engineers who is doing the sales and business development should be available 24 hours, 7 days on call for customers, for clients. As operation director, the KPI is the quality execution. For the sales and BD director, the KPI is to develop and maintain relationship so we can get more repeat orders from the existing clients. I think that's the difference between operation director and business development director. The sales function within the ANC organizations, as we can see, each level has different KPI, each position has different key performance indicator. Like country director, like me, I have sales KPI, revenue KPI, quality execution, as well as to grow the business. In order to grow the business, we need to get more projects. It is not making sense growing the business, hiring more people, getting more engineers if we don't have enough contracts with us. While the sales and BD director, the KPI will be sales, revenue, as well as to grow the business. The sales manager will be more to sell more and grow the business, while the project manager has to perform a quality execution as well as doing the sales in his spare time. And last but not least, we have engineers who is doing sales and BD specialists, 100% sales as his KPI. So these are type of positions, actually more on sales function within the engineering and construction organizations. What are the mandatory key competencies to be competent engineer to get recognized globally? This was mentioned also by engineer Federico and engineer Romulo, my senior, that of course we need to have project management skills. We need to have entrepreneurship, which means we can bring something new to the company, either as that would be a project for the company, that would be the idea, innovation on how we are doing the work easily, faster, accurate. And for sure, if we said that, we need to master kind of digital skills like BIM, artificial intelligence, GIS, and all those things have to be mastered by the engineers. As engineer, we need to have a technical specialization. For instance, like me, I'm a civil engineer. My specialization in steel structure. So I've been practicing steel structure. I've been doing the PE endorsement for the steel structure. I'm not that expert in concrete structures. Sometimes if we have assignments from the clients to endorse the technical documents, I need to ask my structural engineers, my friends to stamp the concrete specialization part, and I will do the steel structure part. Leadership and communication. Nowadays, everybody should have leadership skill, communication skill, has to speak various foreign languages. In Philippines, as you may see, starting from the elementary school, everybody starts to speak English. So you guys have been very, very native. In Indonesia, we've been pushing also our engineers to practice English, Chinese, even German's language. So they can go abroad. Teamwork and cooperation. This is very important. We find so many engineers, they have been very good on technical side. They've been doing calculation in front of the monitor. They've been doing the software. No doubt they can do everything, but when it comes to teamwork and cooperation side, they are quite lack on it, because they still cannot interact as part of the large team. They can work as individual, but still they cannot work as part of the big team, as part of the large execution team. So as engineer, as being said, not only strong as individual, but also we need to be very strong as part of the teamwork. Okay, I think this is what we need to consider as professional engineers. What will be the characteristic of professional engineers in general? Of course, engineers, should raise the bar, should compete globally, not only nationally. The engineer always focus on public safety and environment. Engineers play important roles in the industry as practitioner. As engineer, not only working in the engineering company day to day, but we also need to add value. That's why we need to be the networker. We need to be the activists as part of the engineering communities, as part of the Institution of Engineers Indonesia here in Indonesia, as part of in Philippines, as part of the PTC, as part of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers. So engineers to network, engineers should be an activist, not only doing daily work, but also need to get more engagement with professional communities. As engineers, of course, we need to be innovative and add value to the nations, add value to the ASEAN communities. Okay, this is the area where the engineers should upskill their competencies, so they can have more understanding, they can have more skills on the energy transition. So what we call the energy transition is the path to transformation of the global energy sector from fossil-based to zero carbon in the second half of this century. So based on the COP21 in Paris, on the COP25 in Glasgow, every country now is moving, trying to reduce the CO2 emissions by building more new and renewable energy in their countries. In Indonesia, a lot of opportunities there. It's just we haven't maximized the potentials yet. As you may see here, the new and renewable energy development to achieving 23% energy mix in 2025. Still a big challenge for us to achieve. Hopefully we can achieve it. As you can see, the progress is quite slowing down right now due to COVID pandemic situation. And after this pandemic, hopefully the investment will come up, and then we will find more new and renewable energy projects to be built in the near future in Indonesia. This is the roadmap of replacement and termination of coal fire in Indonesia. Hopefully, after 2050, no more coal-based energy generation generated in Indonesia. So the intention, the coal-based energy generation ended by 2060 by slowly replacing subcritical power plant, by slowly terminating the supercritical coal-fired power plant, the ultra supercritical coal-fired power plant. As a nation, Indonesia has a lot of potential in mining. We are doing mineral mining. So this mineral mining will also contribute to the development of green energy technology in the area of energy transition. For example, we mine the silica used for solar panel materials. We also having a lot of nickel resources, cobalt, aluminum, and manganese. Those minerals can be used for electric vehicle battery component. And not to mention also the issue on the just and affordable renewable energy. We want to make sure, that we are as engineers, we will provide a fair and affordable transition from the energy sectors, which means we want to make sure that the cost and benefits of power with renewable energy can be distributed fairly and at affordable prices. While in our perspective as Indonesian engineers, just energy transition can also mean that the Indonesian engineers can take part in the development of the energy transition in Indonesia, truly utilizing our engineering experts and Indonesian capabilities in various lines and professions. We invite our Philippine engineers to support us in developing just and affordable renewable energy program in Indonesia as well. So what will be the global challenge of PE in the era of digitalization and automation in AEC? Basically, I think it has been presented before. We are moving to the digital revolution and automation, which is making our task easier and also will impact the requirements profile for engineers. So what will be the keywords on this digitalization, automation? Speed, accuracy, and high quality. These are digital technologies competency required by engineers. We have big data, Internet of Things, sensor-based technology, BIM, augmented reality, and artificial intelligence. And we are talking about the construction sector. This is a great move for us. We are moving from traditional to digitalized construction. Previously, we are doing the traditional construction. Now we are moving to digitalized construction where the works can be done concurrently, faster, and high accuracy. When we are talking about the big data, building information modeling, and augmented reality, there are two things or three aspects in this digitalization: processing data, storing data, and analyzing data. So these three things to be done in order to make a good decision, in order to make a high quality decision making. Big data can also be integrated with existing engineering digitalization platforms such as building information modeling, while augmented reality is a technology that obtains real-time integration. Okay, these are the graphs related on how we shift the construction industry, moving from traditional to more digitalized construction, basically benefiting the project investment. And these are the benefits. Of course, certainty of the investment value in a project. Project owners can make decisions faster. The shareholders get more information and data in pre-design phase with respect to the accuracy of capex needed to build the infrastructure, and so on and so forth. This is the concept of the automation and optimization. And these are the example on how the project life cycle optimized through the automation, how we do the design and optimizing the design, how we do the visualization during the drafting process, how we doing the construction monitoring using kind of a digitalized monitoring. which is a paperless construction. And during the operation and maintenance, we have a digital twin concept, accurate, comprehensive, and easy to build asset inventory for operation, maintenance, and valuation. This all the example on how the design optimized through the automation. We have the integration of BIM and digital quantity surveying, which where the digital QS has the know-how to turn the model and its information into cost estimate, bill of quantity, schedule of works, and all those things. Yeah, this is the example where the digital QS integrated with building information modeling should be able to track change, quick identification of change and cost impact. And I think this is the final slide, smart design and construction. This has been implemented in the new capital city. As you know that Indonesia is going to relocate the new capital city from Jakarta to East Kalimantan. So we start implementing the use of the digitalized construction using the building information modeling. And even for the road construction, we propose a smart technology. We are developing the electric charging lane for electric vehicle. Yeah, so the new capital city will be more green, will be more focused on the development on renewable energy in that area. So what will be the impacts of digital engineering revolution and automation? So easier to do the job, faster, more accurate, and for sure the quality will be better, will be higher. Professional engineers required to master digitalization and automation competence. I think this is the message to all engineers, professional engineers who are attending this webinar. So we come up with the conclusions, 3 conclusions. Has been said that the engineer's career path started from juniors level all the way up to more mature experienced engineers, and you guys will decide which path you will choose, whether you go with the project management path, specialist path, or sales and business development path. Either way, you can choose you work domestic or you want to work overseas. You want to feel the taste of having expatriate salary, then you go to Dubai, then you go to Qatar, you go somewhere else, not staying in the country. The global challenges, as been mentioned, digitalization, automation required for engineers to focus on upskilling and continuous improvement. And the third one, for sure, the global competitiveness, not only for Indonesian engineers, but also for the ASEAN engineers, really needs to be supported by international certification, facilitated by professional engineering professional associations through cooperation, yeah, with, of course, G2G arrangement or through international engineering alliance. I think that's it. We end up with final slides. Thanks everyone. I will pass this back to the host, Trixie Lee. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Engineer Habibi Razak, for that very informative and very inspiring topic that you have shared today with us. And of course, it would be my pleasure to award you the Certificate of Appreciation. Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated awards the Certificate of Appreciation to Engineer Habibi A. Razak for imparting valuable insights as technical presenter on the topic Building Engineers' Career Path for Global Recognition during the simultaneous technical sessions in conjunction with the 47th Annual National Convention with the theme Leadership. rising above adversity through passion and commitment, leading on the road to the recovery. Held on November 7 to 12, 2022 in Manila, Philippines, and via Zoom conferencing, given this 8th day of November 2022. Signed by Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., 2022 Vice President for External Affairs, Engineer Lyndon R. Bage, 2022 IIE Vice President for Internal Affairs, Engineer Esperanza A. Colado, 2022 IIE National Secretary, and of course, Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III, 2022 IIEE National President. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Habibi Razak. To continue the program, we have our AAPR committee to provide updates to related activities and orientation on the ASEAN, ACPE, APEC, AAE, and AT engineer registers. I believe you have already met Engineer Robert U. Mabulay and has been introduced earlier today exhaustively, but just to give you a quick introduction, he is presently the chairman of the IIEEP Mentoring Committee, Vice Chairman of the ASEAN and Asia Pacific Engineer Registers Committee, or the APOR Committee, the founding governor of the Middle East region and the MER governor from 2016 to 2018, and the IIE State of Qatar chapter advisor. With him is his partner for this orientation, the professional electrical engineer and IIEE senior member, ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer, ASEAN Engineer, honorary member of the ASEAN Federation of Engineering Organization. He's a Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering graduate at National University Manila in 1991. He obtained his Master of Public Administration degree at Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Open University, Manila in 2005. Currently, the president of United A1 Electromech Corporation, a service provider company. He was also a former plant superintendent of National Power Corporation with more than 22 years experience in power plant operations and instrumentation and electrical section under the maintenance division, both for thermal and hydroelectric power plant. Ladies and gentlemen, Engineer Florencio Berengel. Sir Robert and Sir Bong, the screen is yours.
So right now we are still waiting for our next speaker. Just a gentle reminder to everyone who has questions. Later on, we will be having an open forum. So just keep your questions with you right now, and we will be raising that later on during our open forum.
Thank you, TM Tricks. We're just waiting for Engineer Bong to log in. He should be here in a short while. He will
And also, we would like to remind everyone about the evaluation form that was sent to our chat box. So for those who have seen the link, I believe it's a link. So please don't forget to fill out that form and provide your feedback as well. So it has been sent once again by Ms. Thea De Gia to everyone. So just click on the link and answer the form. Please stay, everyone. By the way, before we end today's session, we will still be having our raffle draw. So there are prizes to be given away. So please stay.
I'm staying, Engineer Tricks. I mean, TM Tricks. So ano bang mapapanalunan nila later on?
Yeah, so we will be giving away 47 ANC polo shirt. This is a limited edition, a very good souvenir for today's event.
Gusto ko yan.
Yes, ako din. Medium po.
Medium
Medium
din.
po. Then we have 2 pieces of PEC books. And what else? There will be more.
Yon. So, okay lang. Pass na ako niyan. Anyway, our speaker here. Our speaker is here now, si Engineer Bong. Engineer Bong, are you ready? Sir Bong?
Yes, ayan. Nadinig din ako. Iba pala. Kaninang umaga pa ako naka-join. Iba pala yung akin na samahan. Anyway, so...
Sige po, screen is yours, sir.
Hinga muna. Okay, sorry for the delay. So, first, nadinig niyo na ako? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good afternoon. First and foremost, I would like to acknowledge our honorable board, our chairman, Honorable Francis Matile, the member, Engineer Jaime Mendoza, the Board of Governors headed by our National President, Jojo Padua. Of course, our TTC President, Sir Fred Monsada, our Country Registrar, Sir Romy Agatep, our AR Head Commissioner, Engineer Yao Chow Pung, our friend from Indonesia, Engineer Habibi Rasak, and of course, our Chairman, Dr. Florigo Barona. So I believe all of our members are here, our talented hosts, our Secretary, Rodelyn Reyes and Trixie, our members, our Vice Chairman, Robert Mabulay, and my colleague here, yung kaparte ko sa presentation. Of course, Edgar, Angel, Rod, Larry, and Sheila. So, dahil na-late ako, I would like to continue. Pali sa upper committee, The function of our committee is to assist member in their application based on mutually agreed and recognized qualification, continually advocate for the professional development and promote engineering registry. So this is the current update of our registered APEC, ACPE, AER, Associate ASEAN Engineer, ASEAN Technologies, and ASEAN Technician as of December 2021. Our APEC or ASEAN Economic Engineer is 15. Our ASEAN Engineer is 372. Our Associate ASEAN Engineer 7. Our ASEAN Technologies is 7 and ASEAN Technician 12. And our ASEAN Charter Professional Engineer is 326, a total of 729. Our registered APEC engineer as per chapter are the following: Metro Central 7, Metro East 2, Metro West 1, Pampanga 1, Cebu 1, Southern Cavite. Our chairman, Dr. Florigo Barona, is Southern Cavite, and Eastern Region, Saudi Arabia, to a total of 15. For the registered ASEAN Charter or ACPE per chapter, local chapter is a total of 79, composed of Antique, Benguet, Baguio Benguet, Bataan, and Bulacan 1, Cagayan de Oro 4, Camarines and Camarines Norte and Cebu 1, Central Laguna 8, Sicab and Cotabato 1, Davao 2, East Laguna 1, Ligan Bay, Ilocos Norte, Iloilo, Iriga Rinconada, La Union and Mactan is 1H, Metro Central 16, Metro East 9, Metro North 1, Metro South 2, Metro West 6, Negros Occidental and Cebu, North Cebu 1, Northern Laguna 5, Nueva Ecija 1, Quezon, South Cotabato 1, Southern Cavite 3, Southern Laguna and Sambasulta 1, each a total of 79. While in our foreign region, we have Abu Dhabi 25, Bahrain 1, Central Region Saudi Arabia 19, Eastern Region Saudi Arabia 2, Kuwait 3, Northwestern Region Saudi Arabia 3, Singapore 16, State of Qatar 112, and United Arab Emirates 65, a total of 246. For the ASEAN Engineer, local chapter is 87, while the foreign chapter is 285. So halos kung sino yung ASEAN Engineer, yun din yung ASEAN Charter Professional Engineer. Albay Legazpi to Antique to Bulacan, Albay Legazpi, Antique, Baguio Benguet, Batangas, Bataan, Bulacan, Butuan, Agusan del Norte, Sicab, Cagayan de Oro, and Camarines 1 each. Oh, no. Batangas 2, sorry. Batangas and Bulacan 2, Cebu, Central Laguna, Davao 3 each, Ilocos Norte 1, Iloilo 3, Iriga Rinconada 1, Kidapawan 3, La Union 2, Metro Central 17, Metro East 6, Metro North 2, Metro South 4, Metro West 9, Negros Occidental 1, Northern Laguna, and so on, a total of 87. While in foreign region, again, Abu Dhabi 15, Bahrain 1, Central Region, Saudi Arabia 31, Eastern Region, Saudi Arabia 23, Kuwait 9, Northwestern Region 4, Singapore 6, State of Qatar is 147, UAE 37, Western Region, Saudi Arabia 4, and Sultanate of Oman 8. For the registered Associate ASEAN Engineer, ASEAN Technician, and ASEAN Technologies. For the Associate ASEAN, Albay Legazpi 1, Metro North 1, Metro South 1, Central Region, Saudi Arabia 2, State of Qatar 2, a total of 7. While in total registered ASEAN Technician, we have Camarines, only one local is ASEAN Technician, the person of Casimiro Flores, 1. State of Qatar, 8. Central Region, Saudi Arabia, 1. Abu Dhabi, 2, a total of 12. While the total ASEAN Technologies, all are from State of Qatar, 7. For the registered ASEAN or ACPE, ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer, for the total of the ASEAN is 4,111. The most highest in Malaysia, we have Brunei Darussalam 31, Cambodia 80, Indonesia 1,174, Laos 15, Malaysia 807, Myanmar 16, Philippines 595, Singapore 295, Thailand 226, Vietnam 270, a total of 4,111. While for the PTC or the Philippines, the ACPE is a total of 595, agriculture 3, chemical 6, civil 100, electronics 78, mechanical 74. Bumawi naman tayo dito, electrical 326 and sanitary 8, a total of 595. For the ASEAN engineer from 2003 to 2021, so I have a total of 3,060. So for the ASEAN engineer, we have aeronautics, SAF1. For the agriculture or Pasabi is 50, PICE 87, PIC 1,332, electrical engineering 398, ISEP 372, JET 34, PIIE 390, PSME 331, SMET 22, PSEM 7, Tsunami 1, PSSE or sanitary is 35, a total of 3,060. So yung trending naman natin na registered ASEAN engineer from 2014 to 2021. Nag-start tayo sa 2014, 1, then 2015, 30, 29 ASEAN engineer and 1 associate ASEAN. For 2016, we have 49 ASEAN engineer. 2017, 37 ASEAN engineer, 2018, 59 ASEAN engineer and 2 associate and 1 and 7 ASEAN technician. 2019 ASEAN engineer 113, associate ASEAN engineer 2, ASEAN technology 2, ASEAN technician 4. For 2020, ASEAN engineer 53, ASEAN associate ASEAN 1, ASEAN technician 5, and ASEAN technology 5, technician 1, a total of 60. While in 2021, we have 7 ASEAN engineer. Due to pandemic, mahihirapan pa rin sila. So this is the graphical presentation. The same naman ito sa last slide. And this is how we can apply o sa paano natin ginagawa yung promotion sa pag-invite. This is one process of inviting the IIE member to elevate your recognition to ASEAN level engineer, in ASEAN engineer, ASEAN charter, ASEAN economic engineer, and ASEAN technician and technologies. So for the 2022 committee meetings, so our first meeting is on January 22, 2022 via Zoom. Even we have no appointment during that time, but the chairman, our chairman is very eager to conduct a meeting in planning of the 2022 upper committee activities. So the presence here is almost perfect, except medyo wala lang dito si Sila. So our chairman, Dr. Rodrigo Barona, our vice chairman, Robert Mabulay, our secretary, Rodelyn Reyes, our staff, Thea, our member, Edgar Bernardino, Angel De Vera, Larry Cruz, Rod Pequelara, and our overseer, Lyndon Bague. The same with second meeting, February 19 via Zoom. Then our third meeting is on March 5. Our third upper meeting via Zoom. Fourth upper meeting is in conjunction with the pre-assessment interview in April 9, 2022 with 10 aspirants coming from state of Qatar. So itong mga nasa ibabaw na to, yung first three, our chairman, our vice chairman, yours truly, our member and our secretary, and magmula dito is our aspirant. Then our fifth meeting is on May 7 via Zoom 2022. Then 6 upper meeting in July 11 via Zoom. Our 7th upper meeting is in July 11, while in 8th upper meeting in August 30, 2022. So our 9th meeting, September 10, 2022, medyo busy tayo dito, kaya medyo naghahati muna ng meeting. While in 10th upper meeting is on October 22. Okay, so our 2022 committee activities, our first activities is we are joining in the Northern Luzon Regional Conference in February 26, 2022, hosted by La Union Chapter. Our chairman, Dr. Florigo Barona, conducted orientation workshop for the delegates during that conference. While you're truly discuss, siya nag-orient at nagkanda, ako naman nag-discuss about the upper updates and orientation during that conference, while Rod Picolera conducted the PRC accreditation. So this is our Rodeline Reyes as the speaker of her chapter in the state of Qatar, lecturing the orientation workshop with their aspirant, a total of 90 aspirant in March 25, 2022. Also, joining with Rodeline or the chapter of Qatar is our country registrar, Engineer Romy Agatep, as one of their guest speaker and delivering aspirational message to the aspirant. Also joining with us is some of the members of the MAPE. So this is our pre-assessment interview in April 9. The 10 aspirant coming from the state of Qatar. So the upper committee act as the panel of experts and interview the following professional engineer applying the ASEAN Engineer Registry. Then it's followed in March 25. Oh, magkaiba. March 22 with 95 aspirant. With 95 aspirant. Oh. And then pre-assessment on April 22. April 22 with 19 aspirant coming also from state of Qatar. Kaya kung mapapansin nyo, from April 9, April 22, April 23, hindi na kami nagtatrabaho kundi mag-interview ng mga aspirant natin sa ASEAN Engineer. While this is the approach of the interviewing of the aspirant, the orientation for the ASEAN Engineer. So we have, of course, the following circle, the advising, coaching, and mentoring. So dito, in-explain ng ating mga speaker kung paano sila mag-approach sa ating mga forms. So, and then, last, ano bang date ito? Natakpan kasi. Last June 19, 2022 with 68 aspirant in Southern Cavite, yours truly conducted the orientation workshop with the ASEAN Engineer and with 68 aspirant. And then in July 16, we have 27 aspirant coming also from the state of Qatar and MAPE or Mindanao Association of Professional Electrical Engineer, virtual orientation. It should be handled by our chairman, Dr. Florigo Barona, assisted by the committee and of course, our energetic member in Davao, Angel Rivera. In October 1, 2022, our chairman conducted the operational guidelines in 25 aspirant for the mentoring. So sa ngayon, we are looking for many or a lot of mentoring so that they will assist our aspirant para hindi mahirapan yung committee kasi nang hindi na medyo sa dami ng nag-apply, nahihirapan yung committee. Considering we have only few members of committee, that's why our chairman or the IIEE are programming this base of the operating guidelines of the orientation of the mentor. So kung makita nyo dito, one of the aspirant mentor is our MC this morning, Engineer Edison Mojica and other. Alam ko nandito din yung ating director ngayon, si Orlando Villapana. Then, last October 15, in Pangasinan chapter, Dr. Florigo Barona ay hindi natakot na makipag face-to-face sa workshop seminar, the ASEAN Engineer Roadshow in Pangasinan. Ayan. So, nag-conduct siya dyan ng workshop seminar. Diyan na yata siya natulog during that time with the incumbent governor Woody Irama and the rest of the officer of the Pangasinan chapter. Okay, ang kasunod pala thank you. So the first slide or the first part is my task, and after this thank you from page 31 to page 62 should be presented by our Vice Chairman, Engineer Robert Mabulay. So kung meron kayong mga tanong, mamaya na lang natin yan sasagutin. Thank you.
Thank you, Bong. So will you do the feedback on
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So thank you for sharing the first part of the report. Of course, those inspiring figures on the statistics of the registry from ASEAN Technician, ASEAN Engineers, ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineers, and EPIC Engineers. So hope it will motivate more and encourage our practitioners to go into an international registry. Of course, before I proceed, allow me also to greet the dignitaries representing the ASEAN Federation of Engineering Organization, whom I already introduced, and it was also earlier introduced by Engineer Beringel, the ASEAN Engineering Registry Committee and Inspectorate, the Philippine Technology Council, the PE Mentoring Committee, which is my team, and then the College of Philo Committee, which is also happens to be a part of the committee. Then, of course, the Board of Electrical Engineering Chairman and the member, and the National President, Secretariat, and the MC whom had been introduced by Bo, which is also doing their part. The earlier MC was the Engineer Moika. Now it is Rodelen and Trixie. So once again, good afternoon, everyone. So to start with, of course, and to continue the second part of the report, as to demonstrate also the activities performed by our committee. It's almost year end, at least you will know what had been done and what we have been doing. So the second part will focus on the guidelines, coaching, advising, and mentoring platform. So there are some administrative documentations and guidelines that are relevant to the activity in the registry of all these engineers.
Excuse me, Sir Robert, if I may interrupt. Sir, pa slideshow po.
Okay, so Bong, I think you have to do that, or because it's Bong is controlling the screen.
Kumakita.
Sa baba.
Dali lang ah. Dali lang, nauna ka na eh. Hindi ko makita yung slideshow.
The bottom right side.
Kanina.
Sir Bong, may I share the screen na lang po?
Sige, ikaw na lang. Sorry, Rob. Hindi ko na makita yung slides.
I hope the interruption will keep you more excited to know what are the remaining reports. Okay, so IIE EPR updates, slide 32 onwards, right? Yes, starting from here. So as I said a while ago, my part is to present regarding the APR virtual camp guidelines, coaching, advising, and mentoring platform. Next slide, please. So these are the several memorandum relevant to the implementation and procedural matters relevant to this EEPR activities. So we have the memorandum order last July 13, which is regarding the guidelines for the conduct and orientation webinar and creation of EEPR virtual camp. Then, of course, in this memorandum, it is spelled out the request of the chapter, how to pre-register, and once you are registered, the chapter will submit the summary list on the pre-registered participants, and then the chapter shall coordinate with the APR secretariat to guide and approve the virtual platform to use for the webinar. After the webinar, directors of the chapter shall be responsible for facilitating the webinar proceedings, to arrange the program, recording, and monitoring the participants through secretariat to screenshot during the webinar until the APR committee will issue the certificate after the orientation. Then that certificate requires to be attached in the application of the aspirants in their process for the application. Next slide, please. So these are what is shown in the screen is the virtual camp sample of which we create after having identified a certain chapter or a group that are applying for the application of this of the ASEAN registry. So we create all those camps to facilitate the lectures, the advisory, the sharing guidelines. So typical webinar roles, of course, the general etiquette has been established as a guide and very useful guideline in conducting the webinar. Then we have also the ASEAN Engineer Registry pre-assessment interview guidelines as part of the process and their journey to register as an ASEAN engineers. Next slide, please. So these are all memorandum, the very important memorandum relative to the process of the ASEAN Engineers Registry. So we have also one of the memorandum issued is the criteria of the ASEAN Engineers Registry mentors. So mentors here are also trained to ensure that they are knowledgeable enough, updated of all the guidelines, that when they do the mentoring to their mentees, they provide the updated information and the proper guidance. That has been also created and issued in this memorandum 023-2020. This is the guideline chapter level for the conducting orientation webinar. So in conducting the webinar, which is had been there in the past couple of years since pandemic was also, and then this platform was very much useful. So we created a guideline chapter level to conduct the orientation webinar, which is that includes, of course, from the time that the chapter requests, and then consolidating the list, endorsing it to the APR committee, and then the APR committee also will collaborate and gather the information that includes the names and then all the details of the aspirants, and then conducting the orientation and what are to be done during the webinar that includes the request of the chapters ER committee, the responsibilities in facilitating the webinar proceedings, the program, the recording, the monitoring, and the APR also spell out how the certificate are issued and the significance of the certificate to attach it. So ASEAN Engineers Registry covers all the following categories: the ASEAN Engineer, Associate ASEAN Engineer, ASEAN Engineering Technologist, Associate ASEAN Engineering Technologist, ASEAN Technicians, Associate ASEAN Technicians. So these are all the guidelines that at the chapter level in conducting orientation webinar. Next slide, please. There is also a memorandum circular for the APR application fee to help the financial recovery of the institute, the services in facilitating the application of the aspirant has been restated. There's a very minimal cost that would cover the expenses in the preparation of their application. So more detail of looking each over competitors that will make you stand out from the crowd as an aspirant or an applicant to an international registry. Next slide, please. So be an ASEAN engineer and technicians and be listed in the engineering register. The succeeding slide will give you more details. Next slide, please. So these are the different registers: ASEAN Engineer Register, APIC Engineer Register, ASEAN Registers Mino. They will be included in the other 10 ASEAN countries, and then APIC Engineers, they will be part of the 21 countries. The ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer is almost the same as ASEAN Engineer. The only difference is that the ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineers, this is a government or chartered ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineers registration. The member of the economies, as I said, the ASEAN, we have 10 ASEAN countries: Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. For APIC, we have 21, that includes Australia, Canada, China, Indonesia, Korea, Mexico, Papua New Guinea, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, Brunei, Chile, Hong Kong, Japan, Malaysia, New Zealand, Peru, Russia, Taiwan, and USA. So medyo the four industrialized countries are part of the APIC. Next slide, please. So what is an engineering register? So an agreement in place between countries for the purpose of recognizing substantial equivalence of professional competence in engineering. Next slide. What is an API ASEAN EPIC engineer? Though it has been defined in the previous speaker, so a person who is recognized as a professional engineer within an economy and has satisfied an authorized body in the economy operating in accordance with sets of criteria and procedures approved by the members of economies. Next slide. So in this kind of registry, the competence is assessed in terms of knowledge, skill and attitude, responsibility, leadership, communication, and interpersonal skills. So these are the basic criterion in the selection or in the assessment for competence of all these aspirants of international registry as ASEAN and the Chartered Professional Engineers. Next slide, please. Who was assessed in terms of commitment to society, your profession, compliance with the CPD, continuous, professional code of conduct, and active contribution to wider professional goals. So you will be assessed in terms of this commitment. The aim of the engineering registry. The aim of engineering registry is to provide complete data of practicing engineers within member of economies with the ultimate purpose of facilitating their mobility within ASEAN EPIC sphere. It's more on the mobility of these professionals in the ASEAN EPIC sphere. To establish a framework of mutual recognition, very important, mutual recognition of qualifications in order to allow engineers who wish to practice outside their home country to carry with them a guarantee of ability. Next slide. So these are the important highlights why you register, why you want to register, or why we should register. So in some of our documentation, you can also see this testimony from the ASEAN engineers who have completed the registry. And it is known that when you register on this international registry, you will have a higher earning potential. It will also improve your career prospects and employability. Demonstration of professional attitude valued by employers and customers. So it's not just on the beneficial to us as an aspirants or as an ASEAN engineers, it also demonstrates the professional attitude valued of the employers and customers. It enhances the status, leading to higher self-esteem, which is true. International recognition of competence and commitment, then evidence of expertise. Next slide, please. So, importance of professional registration. The importance of this registration is to provide an internationally recognized standard for competence and commitment. So we're not talking of international recognitions and standards. You are a vital part of the society, whether you are working in traditional sector or in engineering or in the new technologies. It is important that we are confident that you possess the right knowledge and skills and that you have the relevant professional experience. So this is very important, professional experience. It is also an international registration is a key milestone in your career. There are various pathways to registration to achieve it. You will need to demonstrate the required competence and commitment, set out a standard for professional engineering competence. So, opportunities for ASEAN engineers. We have listed here the opportunities of ASEAN engineers, a bigger market to expertise, better employment prospects, greater avenue for sharing of knowledge, expertise and technology. We have a lot of OFWs having those advantage of getting abreast of the new technologies that when time comes, you could also share it with the other ASEAN engineers and of course in our home country. Increased related business potential, wider networking and strategical alliance, more potential research and development. So these are the opportunities for an ASEAN engineer. Next slide, please. A professional registration provides you with an international recognized benchmark confirming you are in the 21st century world-class professional. Doing this exercise of registry, it also gives you or help you assess yourselves, your value, or you can benchmark where you belong into the 21st century world-class professional. Next slide, please. For employers, encouraging staff to achieve professional registration provides, so this is from the employer side. So encouraging staff to achieve professional registration provides first confidence that the employees meet globally recognized standards and competence. Employers also would encourage their staff so that a workforce committed to maintaining and enhancing competence. It also enhances customers' confidence, reduce the risk by adherence to code of conduct. Next slide. Finally, you will have confidence in the work that you will do both locally and internationally with these international registrations. That's all from my side, and that ends the presentation, the second part of the presentation. Hope it helps you or give you some important and relevant information in terms of the international registry. The screen is yours, Ms. MC.
Thank you very much, Sir Robert and Sir Bong. And in recognition of your efforts for today's activity, we would like to award you the certificate. Again, we would like to remind everyone, for any questions, we will entertain them during our open forum. So, the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated awards this certificate of appreciation to Engineer Florencio Di Berengel for imparting valuable insight as technical presenter on the topic IIEE Upper Updates and AER Orientation Workshop during the simultaneous technical sessions in conjunction with the 47th Annual Convention with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on November 7 to 12, 2022 in Manila, Philippines, via Zoom conferencing, given this 8th day of November 2022. Signed, Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., 2022 IIEE VP for External Affairs. Signed, Engineer Lyndon R. Bague, the 2022 IIEE VP for Internal Affairs. Signed, Engineer Esperanza A. Collado, 2022 IIEE National Secretary. And signed, Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III, the 2022 IIEE National President. Thank you, Sir Bong. Also, same certificate goes out to the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated awards this certificate of appreciation to Engineer Robert U. Mabulay for imparting valuable insights as technical presenter on the topic IIEE Upper Updates and AER Orientation Workshop during the simultaneous technical sessions in conjunction with the 47th Annual National Convention with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on November 7 to 12, 2022 in Manila, Philippines via Zoom conferencing, given this 8th day of November 2022. Signed, Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., 2022 IIEE VP for External Affairs. Signed, Engineer Lyndon R. Bague, the 2022 IIEE VP for Internal Affairs. Signed, Engineer Esperanza A. Collado, the 2022 IIEE National Secretary. And signed, Engineer Feliciano Padua III, the 2022 IIEE National President. Thank you, Sir Robert.
Thank you once again, Engineers Florencio D. Berguel and Engineer Robert U. Mabulay. Moving on to provide updates, related activities, and orientation on the APEC engineer registers, we have the chairman of IIEE Upper Committee. He's a IIEE 2019 Most Outstanding Electrical Engineer in the field of consultancy and design. He also received a recognition for his distinctive contribution as an electrical engineer and was proclaimed on stage by the Philippine Federation of Professional Associations as awardee of the 2020 PFPA Excellence Award for Professional Organization. An ASEAN, APEC, and Filipino ASEAN Chartered Professional Engineer with field of expertise on consulting design, international lecture, as well as research and development. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dr. Florigo C. Verona.
Rhodes, how much time do I have?
Ma'am Taya, please confirm.
How much time?
No
One
time,
moment.
sir. No time na, sir.
No time na. So what does it mean?
Anything goes po.
No
Closing ka
time
na
na.
pala.
Okay, so I'll make this quick. No more acknowledgement. I go directly to my presentation. Can I share my screen? Okay. Can you see it now?
Hindi po naka-slideshow, sir.
Yeah. And then I'll have it shift. Is it okay now?
Yes po.
Okay, so my topics about the Epic Engineering Register updates. So I'll go directly to my presentation. So what do you think? Is this a real picture or not? Sagutin nyo nga sa sa text. Not. Okay. Now I'll show you. Now this picture is real and was not edited. Okay. So what you have to do is just to have it upside down to see the real picture. Saglit lang Okay, so therefore, that's a picture. So that's real. Okay, so sometimes the situation is not so bad, but because of your point of view, things become meaningless. I would like to relate that to becoming an epic engineer. It appears to be impossible. You just have to say, I'm possible. Not impossible, but I'm possible. Okay, now it has a formula. While I'm equals possible, you need A to make it happen. So therefore, A is an action, you add it to I am, so it becomes result. So what you need is an action. Even if you have the intention and mechanism, if you do not have action, it will not have result. Okay, so that's about that. I just have to show you, as discussed, we only have 15 epic engineer, and if we look at it by year, only 2 in 2002, 4 in 2003, and then we have 2 again in 2004, 1 in 2006, then 1 in 2013, 2 in 2014. So we are not actually progressing, coming up with a lot of epic engineer. And on 2019, we have 1, and then later on, additional 2 for the 2019. So we have 15. So that's how we behave. So it appears that it's very hard, really. Now, we have conducted epic interview in 2021. Supposed to be, we are expecting someone to be interviewed in 2022. So, but we only have 2 epic interviewed in 2021, 3, that's June, and then 19, 3, and 2022, only 1 the staff review. So I don't know. There's a need for us to study further and what to do. Maybe we are looking at an inverted picture. So we have to come up with another perspective. Now, in terms of coaching, we have conducted several coaching already in Qatar and in UAE. We have that, and this is basically what we have conducted. Okay, and definitely we still have to come up with other strategy. So we have 59 epic engineer aspirant, which is currently preparing the engineering practice report. This is as of November. Now, I would like to show you my journey. So epic engineer journey will take several years without a mentor. So I started way back 2003 when I started coming up with the report. However, I was able to submit that around 2011, and it took me several revisions. I do not have any mentor at that time. So several revisions. And so therefore, it was only 2019, from 2011, 2019, before I was able to get my my certificate. So therefore, don't be discouraged if that appears to be hard, to be impossible. There is a way, and for now we have what we call the mentors who are willing to help you. Okay, so we have the virtual camp. These are the virtual camp. We have the coaching program. The coaching means doing it right. So somebody will be coaching you and then advising what's the right path for you. It's a path driven, then mentoring, developmental. You can start with Form 1, 2, 3, 4 until you reach the APR. And normally it's on the APR that it's very difficult to prepare. Now, these are the platform. We are using this one. Now, these are the sessions, and we actually come up with a workshop on the APR assessment. It was conducted this year around February. And this is basically the picture of how it has been conducted. We'll be using this one, so it appears to be difficult. There's a need to really study further about this one, but this is the only way we will be able to really prepare the APR. Now, this is an example. This one is resubmit. The reason is that there are a lot of red. Now, in this case, we only have one red on the but then the assessor put that as passed with condition. So there's still condition. So this basically this one is passed. We do not have any red. So it means it has complied all the requirements from PC 1 to 5. Now this is the actual evaluation sheet, and we are able to look at all the competency requirement, and so therefore we are able to have it endorsed for to the PTC, and then of course through the IABOG. Now, this is another one. We have a new guidelines, additional guidelines for engineering academics. Now, I'll just go through. These are the additional. So we can see from element 1 to 12. We have that element 1 to 12, and this is the summary of all of that one. One is to present evidences of their engineering qualification. So since it is in the academy, it's the teaching accredited engineering program. So it appears that it will be for those who have been accredited by ACBET for the Washington Accord. Then the other one that you have to look at if you are an academic is involvement in the standards development, consultancy works, showing evidences and examples. So those who are teaching can now explore on how they will be able to work as a consultant. Actually, like us, we need some consultant because we know that the faculties are good in research, and we are extensive in doing research. We have patented products. We have that, and maybe the academics can help on that. Then acting as an expert witness, that's one. Evidence of understanding ethical issues as they relate to academic context. That's again consultancy. Research work, showing evidences and examples per STEAM, such as evidences by portfolio. Then supervision of research project, examples of research-led teaching or development, review of courses, papers. So that's basically an outcome-based education already. Then examples of publications, report. Then academic leadership, normally done by The minimum will be a program chair, maybe for 2 years as a program chair. So academic leadership, curriculum development, then teaching and supervision of design classes, not the basic subject, more on the design. Supervision of safety in laboratory classes and practical works, examples of integration of ethics into teaching materials, providing technical seminars for industry. So you have to volunteer yourself in the organization, thesis supervision and or examination. These are all the summary of the academic guidelines for additional guidelines for engineering academics. Okay, these are the forms. So we have form 1. What's lacking in the form 1 is the table of contents. This is just an example. So you can have that. And then this is basically filling up the form and then seeing to it that you are able, you have to read the instruction and follow that. Because there are some things that you have to comply before you submit. And then it says that emailed application or computer-generated signatures on the application forms will not be accepted. So therefore, you have to sign it originally. Now, these are the form 2. Example of the form 2. So you have to fill up the email, the address wherein that becomes your permanent address, because sometimes they will have to send you some letters and you might not be able to accept. Now, these are for the education, then qualification. I will not discuss on that. In this case, I come up actually with 4 field of specialization times 7. It will require me 28 years, but when I submitted this, I have, I think, 33 years at the time. So this is the actual wherein we have the specialization. Okay, and in the membership you have to fill up, and then you have to be familiar with the CPD. There will be some points there so that you know exactly the points that you have. On my part, it was not really a problem because I was a lecturer, so I have more than enough. What we need is only 150, but I actually got more than 1,000. Okay. Now, for the awards, I did not provide at that time, but of course, we have the awards. Then we have the this one you have to fill up. And then we have the 7 years experience. In the 7 years experience, the highlight will be, this had been revised already. When you say nature of work, it's not only just putting electrical design or consulting. You need to have a narratives on that. What is the particular work that you are involved? And then in this case, the attester, this is an architect. It just so happened because I am a designer. Most of my partners are architects, so they cannot sign for that. So I revised this one. So you need an attester to sign for this one. Somebody who is of the same experience and of the same discipline and also ranking. So a PEE needs a PEE. But in terms of experience, hopefully this will be revised, because for me, for example, for now, I have around 40 years experience. It will be hard for me to get somebody who has 40 years experience. So we're proposing for a 10 years experience, but for now it's not yet approved. No, so these are the I revised all this one. This one is a civil engineer. This one is an architect in some of my project. This one is an architect again. This one is an architect. So I changed this one. Although they are my partners in the design that I'm doing, we need an attester for the design itself. Okay, so these are samples. This one is a mechanical engineer. This one is an electronics and communication engineer. This one is a civil engineer, the wife of Raymond Marquez. And of course, for the Form 4, you have the 2-year significant engineering works. So you have to have 2,000 words. And this case should be narrative. Previously, you put that in a table like this, but it has been changed to have a narrative, not in this scenario. But originally, we're doing like this. So I presented actually around 19 cases for this one. This is another one. Okay, now and then aside from the 2 years, we have the APR. As I have mentioned, we come up with a workshop. There's a need for everyone to understand how to write the engineering practice report. But definitely, it can be done. It's just a matter of time. Maybe it's not 7 years like me. Maybe for you, 2, 3 years or what. But just continue. You'll be able to complete that anyway. Now, these are the forms. Engineering practice report is not required for AER application. Now, CPD, yes, we both have for AER and EPIC also. And the applicant's declaration, and it has to be notarized. So that ends my report. Rhodes, were able to finish. I actually have it done fast. Thank you very much, everyone. And I think we go to the question and answer portion.
Yes, in good time po. But before we proceed to our open forum, thank you very much, Doctor. Looking at the numbers, there are only a few APEC electrical engineers here in the Philippines. So we encourage everyone to apply and be part of the elite group of APEC engineers. Again, thank you. Dr. Please accept the certificate as a token of our appreciation. The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated awards this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Florigo C. Varone for imparting valuable insights as technical presenter on the topic APEC updates during the simultaneous technical sessions in conjunction with the 47th Annual National Convention with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on November 7 to 12, 2022 in Manila, Philippines via Zoom conferencing, given this 8th day of November 2022. Signed, Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., 2022 IIEE VP for External Affairs. Signed, Engineer Lyndon R. Bague, the 2022 IIEE VP for Internal Affairs. Signed, Engineer Esperanza A. Collado, the 2022 IIEE National Secretary. And signed, Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III, the 2022 IIEE National President. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we now come to the open forum. For any questions, you may raise your hands and be recognized, or drop your questions in the chat box. To facilitate the sharing learnings among the participants, may we call on a member of the AAPR committee, Engineer Larry Cruz. Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Engineer Rodelin, and good afternoon to all of you. And thank you for attending this afternoon session of today's event, Building Career Path for Global Recognition. And thank you for staying until this time. So we are fortunate this afternoon to have international speakers. First from Malaysia, Engineer Yao Chaupong, representing the Philippine Technological Council, Engineer Romulo Aguitep, Engineer Federico Mansada, and from Indonesia, Engineer Habibi Rasak, and from the Republic of Cavite, si Engineer Bong Berengel, nandiyan. And of course, representing upper committee of IAE, Engineer Bong Berengel, our Vice Chairman, Robert Mabulay, and of course our chairman, Dr. Florigo Barona. They are all here to address your questions, queries, or clarifications. And much better if you can have additional information to share and or experiences regarding the topics discussed this afternoon. So, sino ba ang mauna? You can raise your hand and unmute. So, mas maganda we can talk, what do you call this, discussion natin. Rather than we will read your questions. Anybody? Or kung nahiya, isulat na lang din. Then we will read the question. Puro thank you na nababasa ko. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you, Doc Florigo.
Maybe some questions with Habibi, my friend. Even for
Sure.
yeah, Habibi.
Dr. Florigo.
Or maybe you can still add something. Hindi not discuss kanina.
I think we can have more conversations during the Cafe of 40 in Cambodia.
Agree.
Agree.
Now we will have partnership. Let's establish partnership.
Sure.
I think there's I don't know. Siguro they're all waiting for the raffle.
So Romy, I have a question. So what do you call the engineers being recognized by IEA?
Ano, pakiulit?
Ano po yung tawag niyo dun sa mga engineers being recognized by IEA po?
Conforme, no? Kasi we have two levels sa IEA, no? Yung EPIC engineer, tsaka yung IPEA, technologies and technician. So in our case, since to lump up all the engineering register, we call them the advanced level engineers.
Advanced level
I think, Sir Romy, the title, what will be the title?
Yeah, the
Is that
title,
putting
if you are the EPIC engineer, EPIC Eng, no? EPIC engineer. Ngayon kung IPEA, International PE, International Professional Engineer.
INTPE.
INTPE, INTPE. Pagka IPEA, yes.
How about EPIC technician?
EPIC technician, EPIC Tech, yun, PTEC. Tapos isa naman is Tech, TECH, isa is technician na buo kasi wala sila ng technician eh.
Can they apply now as EPIC
yes.
technician?
Hindi pa tayo nakakapasok sa sa technologies and technician. So that's the next move, no? To apply for the technologies and technician under the Sydney Accord and under the Dublin Accord.
Sir, this is under PRC or the upper committee?
It's ang lahat na ngayon is under PTC, of course, member ng different organization. We will maintain yeah. Yes, please.
So, just in case if I want to apply po, saan po ako pupunta?
You apply first to your APO. Kung a-upper ka, a-upper ang babagsakan mo. But you have to first, yes, apply ka muna sa discipline mo, sa association mo, or to your, how do we call it? Engineering Professional Organization, EPO.
Yeah, through their ERC, the Engineering
through their
Register
ERC,
Committee. Yes. But on our part, because we have done that already some years ago, so we call that AAPER.
Yeah, AAPER.
Okay po. Thank you, sir.
Habibi, how can we work in Indonesia?
Oh, yeah. Everything is going back to normal now. 100% people working from the office. So we've been very busy. Even There are many projects coming and everybody's busy with kind of a proposal preparation for several tenders. Very busy.
Yeah, the one discussed by Chow Fung, the mode 4. And it means we are here in the Philippines, but we are working in Indonesia. Is it possible, just like work from home?
Yeah, I think that's possible. We've been doing that now. My team in Philippines, we have around 200 engineers as part of Global Design Center, they call it. So this GDC is serving not only Philippine projects, but also Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesian projects. So that is possible. This is really what we call the engineers mobilities. Not necessarily physically they go abroad and working in Malaysia, in Indonesia, or working in Qatar, but they can export the engineering works, the engineering deliverables to other countries. So
yeah,
that is already
I'm
categorized.
excited. I'm excited
Yeah.
to have a project with you in Indonesia, but as a designer, I will be working in the Philippines. So am I qualified? Do I need the ACPE license or ASEAN engineer license?
I think the SCP license should qualify, as well as the it's
ASEAN.
already acceptable. You just need to register to PII, and for sure, as we are friends, it is easy for you to get registered. just to get registered. So taking the advantage me as executive director, so that will be easier for you compared to anyone.
Yeah. So I'll be applying for some projects. So those who are interested, maybe can communicate with Bibi. So or we can have a team. Larry, is it possible?
Yes, we can have and then collaboration with the PII. Chairman Flor, there's a question here. How can we treat ASEAN EE engineers and foreigners working in Philippines? How can we treat, or are they exempted to comply with the provisions of Section 14 of RA 7920?
Maybe we can ask the PTC, so that we will have a common answer to that.
Well, what's that? What question?
How can we treat the ASEAN engineers and foreigners working in Philippines? Are they exempted to comply with the provisions of the Republic Act 7920, Section 14 of RA 7920?
So it's the registered foreign professional.
Registered foreign professional. I think the requirements there is that once you are a member of this association, the minimum requirements or the minimum evaluation of the engineers who'd like to work in the Philippines, yun dapat ang i-apply natin. Meaning, you are based on competency, you're already benchmark, no? Then yung minimum evaluation na lang ang kailangan natin. Of course, yung mga batas na umiiral sa Pilipinas, that should be followed. No? But in terms of assessment, I think it's either no more assessment or minimum assessment based on the equivalency of our practice and, of course, the education.
Yeah, I would like to ask Habibi also, do you have the RFPE in Indonesia, registered foreign professional engineer? Because we have also in the Philippines.
The RFPE is under PII now. So that's what I was talking about, call as to get registered.
Okay.
Actually, yeah. It should be a simple process, even simpler than Board of Engineers Malaysia. Yeah.
Okay, I'll apply as RFPE in Indonesia so I can work in Indonesia.
Sure.
That question came from Engineer Cesar Caranto. There's another question from Engineer Jubel de la Cruz. May certain accreditation po ba dapat meron ang pinanggalingang school as part of compliance to apply? for the different engineer registers maybe. Kailangan po ba yung school ay may accreditation?
Sir Romy?
School, bigay mo kay ano yan, kay Fred.
Sir Fred.
Accord yan, accord.
Accord.
Muted. You're muted, Sir
Kami si
Fred.
Sir Fred, nakamute.
Ikaw lang, Sir Romy.
Nakamute.
Muted.
Unmute ka pare. Unmute.
You cannot unmute, so you will be the one to answer.
Oh, yan, please maka-unmute. Bakit? Ayan, yan.
Okay.
Oh, balik ulit. Ayan,
Okay.
pare. Ayan.
My last item that I mentioned was we are still lucky because there is still the remaining 4 other tracks of academic qualification. Okay? The first track is being a graduate of an accredited program from a Washington Accord recognized program. No? The second is FIAP guidelines. The third is Japanese examination. The fourth is American examination. The fifth is others. We are fortunate that there are still others because the others is designed for Philippines and other similarly situated countries. What is that? Any program that has been approved by an education authority in the country may qualify. Pero sa atin, merong kasama doon, no? That the program must be a COE, COD. What do I mean by that? Center of Excellence and Center of Development. If the program is not COE, COD, then you have to have the CPD enough to cover, no? Ang example na lang dyan, si Romy Agatep mismo.
That's why I would like Sir Romy to answer that.
Si Romy Agatep mismo. Because he applied, and his school, his program was not classified as COE at that time. So he was forced to accumulate CPD.
Yeah, so it took me 2 years, 3 years.
Oo. So we can still the problem is when International Engineering Alliance finally take out those other 4. Maybe they will retain FIAP, no? FIAP guidelines and Washington Accord only. That's the reason why. It's the reason why PTC is really bent on becoming a member of FIAP guidelines and Washington Accord. Because if those 2 remains, kahit papaano ano tayo covered, no? Kaya lang, ang problema natin, ito yon. This is our problem. We have 561 universities and colleges offering engineering programs. Okay. And I think everybody will agree with me that all of those will be at the level that could be, whose program can be accredited under either the FIAP guidelines or the Washington Accord. Sigurado ako noon. But we are hoping that if we will be able to cover 80% of all enrollees in engineering, then we should be happy. Diba? If we are able to cover that, and I was told, yun kasi ang problema kasi wala tayong database na ganun, ano, ka-detalya. I was told that if the top 50 enrolling universities will be counted, the top 50 they will be able to cover actually 80% of all enrollees in engineering programs. So objective, what is the objective? Level up those 50 universities to the Washington Accord. Di ba? But it is a long shot yun. Long shot yun. Sa pabago-bagong policy natin, long shot yun. Long shot. But we hope that we will be able to, trigger enough momentum for at least 50 universities to get into the fold. No? Yeah.
Thank you, Sir Fred. There's
Okay.
another question, maybe for Robert or Bong Berenguer. If an EE is coming from the operations and maintenance field of power generation, is his or her chances of passing the APEC and IEA lesser than EE who is directly involved in EPC? Just notice that those registered platforms are looking more in the engineering experience or projects. Robert or Bong?
Ang tinatanong niya yung advantage. Wala naman akong nakikitang advantage as long as they will comply the guidelines, particularly in the competency. Kasi yung topics depending on the project that they was handled. Ano ba yung hinandle din ng project? Kasi whatever field you have, kailangan mong i-comply yung requirements ng APEC requirements.
Okay, thank you. So that question was from Bataan chapter, Engineer Jose Dinglas. Okay. How many CPD points did Sir Romulo have to earn?
Yeah, just that time kasi, nung nag-start ng CPD, per year dati doon is 50 CPD per year, no? So in 3 years time, it must be 150. But since nga I'm not a school coming from COE and CPD, I have to get about 240 CPD points, no? So it took me 3 years, no, to get all those CPD points. Unang-una, I'm working. So paano yung mga CPD ko? So I thought before, no, when I was the one who signed the memorandum of agreement, okay na eh. So kaya lang yung mga nag-evaluate sa akin, so they see my school is not COPD. So they gave me 240 CPD points to submit, no? So I did that in 3 years' time.
Okay, thank you, Sir Romy. So that question was from Baguio Benguet chapter, Engineer Guanzo. Mayroong nag-a-apply. Baka daw may hiring po sa mga company nyo.
VB, somebody is applying. So do we have to set up a manpower agency so we can send applicants to you? Somebody would like to apply in Indonesia. How would it? What's the process, Bibi?
Maybe Habibi is so. Bong, maybe the next question. Requirement for ASEAN technician.
Pareho din. 7 years professional experience, 2 years significant experience, 60 CPD technician, 60 CPD points for 3 years.
Okay, thank you. That was from Northern Cavite chapter.
Northern Cavite.
Yeah, si Engineer Navarro.
Sir, yung 7 years.
Hiring daw.
Sorry. Just to add, sir, in addition to that 7 years, ano po yung kanilang educational attainment noon? Just to be clear. to become technician?
I think,
Um,
Sir Romy, it's the same whether
Yes, yes.
whether you are a BSE graduate or technology graduate, the requirement will be the same.
Yeah.
The minimum requirements, Sir Ronnie, for a technician.
Yeah, technology nga. Ikaw na graduate, no? I think a 3-year technology graduate. I think it's how would you call it? Diploma or kasi may mga diploma na 3 years or 2 years So diploma or I don't know about EE. Diploma ba sa inyo?
Yeah, diploma.
Diploma.
I'm a graduate of technical.
Yeah, like sa amin, like sa ECE, meron kaming 3 years na technician, so they can go on that Yung mga graduate ng 3 years sa ECE, hindi nakatapos ng ECE pero nakatapos ng 3 years na technician, they can apply as a technician or technologist, no? Depending on what they are doing.
wala na yata yung sa EE ngayon eh. I remember before sa Romy, merong associate electrical engineering 3-year course. Pero nabasa ko lang yun pero hindi ko naman inabot dito. Hindi naman namin inabot. Kasi ang inabot na namin BSE na 5-year course. Kaya ko lang nabanggit yun, nakita ko yun sa mga NAFOR employee. They are claiming that they are
engineer.
Electrical engineer. Pero nung tinignan namin yung diploma niya is 3-year course.
Yeah.
As electrical engineering ang course.
Kasi kami noon meron yung mga graduate na sa National Radio Tech, yung mga narsit na yan. Sa Samsung, yung mga 3 years lahat yun electronics technician. So,
ICAT, ERMSAT.
ICAT, yeah, ERMSAT yan, yung mga yan. So mga these are diploma.
So there's another question from Qatar chapter, Engineer Ilagan. So, is an AER or ACPE member or engineer can apply directly for IPE or should apply first the APEC registry?
Si Flor magaling sumagot dyan.
It really depends. If you are taga-US ka kasi, they don't want to apply already the ASEAN because they feel they do not need that. So they apply directly as APEC engineer. But for those who are in the ASEAN region, it's much better to apply first as an ASEAN engineer. That will be easier. It will not take you 7 years. You do not need APR. So better to apply first as an ASEAN engineer if you are planning to work in the ASEAN region.
Okay. From Don Jerwin Agtarap, can an RME apply for ASEAN technician or only engineer?
ASEAN technician, yes. RME, yes. One example of that is Casimiro Flores in the Philippines, and I think in Qatar we have so many ASEAN technicians who have applied already.
Okay, so from Baguio Benguet, meron po bang reference table para sa mga categories and minimum requirements? I think we have the, ano yung tawag natin?
Guidelines.
Oo. Or leaflets pa yun? Ano tawag doon? Upper, di ba?
Yeah, I think Thea can send to those who are interested. Not only the leaflets or primer, but the application itself.
The primer.
But you need mentor. It's very hard to fill up the form without any mentor. Don't do that like me. I fill up without a mentor.
Hindi mo uso mentor nun? Maswerte nga sila ngayon, may mentorship na tayo.
Yeah.
Si Robert
So take
also ang
advantage
mentor.
of the mentors that we have now. So as mentioned by Robert, it's not about money, so therefore you do not have to pay the mentor, but you have to follow the guidelines as mentioned.
What is the advantage of ASEAN engineer over APEC?
ASEAN is for the ASEAN territory. The APEC is for the APEC territory. If you plan to go outside of ASEAN region, then you need to apply as APEC engineer.
Now, if
This
you go
one's-
out the APEC region, you go to EPEA.
Okay, so that was from Jericho Ramos. Okay, I think malapit na tayong 7 na ba? Magsi 6 o'clock na. So, one last question.
Sabagay, kami nila Flor, inabot kami alas 12.
Hindi naman ito question eh. Basahin mo, Larry, basahin mo.
Special mention po.
Ano yun? Ano yun?
Ang ganda po talaga ni Ma'am Rodeline. As MC.
Oh, may ang question kasi kay Rodelyn, which do you prepare to become a Miss Universe or an ACPE? So,
Yun talaga yung
but,
actual interview question ni Sir Flor during APEC ACPE
yeah,
interview.
yeah.
Okay, siguro.
So it's about professional judgment. So, but I think Rodelyn will not answer that because others may also answer like that. But Rodelyn passed the examination on that. It's about professional judgment.
Thank you, Sir Flor.
Okay, so thank you our speakers this afternoon for a very very good presentations and very interesting topics. Rodelyn?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Sir Fred, Sir Romy, Engineer Habibi, Doc Flor, Sir Robert, Sir Bong, Sir Larry, for imparting your knowledge and wisdom. And to officially close the program, I would like to invite on our virtual stage the VP for Internal Affairs and Convention Director, Engineer Lyndon R. Bage, to deliver his closing remarks. Sir? Engineer Lyndon? Sir, it just came to my attention that Engineer Lyndon is not around, so we would like to call on our chairman of the upper committee to deliver the closing remarks. Sir Flor, ikaw na po.
I was the one who opened. I'll be the one to close.
Oh, sino ba? Sir Robert, Sir Robert.
Robert, as the vice chairman, it's the privilege of the vice chairman to close.
Really? No problem. I'll do the keyboard. Okay, thank you, Rodelyn. Of course, it was a wonderful day. We have completed this webinar on the Building Career Path for Global Recognition, and we would like to thank all the dignitaries participated in today's event, starting from the ASEAN Federation Engineering Organization, the AFEO, Engineer Yao Chao Pong, the head commissioner, and of course, Engineer Habib Rasak, the alternate country registrar. People also coming from the Philippine Technology Council, our PTC president, Engineer Fred Unsada, our PTC country registrar, Engineer Romulo Agatip. Thank you, sirs. the member of the Philo Committee, Sir Adel, who represented the College of Philo Committee and delivered his presentation, a very interesting entrepreneur presentation this morning. And of course, the participation of the ASEAN, the AEPR committee headed by our chairman, Dr. Flor Barona, and the rest of the members who participated still here at this moment of time. We have Bong Berengel, Larry Cruz. I understand Edgar is crossing his way from the other session and in this session also for Building Career Pathway. And of course, Rodelin, who participated also as an MC, the best MC of the day, which has been commented as a while ago. And to the PE Mentoring Committee, my colleagues, thank you as well. Engineer Francis, the former Governor Francis Calaño, Alvin Lunas, Joseph Darrell Solicar, and Engineer Steve. And to mention all the member of the APR, which I forget, of course, Doc Angel was there, I suppose, and Rod Picolera. To all the organizing committees, the secretariat, and the MCs starting this morning with Edison Mojica, Rodelen, and Trixie. And to all the people behind in the success of today's event, maraming salamat and God bless us all. So see you in the next days of the 47th Annual National Conventions. Several more activities are going to happen. Thank you and God bless us all.
Thank you, Engineer Robert. And at this point po, to make this event memorable for everyone, let's have our photos taken.
Kodak na.
Please open your cameras. Shoot, Ma'am Teya, sino po magsi-screenshot? Technical po ba?
Diyan ba Teya?
Ma'am Teya.
Hi.
Sa akin
Ayaw
kasi
yata ikaw daw kasi walang tunog pagka siya eh.
23 pages kasi po. Tagain natin. So, iba kasing 45 per page. Sa akin, konti lang. So, I call on the tech support kung pwede po kayong mag-screenshot. Otherwise, tatagain natin yung 23 pages.
Nakain ako, pwede naman nila.
Nahirapan ka po.
1,000 attendees. Yung isang lang to, isang session. Maraming session na magkakaroon. Ngayon, tungkol sa ASEAN.
Ma'am Saya. Wala.
Ano na? Wala.
Sige, ako na lang po. 23 pages po to kaya for several minutes, keep your smile on. Kasi baka nasa page 23 kayo. Okay, let's go. Page 1. Dalawa po yan.
Yeah, you can be the greatest, you can be the best, you can be the King Kong banging on your chest.
You can beat the world, you can beat the war, you can talk to God, go banging on his door.
You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock, you can move a mountain, you can break rocks.
You can be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you go find yourself.
Standing in the Hall of Fame,
Yeah,
and the world's gonna know your name,
yeah,
'cause you burn with the brightest flame,
yeah.
and the world's gonna know your name, and you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. You can go the distance, you can run the mile, you can walk straight through hell with a smile.
You could be the hero, you can get the gold. Break Taking over records they thought never could be broke.
Yeah, do it for your people, do it for your pride. Are you ever gonna know if you never even try?
Do it for your country, do it for your name. Cause there's gonna be a day when you're
Standing in the Hall of Fame.
So let us proceed to our raffle draw. So ang mapapanalunan po natin today,
Kasama ba kami, Rodelyn?
magwi-wave po kayo pag nabunot kayo, sir. Hindi po kayo kasama. Okay, so 3 pieces of 47 ANC polo shirt and 2 PEC books. Okay, so let's draw the first prize. Have a email address here, carlosjr_30 at yahoo.com. Please be recognized by raising your hands or say here in the chat box. And okay.
Present.
Present daw. So, Ma'am Thea, nakuha po ba?
Good afternoon.
Sir Carlos, you won the ANC brochure. Next, spin forward. Olit.carlito.p@gmail.com. Oh, may nag-raise. Dalawa pa nag-raise ng hands.
Bakit?
Ito. From Camarines Norte. Papadala na lang po yung t-shirt niyo. Ito. Sa pang polo shirt. nellynaku@gmail.com. And dito po ba si Ma'am Nelly? Counting down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wala po. For next. Joseph_SM@yahoo.com. Are you here?
Present po.
Present po kayo. Ano
Present
po kayo sa
po.
chat box? Magsulat po kayo sa chat box.
Pakihan mo sa chat para alam natin.
So, ikaw talaga.
Type ka sa chat para malaman. Yan.
Ayun. Thank you. Congratulations, Engineer Joseph. Okay, let's proceed to PEC lang naman po.
Back home to you.
Our winner, Joshua Zamora _Pero@yahoo.com. Ang bilis! Andyan po, present.
Present po.
And present. And last
Present
natin na
po.
PEC. Yes, acknowledge, Ken. So our last prize of 1 PEC book. 3, 2, 1. Wala po si Danilo. So, let's spin. Let's have another spin. Nolan_Bailey@yahoo.com. Nolan, are you here? Please acknowledge. Ako, namamaskul ko. 5, 4, 3, 1. Have another one.
Present. Sino ba yung nag-present na yun?
Saglit ko, sino yung nag-present? Nabunot ba natin yun?
Hindi, iba eh. Hindi siya sinulan eh.
Okay. So, next, Yasmin. Sun34@gmail.com. Are you here? 5, 3, 2, 1. Sorry po. Let's have another spin for our last winner of a PEC book. Jay Badawe at testa.gov.ph. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Very close your prize. Sana may mapili na. Kasi di pa ako nagla-lunch. Carlon Dina, 101-511@gmail.com. Are you here? Paparet? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Next. May doktor na lang. Norly or Donio@gmail.com. Wala pa rin. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Moving on. Vendress, Panis. Aaron, are you here?
Panis kayong lahat.
Asa na?
Wala pa rin po. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So, wala pa rin po. Have another one.
$497, walang matamaan.
Wala pa din.
Friends, Lion T. Gunter, are you here? Paunahan na lang daw ng virtual race hand. Wala pa rin. So, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Doc Flor, magtanong ka na lang po kaya.
Yan na lang. Sige. Huwag mo na lang.
Monty, bye. Are you here? Oh, there you go. I've seen that. I've seen him, Ramon Baay. Ang bilis. Less than 5 seconds. Congratulations to everyone. And Ma'am Thea, how can we claim the prizes? Pwede po ba lang po Thea, paano po ma-claim yung prizes?
Sana all. Sana all.
Easy.
Wow, 2,000.
Thank you po.
You're welcome. And anyway,
Thank you po.
so,
I love you, IIEE.
okay, so your name has been noted now, so our secretariat will contact you on your registered email address to claim your prizes. Okay. I think we're done na, Sir Flor.
Yeah, so okay na,
Okay,
wala ka na
so-
rin prize eh.
Ubus na rin eh. So it has been a privilege and a pleasure to be your host today. Once again, this is Engineer Rodelyn S. Reyes, Secretary of the Upper Committee and the immediate former President of the IIEE State of Qatar Chapter. And in behalf of Trixie Lee of IIEE State of Qatar Toastmasters Club, who has to excuse herself due to work, maraming salamat po at mabuhay po tayong lahat. Good evening.
Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Response.
Thank you, sirs. Thank you, Rods.
Maraming thank you.
Thank you. Maraming salamat.
Thank you po.
Salamat po.
Thank you, Lods. Salamat, Lods. Sana all.
Thank you po.
Thank you po.
Thank you po.
Salamat po. Salamat.
Bukas ulit.
Thank you po.
Thank you po.
Thank you.
Salamat.